Chapter 22 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 22. A Marriage and Part of a Honeymoon. Enemies the most obstinate and courageous can't hold out against starvation. So the elder Osborne felt himself pretty easy about his adversary in the encounter we have just described, and as soon as George's supplies fell short, confidently expected his unconditional submission. It was unlucky, to be sure, that the lad should have secured a stock of provisions on the very day when the first encounter took place, but this relief was only temporary, old Osborne thought, and would but delay George's surrender. No communication passed between father and son for some days. The former was sulky at this silence, but not disquieted, for, as he said, he knew where he could put the screw upon George, and only waited the result of that operation. He told the sisters the upshot of the dispute between them, but ordered them to take no notice of the matter, and welcome George on his return as if nothing had happened. His cover was laid as usual every day, and perhaps the old gentleman rather anxiously expected him, but he never came. Someone inquired at the Slaughters regarding him, where it was said that he and his friend Captain Dobbin had left town. One gusty raw day at the end of April, the rain whipping the pavement of that ancient street where the old Slaughters' coffee-house was once situated, George Osborne came into the coffee-room, looking very haggard and pale, although dressed rather smartly in a blue coat and brass buttons, and a neat buff waistcoat of the fashion of those days. Here was his friend, Captain Dobbin, in blue and brass too, having abandoned the military frock and French grey trousers, which were the usual coverings of his lanky person. Dobbin had been in the coffee-room for an hour or more. He had tried all the papers, but he could not read them. He had looked at the clock many scores of times, and at the street where the rain was pattering down, and the people, as they clinked by in pattens, left long reflections on the shining stone. He tattooed at the table, he bit his nails most completely, and nearly to the quick. He was accustomed to ornament his great big hands in this way. He balanced the teaspoon dexterously on the milk jug, upset it, etc., etc., and in fact showed those signs of disquietude and practised those desperate attempts at amusement which men are accustomed to employ when very anxious and expectant, and perturbed in mind. Some of his comrades, gentlemen who used the room, joked him about the splendour of his costume and his agitation of manner. One asked him if he was going to be married. Dobbin laughed and said he would send his acquaintance, Major Wagstaff of the Engineers, a piece of cake when that event took place. At length Captain Osborne made his appearance, very smartly dressed, but very pale and agitated, as we have said. He wiped his pale face with a large yellow bandana pocket handkerchief that was prodigiously scented. He shook hands with Dobbin, looked at the clock, and told John the waiter to bring him some curaçao. Of this cordial he swallowed off a couple of glasses with nervous eagerness. His friend asked with some interest about his health. "Couldn't get a wink of sleep till daylight, Dob," said he. "Infernal headache and fever. Got up at 9 and went down to the Hummums for a bath. I say, Dob, I feel just as I did on the morning I went out with Rocket at Quebec." "So do I," William responded. "I was a deuced deal more nervous than you were that morning. You made a famous breakfast, I remember. Eat something now." "You're a good fellow, Will. I'll drink your health, old boy. And farewell to—" "No, no, 2 glasses are enough," Dobbin interrupted him. "Here, take away the liqueurs, John. Have some cayenne pepper with your fowl. Make haste, though, for it's time we were there." It was about half an hour from 12 when this brief meeting and colloquy took place between the two captains. A coach, into which Captain Osborne's servant put his master's desk and dressing-case, had been in waiting for some time, and into this the two gentlemen hurried under an umbrella, and the valet mounted on the box, cursing the rain, and the dampness of the coachman, who was steaming beside him. "We shall find a better trap than this at the church door," said he. "That's a comfort." And the carriage drove on, taking the road down Piccadilly, where Apsley House and St. George's Hospital wore red jackets still, where there were oil lamps, where Achilles was not yet born, nor the Pimlico arch raised, nor the hideous equestrian monster which pervades it and the neighbourhood. And so they drove down by Brompton to a certain chapel near the Fulham Road there. A chariot was in waiting with 4 horses, likewise a coach of the kind called glass coaches. Only a very few idlers were collected, on account of the dismal rain. "Hang it," said George, "I said only a pair." "My master would have 4," said Mr. Joseph Sedley's servant, who was in waiting, and he and Mr. Osborne's man agreed, as they followed George and William into the church, that it was a regular shabby turn-out, with scarce so much as a breakfast or a wedding favour. "Here you are," said our old friend Jos Sedley, coming forward. "You're 5 minutes late, George, me boy. What a day, eh? Damme, it's like the commencement of the rainy season in Bengal. But you'll find my carriage is watertight. Come along. My mother and Emmy are in the vestry." Jos Sedley was splendid. He was fatter than ever. His shirt collars were higher. His face was redder. His shirt frill flaunted gorgeously out of his variegated waistcoat. Varnished boots were not invented as yet, but the hessians on his beautiful legs shone so that they must have been the identical pair in which the gentleman in the old picture used to shave himself. And on his light green coat there bloomed a fine wedding favour, like a great white spreading magnolia. In a word, George had thrown the great cast. He was going to be married. Hence his pallor and nervousness, his sleepless night and agitation in the morning. I have heard people who have gone through the same thing own to the same emotion. After 3 or 4 ceremonies you get accustomed to it, no doubt, but the first dip, everybody allows, is awful. The bride was dressed in a brown silk pelisse, as Captain Dobbin has since informed me, and wore a straw bonnet with a pink ribbon. Over the bonnet she had a veil of white Chantilly lace, a gift from Mr. Joseph Sedley, her brother. Captain Dobbin himself had asked leave to present her with a gold watch and chain, which she sported on this occasion, and her mother gave her her diamond brooch, almost the only trinket which was left to the old lady. As the service went on, Mrs. Sedley sat and whimpered a great deal in a pew, consoled by the Irish maidservant and Mrs. Clapp from the lodgings. Old Sedley would not be present. Jos acted for his father, giving away the bride, whilst Captain Dobbin stepped up as groomsman to his friend George. There was nobody in the church besides the officiating persons and the small marriage party and their attendants. The 2 valets sat aloof superciliously. The rain came rattling down on the windows. In the intervals of the service you heard it, and the sobbing of old Mrs. Sedley in the pew. The parson's tones echoed sadly through the empty walls. Osborne's "I will" was sounded in a very deep bass. Emmy's response came fluttering up to her lips from her heart, but was scarcely heard by anybody except Captain Dobbin. When the service was completed, Jos Sedley came forward and kissed his sister, the bride, for the first time for many months. George's look of gloom had gone, and he seemed quite proud and radiant. "It's your turn, William," says he, putting his hand fondly upon Dobbin's shoulder, and Dobbin went up and touched Amelia on the cheek. Then they went into the vestry and signed the register. "God bless you, old Dobbin," George said, grasping him by the hand, with something very like moisture glistening in his eyes. William replied only by nodding his head. His heart was too full to say much. "Write directly, and come down as soon as you can, you know," Osborne said. After Mrs. Sedley had taken an hysterical adieu of her daughter, the pair went off to the carriage. "Get out of the way, you little devils," George cried to a small crowd of damp urchins that were hanging about the chapel door. The rain drove into the bride and bridegroom's faces as they passed to the chariot. The postilions' favours draggled on their dripping jackets. The few children made a dismal cheer as the carriage, splashing mud, drove away. William Dobbin stood in the church porch, looking at it, a queer figure. The small crew of spectators jeered him. He was not thinking about them or their laughter. "Come home and have some tiffin, Dobbin," a voice cried behind him, as a pudgy hand was laid on his shoulder, and the honest fellow's reverie was interrupted. But the captain had no heart to go a-feasting with Jos Sedley. He put the weeping old lady and her attendants into the carriage along with Jos, and left them without any farther words passing. This carriage too drove away, and the urchins gave another sarcastical cheer. "Here, you little beggars," Dobbin said, giving some sixpences among them, and then went off by himself through the rain. It was all over. They were married, and happy, he prayed God. Never since he was a boy had he felt so miserable and so lonely. He longed with a heart-sick yearning for the first few days to be over, that he might see her again. Some 10 days after the above ceremony, 3 young men of our acquaintance were enjoying that beautiful prospect of bow windows on the one side and blue sea on the other, which Brighton affords to the traveller. Sometimes it is towards the ocean, smiling with countless dimples, speckled with white sails, with 100 bathing machines kissing the skirt of his blue garment, that the Londoner looks enraptured. Sometimes, on the contrary, a lover of human nature, rather than of prospects of any kind, it is towards the bow windows that he turns, and that swarm of human life which they exhibit. From one issue the notes of a piano, which a young lady in ringlets practises 6 hours daily, to the delight of the fellow lodgers. At another, lovely Polly, the nursemaid, may be seen dandling Master Omnium in her arms, whilst Jacob, his papa, is beheld eating prawns and devouring the Times for breakfast at the window below. Yonder are the Misses Leary, who are looking out for the young officers of the heavies, who are pretty sure to be pacing the cliff. Or again, it is a city man with a nautical turn and a telescope the size of a 6-pounder, who has his instrument pointed seawards, so as to command every pleasure boat, herring boat, or bathing machine that comes to or quits the shore, etc., etc. But have we any leisure for a description of Brighton? For Brighton, a clean Naples with genteel lazzaroni. For Brighton, that always looks brisk, gay, and gaudy, like a harlequin's jacket. For Brighton, which used to be 7 hours distant from London at the time of our story, which is now only 100 minutes off, and which may approach who knows how much nearer, unless Joinville comes and untimely bombards it. "What a monstrous fine girl that is in the lodgings over the milliner's," one of these 3 promenaders remarked to the other. "Gad, Crawley, did you see what a wink she gave me as I passed?" "Don't break her heart, Jos, you rascal," said another. "Don't trifle with her affections, you Don Juan." "Get away," said Jos Sedley, quite pleased, and leering up at the maidservant in question with a most killing ogle. Jos was even more splendid at Brighton than he had been at his sister's marriage. He had brilliant under waistcoats, any one of which would have set up a moderate buck. He sported a military frock coat ornamented with frogs, knobs, black buttons, and meandering embroidery. He had affected a military appearance and habits of late, and he walked with his two friends, who were of that profession, clinking his boot spurs, swaggering prodigiously, and shooting death glances at all the servant girls who were worthy to be slain. "What shall we do, boys, till the ladies return?" the buck asked. The ladies were out to Rottingdean in his carriage on a drive. "Let's have a game at billiards," one of his friends said, the tall one with lacquered mustachios. "No, damme, no, Captain," Jos replied, rather alarmed. "No billiards to-day, Crawley, my boy. Yesterday was enough." "You play very well," said Crawley, laughing. "Don't he, Osborne? How well he made that 5-stroke, eh?" "Famous," Osborne said. "Jos is a devil of a fellow at billiards, and at everything else too. I wish there were any tiger hunting about here. We might go and kill a few before dinner. There goes a fine girl. What an ankle, eh, Jos? Tell us that story about the tiger hunt, and the way you did for him in the jungle. It's a wonderful story, that, Crawley." Here George Osborne gave a yawn. "It's rather slow work," said he, "down here. What shall we do?" "Shall we go and look at some horses that Snaffler's just brought from Lewes Fair?" Crawley said. "Suppose we go and have some jellies at Dutton's," said the rogue Jos, willing to kill two birds with one stone. "Devilish fine girl at Dutton's." "Suppose we go and see the lightning come in. It's just about time," George said. This advice prevailing over the stables and the jelly, they turned towards the coach office to witness the lightning's arrival. As they passed, they met the carriage, Jos Sedley's open carriage, with its magnificent armorial bearings, that splendid conveyance in which he used to drive about at Cheltenham, majestic and solitary, with his arms folded and his hat cocked, or, more happy, with ladies by his side. Two were in the carriage now. One a little person with light hair and dressed in the height of the fashion. The other in a brown silk pelisse and a straw bonnet with pink ribbons, with a rosy, round, happy face that did you good to behold. She checked the carriage as it neared the three gentlemen, after which exercise of authority she looked rather nervous, and then began to blush most absurdly. "We have had a delightful drive, George," she said, and we're so glad to come back. And Joseph, don't let him be late." "Don't be leading our husbands into mischief, Mr. Sedley, you wicked, wicked man, you," Rebecca said, shaking at Jos a pretty little finger covered with the neatest French kid glove. "No billiards, no smoking, no naughtiness." "My dear Mrs. Crawley, now, upon my honour," was all Jos could ejaculate by way of reply, but he managed to fall into a tolerable attitude, with his head lying on his shoulder, grinning upwards at his victim, with one hand at his back, which he supported on his cane, and the other hand, the one with the diamond ring, fumbling in his shirt frill and among his under waistcoats. As the carriage drove off, he kissed the diamond hand to the fair ladies within. He wished all Cheltenham, all Chowringhee, all Calcutta could see him in that position, waving his hand to such a beauty, and in company with such a famous buck as Rawdon Crawley of the Guards. Our young bride and bridegroom had chosen Brighton as the place where they would pass the first few days after their marriage, and having engaged apartments at the Ship Inn, enjoyed themselves there in great comfort and quietude until Jos presently joined them. Nor was he the only companion they found there. As they were coming into the hotel from a seaside walk one afternoon, on whom should they light but Rebecca and her husband? The recognition was immediate. Rebecca flew into the arms of her dearest friend. Crawley and Osborne shook hands together cordially enough, and Becky, in the course of a very few hours, found means to make the latter forget that little unpleasant passage of words which had happened between them. "Do you remember the last time we met at Miss Crawley's, when I was so rude to you, dear Captain Osborne? I thought you seemed careless about dear Amelia. It was that made me angry, and so pert, and so unkind, and so ungrateful. Do forgive me," Rebecca said, and she held out her hand with so frank and winning a grace that Osborne could not but take it. By humbly and frankly acknowledging yourself to be in the wrong, there is no knowing, my son, what good you may do. I knew once a gentleman and very worthy practitioner in Vanity Fair, who used to do little wrongs to his neighbours on purpose, and in order to apologise for them in an open and manly way afterwards. And what ensued? My friend Crocky Doyle was liked everywhere, and deemed to be rather impetuous, but the honestest fellow. Becky's humility passed for sincerity with George Osborne. These two young couples had plenty of tales to relate to each other. The marriages of either were discussed, and their prospects in life canvassed with the greatest frankness and interest on both sides. George's marriage was to be made known to his father by his friend Captain Dobbin, and young Osborne trembled rather for the result of that communication. Miss Crawley, on whom all Rawdon's hopes depended, still held out. Unable to make an entry into her house in Park Lane, her affectionate nephew and niece had followed her to Brighton, where they had emissaries continually planted at her door. "I wish you could see some of Rawdon's friends who are always about our door," Rebecca said, laughing. "Did you ever see a dun, my dear, or a bailiff and his man? 2 of the abominable wretches watched all last week at the greengrocer's opposite, and we could not get away until Sunday. If Auntie does not relent, what shall we do?" Rawdon, with roars of laughter, related a dozen amusing anecdotes of his duns, and Rebecca's adroit treatment of them. He vowed with a great oath that there was no woman in Europe who could talk a creditor over as she could. Almost immediately after their marriage her practice had begun, and her husband found the immense value of such a wife. They had credit in plenty, but they had bills also in abundance, and laboured under a scarcity of ready money. Did these debt difficulties affect Rawdon's good spirits? No. Everybody in Vanity Fair must have remarked how well those live who are comfortably and thoroughly in debt. How they deny themselves nothing, how jolly and easy they are in their minds. Rawdon and his wife had the very best apartments at the inn in Brighton. The landlord, as he brought in the first dish, bowed before them as to his greatest customers, and Rawdon abused the dinners and wine with an audacity which no grandee in the land could surpass. Long custom, a manly appearance, faultless boots and clothes, and a happy fierceness of manner will often help a man as much as a great balance at the banker's. The 2 wedding parties met constantly in each other's apartments. After 2 or 3 nights, the gentlemen of an evening had a little piquet, as their wives sat and chatted apart. This pastime, and the arrival of Jos Sedley, who made his appearance in his grand open carriage, and who played a few games of billiards with Captain Crawley, replenished Rawdon's purse somewhat, and gave him the benefit of that ready money for which the greatest spirits are sometimes at a standstill. So the three gentlemen walked down to see the lightning coach come in. Punctual to the minute, the coach crowded inside and out, the guard blowing his accustomed tune on the horn, the lightning came tearing down the street and pulled up at the coach office. "Hallo, there's old Dobbin!" George cried, quite delighted to see his old friend perched on the roof, and whose promised visit to Brighton had been delayed until now. "How are you, old fellow? Glad you're come down. Emmy'll be delighted to see you," Osborne said, shaking his comrade warmly by the hand as soon as his descent from the vehicle was effected. And then he added, in a lower and agitated voice, "What is the news? Have you been in Russell Square? What does the governor say? Tell me everything." Dobbin looked very pale and grave. "I've seen your father," said he. "How's Amelia? Mrs. George? I'll tell you all the news presently, but I've brought the great news of all, and that is—" "Out with it, old fellow," George said. "We're ordered to Belgium. All the army goes, guards and all. Heavytop's got the gout, and is mad at not being able to move. O'Dowd goes in command, and we embark from Chatham next week." This news of war could not but come with a shock upon our lovers, and caused all these gentlemen to look very serious. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 23. Captain Dobbin proceeds on his canvass. What is the secret mesmerism which friendship possesses, and under the operation of which a person ordinarily sluggish or cold or timid becomes wise, active, and resolute in another's behalf? As Alexis, after a few passes from Dr. Elliotson, despises pain, reads with the back of his head, sees miles off, looks into next week, and performs other wonders, of which in his own private normal condition he is quite incapable, so you see, in the affairs of the world and under the magnetism of friendships, the modest man becomes bold, the shy confident, the lazy active, or the impetuous prudent and peaceful. What is it, on the other hand, that makes the lawyer eschew his own cause and call in his learned brother as an adviser? And what causes the doctor, when ailing, to send for his rival, and not sit down and examine his own tongue in the chimney glass, or write his own prescription at his study table? I throw out these queries for intelligent readers to answer, who know at once how credulous we are, and how sceptical, how soft and how obstinate, how firm for others, and how diffident about ourselves. Meanwhile, it is certain that our friend William Dobbin, who was personally of so complying a disposition that if his parents had pressed him much, it is probable he would have stepped down into the kitchen and married the cook, and who, to further his own interests, would have found the most insuperable difficulty in walking across the street, found himself as busy and eager in the conduct of George Osborne's affairs as the most selfish tactician could be in pursuit of his own. Whilst our friend George and his young wife were enjoying the first blushing days of the honeymoon at Brighton, honest William was left as George's plenipotentiary in London, to transact all the business part of the marriage. His duty it was to call upon old Sedley and his wife, and to keep the former in good humour, to draw Jos and his brother-in-law nearer together, so that Jos's position and dignity, as collector of Bogley Wollah, might compensate for his father's loss of station, and tend to reconcile old Osborne to the alliance, and finally to communicate it to the latter in such a way as should least irritate the old gentleman. Now, before he faced the head of the Osborne house with the news which it was his duty to tell, Dobbin bethought him that it would be politic to make friends of the rest of the family, and if possible have the ladies on his side. They can't be angry in their hearts, thought he. No woman ever was really angry at a romantic marriage. A little crying out and they must come round to their brother, when the three of us will lay siege to old Mr. Osborne. So this Machiavellian captain of infantry cast about him for some happy means or stratagem, by which he could gently and gradually bring the Misses Osborne to a knowledge of their brother's secret. By a little inquiry regarding his mother's engagements, he was pretty soon able to find out by whom of her ladyship's friends parties were given at that season, where he would be likely to meet Osborne's sisters. And though he had that abhorrence of routs and evening parties which many sensible men, alas, entertain, he soon found one where the Misses Osborne were to be present. Making his appearance at the ball, where he danced a couple of sets with both of them and was prodigiously polite, he actually had the courage to ask Miss Osborne for a few minutes' conversation at an early hour the next day, when he had, he said, to communicate to her news of the very greatest interest. What was it that made her start back and gaze upon him for a moment, and then on the ground at her feet, and make as if she would faint on his arm, had he not, by opportunely treading on her toes, brought the young lady back to self-control? Why was she so violently agitated at Dobbin's request? This can never be known, but when he came the next day, Maria was not in the drawing-room with her sister, and Miss Wirt went off for the purpose of fetching the latter, and the Captain and Miss Osborne were left together. They were both so silent that the tick-tock of the sacrifice of Iphigenia clock on the mantelpiece became quite rudely audible. "What a nice party it was last night," Miss Osborne at length began, encouragingly. And how you're improved in your dancing, Captain Dobbin. Surely somebody has taught you," she added, with amiable archness. "You should see me dance a reel with Mrs. Major O'Dowd of ours, and a jig. Did you ever see a jig? But I think anybody could dance with you, Miss Osborne, who dance so well." "Is the Major's lady young and beautiful, Captain?" the fair questioner continued. "Ah, what a terrible thing it must be to be a soldier's wife. I wonder they have any spirits to dance, and in these dreadful times of war, too. Oh, Captain Dobbin, I tremble sometimes when I think of our dearest George and the dangers of the poor soldier. Are there many married officers of the th, Captain Dobbin?" "Upon my word, she's playing her hand rather too openly," Miss Wirt thought, but this observation is merely parenthetic, and was not heard through the crevice of the door at which the governess uttered it. "One of our young men is just married," Dobbin said, now coming to the point. "It was a very old attachment, and the young couple are as poor as church mice." "Oh, how delightful! Oh, how romantic!" Miss Osborne cried, as the Captain said old attachment and poor. Her sympathy encouraged him. "The finest young fellow in the regiment," he continued. "Not a braver or handsomer officer in the army, and such a charming wife. How you would like her! How you will like her when you know her, Miss Osborne." The young lady thought the actual moment had arrived, and that Dobbin's nervousness, which now came on, and was visible in many twitchings of his face, in his manner of beating the ground with his great feet, in the rapid buttoning and unbuttoning of his frock-coat, etc. Miss Osborne, I say, thought that when he had given himself a little air, he would unbosom himself entirely, and prepared eagerly to listen. And the clock, in the altar on which Iphigenia was situated, beginning after a preparatory convulsion to toll 12, the mere tolling seemed as if it would last until 1, so prolonged was the knell to the anxious spinster. But it's not about marriage that I came to speak. That is, no, I mean, my dear Miss Osborne, it's about our dear friend George, Dobbin said. About George, she said, in a tone so discomfited that Maria and Miss Wirt laughed at the other side of the door, and even that abandoned wretch of a Dobbin felt inclined to smile himself, for he was not altogether unconscious of the state of affairs, George having often bantered him gracefully and said, "Hang it, Will, why don't you take old Jane? She'll have you if you ask her. I'll bet you 2 to 5 she will." "Yes, about George, then," he continued. "There has been a difference between him and Mr. Osborne, and I regard him so much, for you know we have been like brothers, that I hope and pray the quarrel may be settled. We must go abroad, Miss Osborne. We may be ordered off at a day's warning. Who knows what may happen in the campaign? Don't be agitated, dear Miss Osborne. And those two at least should part friends." "There has been no quarrel, Captain Dobbin, except a little usual scene with Papa," the lady said. "We are expecting George back daily. What Papa wanted was only for his good. He has but to come back, and I'm sure all will be well. And dear Rhoda, who went away from here in sad, sad anger, I know will forgive him. Woman forgives but too readily, Captain." "Such an angel as you, I am sure, would," Mr. Dobbin said with atrocious astuteness. "And no man can pardon himself for giving a woman pain. What would you feel if a man were faithless to you?" "I should perish. I should throw myself out of the window. I should take poison. I should pine and die. I know I should," Miss cried, who had nevertheless gone through 1 or 2 affairs of the heart without any idea of suicide. "And there are others," Dobbin continued, "as true and kind-hearted as yourself. I'm not speaking about the West Indian heiress, Miss Osborne, but about a poor girl whom George once loved, and who was bred from her childhood to think of nobody but him. I've seen her in poverty, uncomplaining, broken-hearted, without a fault. It is of Miss Sedley I speak. Dear Miss Osborne, can your generous heart quarrel with your brother for being faithful to her? Could his own conscience ever forgive him if he deserted her? Be her friend. She always loved you, and I am come here charged by George to tell you that he holds his engagement to her as the most sacred duty he has, and to entreat you at least to be on his side." When any strong emotion took possession of Mr. Dobbin, and after the first word or two of hesitation, he could speak with perfect fluency, and it was evident that his eloquence on this occasion made some impression upon the lady whom he addressed. "Well," said she, "this is most surprising, most painful, most extraordinary. What will Papa say? That George should fling away such a superb establishment as was offered to him. But at any rate he has found a very brave champion in you, Captain Dobbin. It is of no use, however," she continued after a pause. "I feel for poor Miss Sedley, most certainly, most sincerely, you know. We never thought the match a good one. though we were always very kind to her here, very. But papa will never consent, I am sure, and a well-brought-up young woman, you know, with a well-regulated mind, George must give her up, dear Captain Dobbin. Indeed, he must. Ought a man to give up the woman he loved, just when misfortune befell her? Dobbin said, holding out his hand. Dear Miss Osborne, is this a counsel I hear from you? My dear young lady, you must befriend her. He can't give her up. He must not give her up. Would a man, think you, give you up if you were poor? This adroit question touched the heart of Miss Jane Osborne not a little. I don't know whether we poor girls ought to believe what you men say, Captain, she said. There is that in woman's tenderness which induces her to believe too easily. I'm afraid you are cruel, cruel deceivers. And Dobbin certainly thought he felt a pressure of the hand which Miss Osborne had extended to him. He dropped it in some alarm. Deceivers, said he. No, dear Miss Osborne, all men are not. Your brother is not. George has loved Amelia Sedley ever since they were children. No wealth would make him marry any but her. Ought he to forsake her? Would you counsel him to do so? What could Miss Jane say to such a question, and with her own peculiar views? She could not answer it, so she parried it by saying, Well, if you are not a deceiver, at least you are very romantic. And Captain William let this observation pass without challenge. At length, when, by the help of further polite speeches, he deemed that Miss Osborne was sufficiently prepared to receive the whole news, he poured it into her ear. George could not give up Amelia. George was married to her. And then he related the circumstances of the marriage as we know them already. How the poor girl would have died had not her lover kept his faith. How old Sedley had refused all consent to the match, and a licence had been got, and Jos Sedley had come from Cheltenham to give away the bride. How they had gone to Brighton in Jos's chariot and four to pass the honeymoon, and how George counted on his dear kind sisters to befriend him with their father, as women, so true and tender as they were, assuredly would do. And so, asking permission, readily granted, to see her again, and rightly conjecturing that the news he had brought would be told in the next 5 minutes to the other ladies, Captain Dobbin made his bow and took his leave. He was scarcely out of the house when Miss Maria and Miss Wirt rushed in to Miss Osborne, and the whole wonderful secret was imparted to them by that lady. To do them justice, neither of the sisters was very much displeased. There is something about a runaway match with which few ladies can be seriously angry, and Amelia rather rose in their estimation from the spirit which she had displayed in consenting to the union. As they debated the story and prattled about it, and wondered what papa would do and say, came a loud knock, as of an avenging thunderclap, at the door, which made these conspirators start. It must be papa, they thought, but it was not he. It was only Mr. Frederick Bullock, who had come from the city according to appointment, to conduct the ladies to a flower show. The gentleman, as may be imagined, was not kept long in ignorance of the secret, but his face when he heard it showed an amazement which was very different to that look of sentimental wonder which the countenances of the sisters wore. Mr. Bullock was a man of the world, and a junior partner of a wealthy firm. He knew what money was, and the value of it, and a delightful throb of expectation lighted up his little eyes, and caused him to smile on his Maria, as he thought that by this piece of folly of Mr. George's she might be worth £30,000 more than he had ever hoped to get with her, "Gad, Jane," said he, surveying even the elder sister with some interest. "Eels'll be sorry he cried off. You may be a 50,000-pounder yet." The sisters had never thought of the money question up to that moment, but Fred Bullock bantered them with graceful gaiety about it during their forenoon's excursion, and they had risen not a little in their own esteem by the time when, the morning amusement over, they drove back to dinner. And do not let my respected reader exclaim against this selfishness as unnatural. It was but this present morning, as he rode on the omnibus from Richmond, while it changed horses, this present chronicler, being on the roof, marked 3 little children playing in a puddle below, very dirty and friendly and happy. To these 3 presently came another little one. "Polly," says she, "your sister's got a penny." At which the children got up from the puddle instantly and ran off to pay their court to Peggy. And as the omnibus drove off, I saw Peggy, with the infantine procession at her tail, march. Chapter 24 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 24, in which Mr. Osborne takes down the family Bible. So, having prepared the sisters, Dobbin hastened away to the city to perform the rest and more difficult part of the task which he had undertaken. The idea of facing old Osborne rendered him not a little nervous, and more than once he thought of leaving the young ladies to communicate the secret, which, as he was aware, they could not long retain. But he had promised to report to George upon the manner in which the elder Osborne bore the intelligence, so going into the city, to the paternal counting house in Thames Street, he dispatched thence a note to Mr. Osborne, begging for a half-hour's conversation relative to the affairs of his son George. Dobbin's messenger returned from Mr. Osborne's house of business with the compliments of the latter, who would be very happy to see the captain immediately, and away accordingly Dobbin went to confront him. The captain, with a half-guilty secret to confess, and with the prospect of a painful and stormy interview before him, entered Mr. Osborne's offices with a most dismal countenance and abashed gait, and passing through the outer room where Mr. Chopper presided, was greeted by that functionary from his desk with a waggish air which farther discomfited him. Mr. Chopper winked and nodded and pointed his pen towards his patron's door and said, "You'll find the governor all right," with the most provoking good humour. Osborne rose too, and shook him heartily by the hand, and said, "How do, my dear boy?" with a cordiality that made poor George's ambassador feel doubly guilty. His hand lay as if dead in the old gentleman's grasp. He felt that he, Dobbin, was more or less the cause of all that had happened. It was he had brought back George to Amelia. It was he had applauded, encouraged, transacted almost, the marriage which he was come to reveal to George's father. And the latter was receiving him with smiles of welcome, patting him on the shoulder, and calling him "Dobbin, my dear boy." The envoy had indeed good reason to hang his head. Osborne fully believed that Dobbin had come to announce his son's surrender. Mr. Chopper and his principal were talking over the matter between George and his father at the very moment when Dobbin's messenger arrived. Both agreed that George was sending in his submission. Both had been expecting it for some days, and "Lord, Chopper, what a marriage we'll have!" Mr. Osborne said to his clerk, snapping his big fingers and jingling all the guineas and shillings in his great pockets, as he eyed his subordinate with a look of triumph. With similar operations conducted in both pockets, and a knowing, jolly air, Osborne, from his chair, regarded Dobbin seated blank and silent opposite to him. "What a bumpkin he is for a captain in the army," old Osborne thought. "I wonder George hasn't taught him better manners." At last Dobbin summoned courage to begin. "Sir," said he, "I've brought you some very grave news. I have been at the Horse Guards this morning, and there's no doubt that our regiment will be ordered abroad, and on its way to Belgium before the week is over. And you know, sir, that we shan't be home again before a tussle, which may be fatal to many of us." Osborne looked grave. The regiment will do its duty, sir, I dare say," he said. "The French are very strong, sir," Dobbin went on. "The Russians and Austrians will be a long time before they can bring their troops down. We shall have the first of the fight, sir, and depend upon it, Boney will take care that it shall be a hard one." "What are you driving at, Dobbin?" his interlocutor said, uneasy and with a scowl. "I suppose no Briton's afraid of any damned Frenchman, eh?" "I only mean that before we go, and considering the great and certain risk that hangs over every one of us, if there are any differences between you and George, it would be as well, sir, that you should shake hands. Wouldn't it? Should anything happen to him, I think you would never forgive yourself if you hadn't parted in charity." As he said this, poor William Dobbin blushed crimson, and felt and owned that he himself was a traitor. But for him, perhaps, this severance need never have taken place. Why had not George's marriage been delayed? What call was there to press it on so eagerly? He felt that George would have parted from Amelia at any rate without a mortal pang. Amelia, too, might have recovered the shock of losing him. It was his counsel had brought about this marriage, and all that was to ensue from it. And why was it? Because he loved her so much that he could not bear to see her unhappy, or because his own sufferings of suspense were so unendurable that he was glad to crush them at once, as we hasten a funeral after a death, or, when a separation from those we love is imminent, cannot rest until the parting be over. "You're a good fellow, William," said Mr. Osborne in a softened voice, "and me and George shouldn't part in anger, that is true. Look here, I've done for him as much as any father ever did. He's had 3 times as much money from me as I warrant your father ever gave you. But I don't brag about that. How I've toiled for him, and worked and employed my talents and energy, I won't say. Ask Chopper, ask himself, ask the City of London. Well, I proposed to him such a marriage as any nobleman in the land might be proud of, the only thing in life I've ever asked him, and he refuses me. Am I wrong? Is the quarrel of my making? What do I seek but his good, for which I've been toiling like a convict ever since he was born? Nobody can say there is anything selfish in me. Let him come back. I say, here's my hand. I say, forget and forgive. As for marrying now, that's out of the question. Let him and Miss S. make it up, and make out the marriage afterwards, when he comes back a colonel. For he shall be a colonel. By God, he shall, if money can do it. I'm glad you've brought him round. I know it's you, Dobbin. You've took him out of many a scrape before. Let him come. I shan't be hard. Come along and dine in Russell Square to-day, both of you. The old shop, the old hour. You'll find a neck of venison, and no questions asked. This praise and confidence smote Dobbin's heart very keenly. Every moment the colloquy continued in this tone, he felt more and more guilty. "Sir," said he. "I fear you deceive yourself. I am sure you do. George is much too high-minded a man ever to marry for money. A threat on your part that you would disinherit him in case of disobedience would only be followed by resistance on his." "Why, hang it, man, you don't call offering him 8,000 or 10,000 a year threatening him?" Mr. Osborne said, with still provoking good humour. "Gad, if Miss S. will have me, I'm her man. I ain't particular about a shade or so of tawny." And the old gentleman gave his knowing grin and coarse laugh. "You forget, sir, previous engagements into which Captain Osborne had entered," the ambassador said gravely. "What engagements? What the devil do you mean?" "You don't mean," Mr. Osborne continued, gathering wrath and astonishment as the thought now first came upon him, "you don't mean that he's such a damned fool as to still be hankering after that swindling old bankrupt's daughter? You've not come here for to make me suppose that he wants to marry her?" "Marry her? That is a good one. My son and heir marry a beggar's girl out of a gutter. Damn him, if he does, let him buy a broom and sweep a crossing. She was always dangling and ogling after him, I recollect now, and I've no doubt she was put on by her old sharper of a father." "Mr. Sedley was your very good friend, sir," Dobbin interposed, almost pleased at finding himself growing angry. "Time was you called him better names than rogue and swindler. The match was of your making. George had no right to play fast and loose." "Fast and loose!" howled out old Osborne. "Fast and loose! Why, hang me! Those are the very words my gentleman used himself when he gave himself airs. Last Thursday was a fortnight, and talked about the British Army to his father who made him. What, it's you who have been setting of him up, is it? And my service to you, Captain. It's you who should want to introduce beggars into my family. Thank you for nothing, Captain. Marry her, indeed. He? Why should he? I warrant you she'd go to him fast enough without." "Sir," said Dobbin, starting up in undisguised anger, "no man shall abuse that lady in my hearing, and you least of all." "Oh, you're a-going to call me out, are you? Stop. Let me ring the bell for pistols for two. Mr. George sent you here to insult his father, did he?" Osborne said, pulling at the bell cord. "Mr. Osborne," said Dobbin, with a faltering voice, "it's you who are insulting the best creature in the world. You had best spare her, sir, for she's your son's wife." And with this, feeling that he could say no more, Dobbin went away, Osborne sinking back in his chair and looking wildly after him. A clerk came in, obedient to the bell, and the captain was scarcely out of the court where Mr. Osborne's offices were, when Mr. Chopper, the chief clerk, came rushing, hatless, after him. "For God's sake, what is it?" Mr. Chopper said, catching the captain by the skirt. "The governor's in a fit. What has Mr. George been doing?" "He married Miss Sedley 5 days ago," Dobbin replied. "I was his groomsman, Mr. Chopper, and you must stand his friend." The old clerk shook his head. "If that's your news, Captain, it's bad. The governor will never forgive him." Dobbin begged Chopper to report progress to him at the hotel where he was stopping, and walked off moodily westwards, greatly perturbed as to the past and the future. When the Russell Square family came to dinner that evening, they found the father of the house seated in his usual place, but with that air of gloom on his face which, whenever it appeared there, kept the whole circle silent. The ladies and Mr. Bullock, who dined with them, felt that the news had been communicated to Mr. Osborne. His dark looks affected Mr. Bullock so far as to render him still and quiet. but he was unusually bland and attentive to Miss Maria, by whom he sat, and to her sister presiding at the head of the table. Miss Wirt, by consequence, was alone on her side of the board, a gap being left between her and Miss Jane Osborne. Now this was George's place when he dined at home, and his cover, as we said, was laid for him in expectation of that truant's return. Nothing occurred during dinner-time, except smiling Mr. Frederick's flagging confidential whispers and the clinking of plate and china to interrupt the silence of the repast. The servants went about stealthily doing their duty. Mutes at funerals could not look more glum than the domestics of Mr. Osborne. The neck of venison, of which he had invited Dobbin to partake, was carved by him in perfect silence, but his own share went away almost untasted, though he drank much, and the butler assiduously filled his glass. At last, just at the end of the dinner, his eyes, which had been staring at everybody in turn, fixed themselves for a while upon the plate laid for George. He pointed to it presently with his left hand. His daughters looked at him and did not comprehend, or choose to comprehend, the signal, nor did the servants at first understand it. "Take that plate away," at last he said, getting up with an oath, and with this pushing his chair back, he walked into his own room. Behind Mr. Osborne's dining-room was the usual apartment which went in his house by the name of the study, and was sacred to the master of the house. Hither Mr. Osborne would retire of a Sunday forenoon, when not minded to go to church, and here pass the morning in his crimson leather chair, reading the paper. A couple of glazed bookcases were here, containing standard works in stout gilt bindings. The Annual Register, the Gentleman's Magazine, Blair's Sermons, and Hume and Smollett. From year's end to year's end he never took one of these volumes from the shelf, but there was no member of the family that would dare for his life to touch one of the books, except upon those rare Sunday evenings when there was no dinner party, and when the great scarlet Bible and Prayer book were taken out from the corner where they stood beside his copy of the Peerage, and the servants being rung up to the dining-parlour, Osborne read the evening service to his family in a loud, grating, pompous voice. No member of the household, child or domestic, ever entered that room without a certain terror. Here he checked the housekeeper's accounts and overhauled the butler's cellar-book. Hence he could command, across the clean gravel courtyard, the back entrance of the stables, with which one of his bells communicated, and into this yard the coachman issued from his premises as into a dock, and Osborne swore at him from the study window. 4 times a year Miss Wirt entered this apartment to get her salary, and his daughters to receive their quarterly allowance. George, as a boy, had been horsewhipped in this room many times, his mother sitting sick on the stair, listening to the cuts of the whip. The boy was scarcely ever known to cry under the punishment. The poor woman used to fondle and kiss him secretly, and give him money to soothe him when he came out. There was a picture of the family over the mantelpiece, removed thither from the front room after Mrs. Osborne's death. George was on a pony, the elder sister holding him up a bunch of flowers, the younger led by her mother's hand, all with red cheeks and large red mouths, simpering on each other in the approved family portrait manner. The mother lay underground now, long since forgotten. The sisters and brother had 100 different interests of their own, and, familiar still, were utterly estranged from each other. Some few score of years afterwards, when all the parties represented are grown old, what bitter satire there is in those flaunting, childish family portraits! with their farce of sentiment and smiling lies, and innocence so self-conscious and self-satisfied. Osborne's own state portrait, with that of his great silver inkstand and armchair, had taken the place of honour in the dining-room, vacated by the family piece. To this study old Osborne retired then, greatly to the relief of the small party whom he left. When the servants had withdrawn, they began to talk for a while, volubly but very low. Then they went upstairs quietly, Mr. Bullock accompanying them stealthily on his creaking shoes. He had no heart to sit alone drinking wine, and so close to the terrible old gentleman in the study hard at hand. An hour at least after dark, the butler, not having received any summons, ventured to tap at his door and take him in wax candles and tea. The master of the house sat in his chair, pretending to read the paper, and when the servant, placing the lights and refreshment on the table by him, retired, Mr. Osborne got up and locked the door after him. This time there was no mistaking the matter. All the household knew that some great catastrophe was going to happen, which was likely direly to affect Master George. In the large, shining, mahogany escritoire, Mr. Osborne had a drawer, especially devoted to his son's affairs and papers. Here he kept all the documents relating to him ever since he had been a boy. Here were his prize copybooks and drawing books, all bearing George's hand, and that of the master. Here were his first letters in large round hand, sending his love to papa and mamma, and conveying his petitions for a cake. His dear godpapa Sedley was more than once mentioned in them. Curses quivered on old Osborne's livid lips, and horrid hatred and disappointment writhed in his heart, as looking through some of these papers he came on that name. They were all marked and docketed and tied with red tape. It was, "From Georgy, requesting 5 shillings, April 23rd, 18. Answered April 25th." Or, "George about a pony, October 13, and so forth. In another packet were Dr. S.'s accounts, G.'s tailor's bills and outfits, drafts on me by G. Osborne, Junior, etc. His letters from the West Indies, his agent's letters, and the newspapers containing his commissions. Here was a whip he had when a boy, and in a paper a locket containing his hair, which his mother used to wear. Turning over one after another, and musing over these memorials, the unhappy man passed many hours. His dearest vanities, ambitious hopes, had all been here. What pride he had in his boy! He was the handsomest child ever seen. Everyone said he was like a nobleman's son. A royal princess had remarked him, and kissed him, and asked for his name in Kew Gardens. What city man could show such another? Could a prince have been better cared for? Anything that money could buy had been his son's. He used to go down on speech days with 4 horses and new liveries, and scatter new shillings among the boys at the school where George was. When he went with George to the depot of his regiment, before the boy embarked for Canada, he gave the officers such a dinner as the Duke of York might have sat down to. Had he ever refused a bill when George drew one? There they were, paid without a word. Many a general in the army couldn't ride the horses he had. He had the child before his eyes, on 100 different days when he remembered George after dinner, when he used to come in as bold as a lord and drink off his glass by his father's side at the head of the table. On the pony at Brighton, when he cleared the hedge and kept up with the huntsman. On the day when he was presented to the Prince Regent at the levee. when all St. James couldn't produce a finer young fellow. And this was the end of it all. To marry a bankrupt and fly in the face of duty and fortune. What humiliation and fury, what pangs of sickening rage, balked ambition and love, what wounds of outraged vanity, tenderness even, had this old worldling now to suffer under. Having examined these papers, and pondered over this one and the other, in that bitterest of all helpless woe with which miserable men think of happy past times, George's father took the whole of the documents out of the drawer in which he had kept them so long, and locked them into a writing box, which he tied and sealed with his seal. Then he opened the bookcase, and took down the great red Bible we have spoken of, a pompous book seldom looked at and shining all over with gold. There was a frontispiece to the volume, representing Abraham sacrificing Isaac. Here, according to custom, Osborne had recorded on the fly-leaf, and in his large clerk-like hand, the dates of his marriage and his wife's death, and the births and Christian names of his children. Jane came first, then George Sedley Osborne, then Maria Frances, and the days of the christening of each. Taking a pen, he carefully obliterated George's names from the page, and when the leaf was quite dry, restored the volume to the place from which he had moved it. Then he took a document out of another drawer, where his own private papers were kept, and having read it, crumpled it up and lighted it at one of the candles, and saw it burn entirely away in the grate. It was his will, which being burned, he sat down and wrote off a letter and rang for his servant, whom he charged to deliver it in the morning. It was morning already. As he went up to bed, the whole house was alight with the sunshine, and the birds were singing among the fresh green leaves in Russell Square. Anxious to keep all Mr. Osborne's family and dependents in good humour, and to make as many friends as possible for George in his hour of adversity, William Dobbin, who knew the effect which good dinners and good wines have upon the soul of man, wrote off immediately on his return to his inn the most hospitable of invitations to Thomas Chopper, Esquire, begging that gentleman to dine with him at the Slaughters next day. The note reached Mr. Chopper before he left the city, and the instant reply was that Mr. Chopper presents his respectful compliments, and will have the honour and pleasure of waiting on Captain D. The invitation and the rough draft of the answer were shown to Mrs. Chopper and her daughters on his return to Somers Town that evening, and they talked about military gents and West End men with great exultation as the family sat and partook of tea. When the girls had gone to rest, Mr. and Mrs. C. discoursed upon the strange events which were occurring in the governor's family. Never had the clerk seen his principal so moved. When he went into Mr. Osborne, after Captain Dobbin's departure, Mr. Chopper found his chief black in the face and all but in a fit. Some dreadful quarrel, he was certain, had occurred between Mr. O. and the young captain. Chopper had been instructed to make out an account of all sums paid to Captain Osborne within the last 3 years. "And a precious lot of money he's had too," the chief clerk said, and respected his old and young master the more for the liberal way in which the guineas had been flung about. The dispute was something about Miss Sedley. Mrs. Chopper vowed and declared she pitied that poor young lady to lose such an handsome young fellow as the captain. As the daughter of an unlucky speculator, who had paid a very shabby dividend, Mr. Chopper had no great regard for Miss Sedley. He respected the house of Osborne before all others in the city of London, and his hope and wish was that Captain George should marry a nobleman's daughter. The clerk slept a great deal sounder than his principal that night, and cuddling his children after breakfast, of which he partook with a very hearty appetite, though his modest cup of life was only sweetened with brown sugar, he set off in his best Sunday suit and frilled shirt for business, promising his admiring wife not to punish Captain D.'s port too severely that evening. Mr. Osborne's countenance when he arrived in the city at his usual time struck those dependents who were accustomed, for good reasons, to watch its expression, as peculiarly ghastly and worn. At 12 o'clock Mr. Higgs, of the firm of Higgs and Blatherwick, solicitors, Bedford Row, called by appointment, and was ushered into the governor's private room, and closeted there for more than an hour. At about 1, Mr. Chopper received a note brought by Captain Dobbin's man, and containing an enclosure for Mr. Osborne, which the clerk went in and delivered. A short time afterwards Mr. Chopper and Mr. Birch, the next clerk, were summoned and requested to witness a paper. "I've been making a new will," Mr. Osborne said, to which these gentlemen appended their names accordingly. No conversation passed. Mr. Higgs looked exceedingly grave as he came into the outer rooms, and very hard in Mr. Chopper's face, but there were not any explanations. It was remarked that Mr. Osborne was particularly quiet and gentle all day, to the surprise of those who had augured ill from his darkling demeanour. He called no man names that day, and was not heard to swear once. He left business early, and before going away, summoned his chief clerk once more, and having given him general instructions, asked him, after some seeming hesitation and reluctance to speak, if he knew whether Captain Dobbin was in town. Chopper said he believed he was. Indeed, both of them knew the fact perfectly. Osborne took a letter directed to that officer, and giving it to the clerk, requested the latter to deliver it into Dobbin's own hands immediately. "And now, Chopper," says he, taking his hat, and with a strange look, "my mind will be easy." Exactly as the clock struck 2, there was no doubt an appointment between the pair. Mr. Frederick Bullock called, and he and Mr. Osborne walked away together. The colonel of the th regiment, in which Messieurs Dobbin and Osborne had companies, was an old general who had made his first campaign under Wolfe at Quebec, and was long since quite too old and feeble for command. But he took some interest in the regiment of which he was the nominal head, and made certain of his young officers welcome at his table, a kind of hospitality which I believe is not now common amongst his brethren. Captain Dobbin was an especial favourite of this old general. Dobbin was versed in the literature of his profession, and could talk about the great Frederick and the Empress Queen and their wars almost as well as the general himself, who was indifferent to the triumphs of the present day, and whose heart was with the tacticians of 50 years back. This officer sent a summons to Dobbin to come and breakfast with him on the morning when Mr. Osborne altered his will, and Mr. Chopper put on his best shirt frill, and then informed his young favourite a couple of days in advance of that which they were all expecting, a marching order to go to Belgium. The order for the regiment to hold itself in readiness would leave the Horse Guards in a day or 2, and as transports were in plenty, they would get their route before the week was over. Recruits had come in during the stay of the regiment at Chatham, and the old general hoped that the regiment, which had helped to beat Montcalm in Canada and to rout Mr. Washington on Long Island, would prove itself worthy of its historical reputation on the oft-trodden battlegrounds of the Low Countries. "And so, my good friend, If you have any affair là," said the old gentleman, taking a pinch of snuff with his trembling white old hand, and then pointing to the spot of his robe de chambre under which his heart was still feebly beating. "If you have any Phyllis to console, or to bid farewell to papa and mamma, or any will to make, I recommend you to set about your business without delay." With which the General gave his young friend a finger to shake, and a good-natured nod of his powdered and pigtailed head, and the door being closed upon Dobbin, sat down to pen a poulet (he was exceedingly vain of his French) to Mademoiselle Amanede of His Majesty's Theatre. This news made Dobbin grave, and he thought of our friends at Brighton. And then he was ashamed of himself that Amelia was always the first thing in his thoughts, always, before anybody, before father and mother, sisters and duty, always at waking and sleeping indeed, and all day long. And returning to his hotel, he sent off a brief note to Mr. Osborne, acquainting him with the information which he had received, and which might tend farther, he hoped, to bring about a reconciliation with George. This note, dispatched by the same messenger who had carried the invitation to Chopper on the previous day, alarmed the worthy clerk not a little. It was enclosed to him, and as he opened the letter he trembled, lest the dinner should be put off on which he was calculating. His mind was inexpressibly relieved when he found that the envelope was only a reminder for himself. "I shall expect you at 5:30, Captain Dobbin wrote. He was very much interested about his employer's family, but que voulez-vous? A grand dinner was of more concern to him than the affairs of any other mortal. Dobbin was quite justified in repeating the General's information to any officers of the regiment whom he should see in the course of his peregrinations. Accordingly he imparted it to Ensign Stubble, whom he met at the agent's, and who, such was his military ardour, went off instantly to purchase a new sword at the accoutrement maker's. Here this young fellow, who, though only 17 years of age and about 65 inches high, with a constitution naturally rickety and much impaired by premature brandy and water, had an undoubted courage and a lion's heart, poised, tried, bent, and balanced a weapon, such as he thought would do execution amongst Frenchmen. Shouting, "Ha ha ha!" and stamping his little feet with tremendous energy, he delivered the point twice or thrice at Captain Dobbin, who parried the thrust laughingly with his bamboo walking-stick. Mr. Stubble, as may be supposed from his size and slenderness, was of the light bobs. Ensign Spooney, on the contrary, was a tall youth, and belonged to Captain Dobbin's, the Grenadier Company, and he tried on a new bearskin cap, under which he looked savage beyond his years. Then these two lads went off to the Slaughters, and having ordered a famous dinner, sat down and wrote off letters to the kind, anxious parents at home. Letters full of love, and heartiness, and pluck, and bad spelling. Ah, there were many anxious hearts beating through England at that time, and mothers' prayers and tears flowing in many homesteads. Seeing young Stubble engaged in composition at one of the coffee-room tables at the Slaughters, and the tears trickling down his nose onto the paper, for the youngster was thinking of his mamma, and that he might never see her again, Dobbin, who was going to write off a letter to George Osborne, relented, and locked up his desk. "Why should I?" he said. "Let her have this night happy. I'll go and see my parents early in the morning, and go down to Brighton myself to-morrow." So he went up and laid his big hand on young Stubble's shoulder, and backed up that young champion, and told him if he would leave off brandy and water he would be a good soldier, as he always was a gentlemanly, good-hearted fellow. Young Stubble's eyes brightened up at this, for Dobbin was greatly respected in the regiment as the best officer and the cleverest man in it. "Thank you, Dobbin," he said, rubbing his eyes with his knuckles. "I was just telling her I would. And oh, sir, she's so damn kind to me." The water pumps were at work again, and I am not sure that the soft-hearted captain's eyes did not also twinkle. The two ensigns, the captain, and Mr. Chopper dined together in the same box. Chopper brought the letter from Mr. Osborne, in which the latter briefly presented his compliments to Captain Dobbin, and requested him to forward the enclosed to Captain George Osborne. Chopper knew nothing further. He described Mr. Osborne's appearance, it is true, and his interview with his lawyer, wondered how the governor had sworn at nobody, and, especially as the wine circled round, abounded in speculations and conjectures. But these grew more vague with every glass, and at length became perfectly unintelligible. At a late hour, Captain Dobbin put his guest into a hackney coach, in a hiccuping state, and swearing that he would be the captain's friend for ever and ever. When Captain Dobbin took leave of Miss Osborne, we have said that he asked leave to come and pay her another visit, and the spinster expected him for some hours the next day, when perhaps, had he come, and had he asked her that question which she was prepared to answer, she would have declared herself as her brother's friend, and a reconciliation might have been effected between George and his angry father. But though she waited at home, the captain never came. He had his own affairs to pursue, his own parents to visit and console, and at an early hour of the day to take his place on the lightning coach and go down to his friends at Brighton. In the course of the day, Miss Osborne heard her father give orders that the meddling scoundrel, Captain Dobbin, should never be admitted within his doors again, and any hopes in which she may have indulged privately were thus abruptly brought to an end. Mr. Frederick Bullock came, and was particularly affectionate to Maria, and attentive to the broken-spirited old gentleman. For, though he said his mind would be easy, the means which he had taken to secure quiet did not seem to have succeeded as yet, and the events of the past 2 days had visibly shattered him. Chapter 25 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 25, in which all the principal personages think fit to leave Brighton. Conducted to the ladies at the Ship Inn, Dobbin assumed a jovial and rattling manner, which proved that this young officer was becoming a more consummate hypocrite every day of his life. He was trying to hide his own private feelings, first upon seeing Mrs. George Osborne in her new condition, and secondly to mask the apprehensions he entertained as to the effect which the dismal news brought down by him would certainly have upon her. "It is my opinion, George," he said, "that the French Emperor will be upon us, horse and foot, before 3 weeks are over, and will give the Duke such a dance as shall make the Peninsula appear mere child's play. But you need not say that to Mrs. Osborne, you know. There mayn't be any fighting on our side after all, and our business in Belgium may turn out to be a mere military occupation. Many persons think so, and Brussels is full of fine people and ladies of fashion. So it was agreed to represent the duty of the British Army in Belgium in this harmless light to Amelia. This plot being arranged, the hypocritical Dobbin saluted Mrs. George Osborne quite gaily, tried to pay her one or two compliments relative to her new position as a bride, which compliments, it must be confessed, were exceedingly clumsy and hung fire woefully, and then fell to talking about Brighton, and the sea air, and the gaieties of the place, and the beauties of the road, and the merits of the lightning coach and horses, all in a manner quite incomprehensible to Amelia, and very amusing to Rebecca, who was watching the captain, as indeed she watched everyone near whom she came. Little Amelia, it must be owned, had rather a mean opinion of her husband's friend, Captain Dobbin. He lisped, he was very plain and homely looking, and exceedingly awkward and ungainly. She liked him for his attachment to her husband, to be sure there was very little merit in that, and she thought George the most generous and kind in extending his friendship to his brother officer. George had mimicked Dobbin's lisp and queer manners many times to her, though to do him justice he always spoke most highly of his friend's good qualities. In her little day of triumph, and not knowing him intimately as yet, she made light of honest William, and he knew her opinions of him quite well, and acquiesced in them very humbly. A time came when she knew him better, and changed her notions regarding him, but that was distant as yet. As for Rebecca, Captain Dobbin had not been 2 hours in the ladies' company before she understood his secret perfectly. She did not like him, and feared him privately, nor was he very much prepossessed in her favour. He was so honest that her arts and cajoleries did not affect him, and he shrank from her with instinctive repulsion. And as she was by no means so far superior to her sex as to be above jealousy, she disliked him the more for his adoration of Amelia. Nevertheless, she was very respectful and cordial in her manner towards him. A friend to the Osbornes, a friend to her dearest benefactors. She vowed she should always love him sincerely. She remembered him quite well on the Vauxhall night, as she told Amelia archly, and she made a little fun of him when the two ladies went to dress for dinner. Rawdon Crawley paid scarcely any attention to Dobbin, looking upon him as a good-natured nincompoop and underbred city man. Jos patronised him with much dignity. When George and Dobbin were alone in the latter's room, to which George had followed him, Dobbin took from his desk the letter which he had been charged by Mr. Osborne to deliver to his son. "It's not in my father's handwriting," said George, looking rather alarmed. Nor was it. The letter was from Mr. Osborne's lawyer, and to the following effect: Bedford Row, May 7th, 1815. Sir, I am commissioned by Mr. Osborne to inform you that he abides by the determination which he before expressed to you, and that in consequence of the marriage which you have been pleased to contract, he ceases to consider you henceforth as a member of his family. This determination is final and irrevocable. Although the moneys expended upon you in your minority, and the bills which you have drawn upon him so unsparingly of late years, far exceed in amount the sum to which you are entitled in your own right, being the third part of the fortune of your mother, the late Mrs. Osborne, and which reverted to you at her decease, and to Miss Jane Osborne and Miss Maria Frances Osborne, yet I am instructed by Mr. Osborne to say that he waives all claim upon your estate, and that the sum of £2,000, 4% annuities, at the value of the day, being your 1/3 share of the sum of £6,000, shall be paid over to yourself or your agents upon your receipt for the same, by your obedient servant, S. Higgs. P.S. Mr. Osborne desires me to say, once for all, that he declines to receive any messages, letters, or communications from you on this or any other subject. "A pretty way you have managed the affair," said George, looking savagely at William Dobbin. "Look there, Dobbin," and he flung over to the latter his parents' letter. "A beggar, by Jove, and all in consequence of my damned sentimentality. Why couldn't we have waited? A ball might have done for me in the course of the war, and may still. And how will Emmy be bettered by being left a beggar's widow? It was all your doing. You were never easy until you'd got me married and ruined. What the deuce am I to do with £2,000? Such a sum won't last 2 years. I've lost 140 to Crawley at cards and billiards since I've been down here. A pretty manager of a man's matters you are, forsooth." "There's no denying that the position is a hard one," Dobbin replied, after reading over the letter with a blank countenance. "And as you say, it is partly of my making. There are some men who wouldn't mind changing with you," he added with a bitter smile. "How many captains in the regiment have £2,000 to the fore, think you? You must live on your pay till your father relents, and if you die, you leave your wife 100 a year." "Do you suppose a man of my habits can live on his pay and 100 a year?" George cried out in great anger. "You must be a fool to talk so, Dobbin. How the deuce am I to keep up my position in the world upon such a pitiful pittance? I can't change my habits. I must have my comforts. I wasn't brought up on porridge like MacWhirter, or on potatoes like old O'Dowd. Do you expect my wife to take in soldiers' washing, or ride after the regiment in a baggage waggon?" "Well, well," said Dobbin, still good-naturedly, "we'll get her a better conveyance. But try and remember that you're only a dethroned prince now, George, my boy, and be quiet whilst the tempest lasts. It won't be for long. Let your name be mentioned in the Gazette, and I'll engage the old father relents towards you." "Mentioned in the Gazette?" George answered. "And in what part of it? Among the killed and wounded returns, and at the top of the list, very likely." "Psha! It'll be time enough to cry out when we are hurt," Dobbin said. "And if anything happens, you know, George, I have got a little, and I'm not a marrying man, and I shall not forget my godson in my will," he added with a smile. Whereupon the dispute ended, as many scores of such conversations between Osborne and his friend had concluded previously, by the former declaring there was no possibility of being angry with Dobbin long, and forgiving him very generously, after abusing him without cause. "I say, Becky," cried Rawdon Crawley out of his dressing-room to his lady, who was attiring herself for dinner in her own chamber. "What?" said Becky's shrill voice. She was looking over her shoulder in the glass. She had put on the neatest and freshest white frock imaginable, and with bare shoulders and a little necklace and a light blue sash, she looked the image of youthful innocence and girlish happiness. "I say, what'll Mrs. O. do when O. goes out with the regiment?" Crawley said, coming into the room, performing a duet on his head with 2 huge hairbrushes, and looking out from under his hair with admiration on his pretty little wife. "I suppose she'll cry her eyes out," Becky answered. "She has been whimpering 6 times at the very notion of it already to me." "You don't care, I suppose?" Rawdon said, half angry at his wife's want of feeling. "You wretch, don't you know that I intend to go with you?" Becky replied. "Besides, you're different. You go as General Tufto's aide-de-camp. We don't belong in the line, Mrs. Crawley said, throwing up her head with an air that so enchanted her husband that he stooped down and kissed it. Rawdon, dear, don't you think you'd better get that money from Cupid before he goes? Becky continued, fixing on a killing bow. She called George Osborne Cupid. She had flattered him about his good looks a score of times already. She watched over him kindly at Ecarte of a night, when he would drop into Rawdon's quarters for a half-hour before bedtime. She had often called him a horrid, dissipated wretch, and threatened to tell Emmy of his wicked ways and naughty, extravagant habits. She brought his cigar and lighted it for him. She knew the effect of that manoeuvre, having practised it in former days upon Rawdon Crawley. He thought her gay, brisk, arch, distinguée, delightful. In their little drives and dinners Becky, of course, quite outshone poor Emmy, who remained very mute and timid while Mrs. Crawley and her husband rattled away together, and Captain Crawley and Jos, after he joined the young married people, gobbled in silence. Emmy's mind somehow misgave her about her friend. Rebecca's wit, spirits, and accomplishments troubled her with rueful disquiet. They were only a week married, and here was George already suffering ennui and eager for others' society. She trembled for the future. How shall I be a companion for him, she thought, so clever and so brilliant, and I such a humble, foolish creature? How noble it was of him to marry me, to give up everything and stoop down to me. I ought to have refused him, only I had not the heart. I ought to have stopped at home and taken care of poor papa. And her neglect of her parents, and indeed there was some foundation for this charge which the poor child's uneasy conscience brought against her, was now remembered for the first time, and caused her to blush with humiliation. Oh, thought she, I have been very wicked and selfish in forgetting them in their sorrows, selfish in forcing George to marry me. I know I'm not worthy of him. I know he would have been happy without me, and yet I tried to give him up. It is hard when, before 7 days of marriage are over, such thoughts and confessions as these force themselves on a little bride's mind. But so it was, and the night before Dobbin came to join these young people, on a fine, brilliant moonlight night of May, so warm and balmy that the windows were flung open to the balcony, from which George and Mrs. Crawley were gazing upon the calm ocean spread shining before them, while Rawdon and Jos were engaged at backgammon within. Amelia couched in a great chair quite neglected, and watched both these parties, feeling a despair and remorse such as were bitter companions for that tender, lonely soul. Scarce a week was past, and it was come to this. The future, had she regarded it, offered a dismal prospect. But Emmy was too shy, so to speak, to look to that, and embark alone on that wide sea, and unfit to navigate it without a guide and protector. I know Miss Smith has a mean opinion of her, but how many, my dear madam, are endowed with your prodigious strength of mind? Gad, what a fine night, and how bright the moon is, George said with a puff of his cigar, which went soaring up skywards. How delicious they smell in the open air. I adore them. Who'd think the moon was 236,847 miles off? Becky added, gazing at that orb with a smile. Isn't it clever of me to remember that? Pooh, We learnt it all at Miss Pinkerton's. How calm the sea is, and how clear everything. I declare I can almost see the coast of France." And her bright green eyes streamed out and shot into the night as if they could see through it. "Do you know what I intend to do one morning?" she said. "I find I can swim beautifully, and some day, when my Aunt Crawley's companion, old Briggs, you remember her, that hook-nosed woman with the long wisps of hair, when Briggs goes out to bathe, I intend to dive under her awning and insist on a reconciliation in the water. Isn't that a stratagem?" George burst out laughing at the idea of this aquatic meeting. "What's the row there, you two?" Rawdon shouted out, rattling the box. Amelia was making a fool of herself in an absurd, hysterical manner, and retired to her own room to whimper in private. Our history is destined in this chapter to go backwards and forwards in a very irresolute manner, seemingly, and having conducted our story to tomorrow presently, we shall immediately again have occasion to step back to yesterday, so that the whole of the tale may get a hearing. As you behold at Her Majesty's drawing-room the ambassadors' and high dignitaries' carriages whisk off from a private door, while Captain Jones's ladies are waiting for their fly, as you see in the Secretary of the Treasury's antechamber a half-dozen of petitioners waiting patiently for their audience and called out one by one, when suddenly an Irish member or some eminent personage enters the apartment and instantly walks into Mr. Under-Secretary over the heads of all the people present, so in the conduct of a tale the romancer is obliged to exercise this most partial sort of justice. Although all the little incidents must be heard, yet they must be put off when the great events make their appearance, and surely such a circumstance as that which brought Dobbin to Brighton, viz., the ordering out of the Guards and the line to Belgium, and the mustering of the allied armies in that country, under the command of His Grace the Duke of Wellington, such a dignified circumstance as that, I say, was entitled to the pass over all the minor occurrences whereof this history is composed mainly, and hence a little trifling disarrangement and disorder was excusable and becoming. We have only now advanced in time so far beyond chapter 22 as to have got our various characters up into their dressing-rooms before the dinner, which took place as usual on the day of Dobbin's arrival. George was too humane or too much occupied with the tie of his neckcloth to convey at once all the news to Amelia, which his comrade had brought with him from London. He came into her room, however, holding the attorney's letter in his hand, and with so solemn and important an air that his wife, always ingeniously on the watch for calamity, thought the worst was about to befall, and running up to her husband, besought her dearest George to tell her everything. He was ordered abroad. There would be a battle next week. She knew there would. Dearest George parried the question about foreign service, and with a melancholy shake of the head said, "No, Emmy, it isn't that. It's not myself I care about, it's you. I have had bad news from my father. He refuses any communication with me. He has flung us off and leaves us to poverty. I can rough it well enough, but you, my dear, how will you bear it? Read here." And he handed her over the letter. Amelia, with a look of tender alarm in her eyes, listened to her noble hero as he uttered the above generous sentiments, and sitting down on the bed, read the letter which George gave her with such a pompous, martyr-like air. Her face cleared up as she read the document, however. The idea of sharing poverty and privation in company with the beloved object is, as we have before said, far from being disagreeable to a warm-hearted woman. The notion was actually pleasant to little Amelia. Then, as usual, she was ashamed of herself for feeling happy at such an indecorous moment, and checked her pleasure, saying demurely, "Oh, George, how your poor heart must bleed at the idea of being separated from your papa." "It does," said George, with an agonised countenance. "But he can't be angry with you long," she continued. "Nobody could, I'm sure. He must forgive you, my dearest, kindest husband. Oh, I shall never forgive myself if he does not." "What vexes me, my poor Emmy, is not my misfortune, but yours," George said. "I don't care for a little poverty, and I think, without vanity, I've talents enough to make my own way." "That you have," interposed his wife, who thought that war should cease and her husband should be made a general instantly. "Yes, I shall make my way as well as another," Osborne went on. "But you, my dear girl, how can I bear your being deprived of the comforts and station in society which my wife had a right to expect? My dearest girl in barracks, the wife of a soldier in a marching regiment, subject to all sorts of annoyance and privation. It makes me miserable." Emmy, quite at ease, as this was her husband's only cause of disquiet, took his hand, and with a radiant face and smile, began to warble that stanza from the favourite song of Wapping Oldstairs, in which the heroine, after rebuking her Tom for inattention, promises his trousers to mend and his grog too to make, if he will be constant and kind and not forsake her. "Besides," she said, after a pause, during which she looked as pretty and happy as any young woman need, "isn't £2,000 an immense deal of money, George?" George laughed at her naivete, and finally they went down to dinner, Amelia clinging to George's arm, still warbling the tune of Wapping Oldstairs, and more pleased and light of mind than she had been for some days past. Thus the repast, which at length came off, instead of being dismal, was an exceedingly brisk and merry one. The excitement of the campaign counteracted in George's mind the depression occasioned by the disinheriting letter. Dobbin still kept up his character of rattle. He amused the company with accounts of the army in Belgium, where nothing but fetes and gaiety and fashion were going on. Then, having a particular end in view, this dexterous captain proceeded to describe Mrs. Major O'Dowd, packing her own and her Major's wardrobe, and how his best epaulettes had been stowed into a tea canister, while her own famous yellow turban, with the bird of paradise wrapped in brown paper, was locked up in the Major's tin cocked hat case, and wondered what effect it would have at the French King's Court at Ghent, or the great military balls at Brussels. "Ghent! Brussels!" cried out Amelia, with a sudden shock and start. "Is the regiment ordered away, George? Is it ordered away?" A look of terror came over the sweet smiling face, and she clung to George as by an instinct. "Don't be afraid, dear," he said good-naturedly. "It is but a 12 hours' passage. It won't hurt you. You shall go too, Emmy." "I intend to go," said Becky. "I'm on the staff. General Tufto is a great flirt of mine, isn't he, Rawdon?" Rawdon laughed out with his usual roar. William Dobbin flushed up quite red. "She can't go," he said. "Think of the danger," he was going to add, but had not all his conversation during dinner time tended to prove there was none? He became very confused and silent. "I must and will go," Amelia cried with the greatest spirit, and George, applauding her resolution, patted her under the chin, and asked all the persons present if they ever saw such a termagant of a wife, and agreed that the lady should bear him company. "We'll have Mrs. O'Dowd to chaperone you," he said. What cared she so long as her husband was near her? Thus somehow the bitterness of a parting was juggled away. Though war and danger were in store, war and danger might not befall for months to come. There was a respite at any rate, which made the timid little Amelia almost as happy as a full reprieve would have done, and which even Dobbin owned in his heart was very welcome. For to be permitted to see her was now the greatest privilege and hope of his life, and he thought with himself secretly how he would watch and protect her. "I wouldn't have let her go if I had been married to her," he thought. But George was the master, and his friend did not think fit to remonstrate. Putting her arm around her friend's waist, Rebecca at length carried Amelia off from the dinner table, where so much business of importance had been discussed, and left the gentleman in a highly exhilarated state, drinking and talking very gaily. In the course of the evening, Rawdon got a little family note from his wife, which, although he crumpled it up and burnt it instantly in the candle, we had the good luck to read over Rebecca's shoulder. "Great news," she wrote. "Mrs. Bute is gone. Get the money from Cupid to-night, as he'll be off to-morrow most likely. Mind this, R." So when the little company was about adjourning to coffee in the women's apartment, Rawdon touched Osborne on the elbow and said gracefully, "I say, Osborne, my boy, if it's quite convenient, I'll trouble you for that here small trifle." It was not quite convenient, but nevertheless George gave him a considerable present instalment in bank notes from his pocket book, and a bill on his agents at a week's date for the remaining sum. This matter arranged, George and Jos and Dobbin held a council of war over their cigars, and agreed that a general move should be made for London in Jos's open carriage the next day. Jos, I think, would have preferred staying until Rawdon Crawley quitted Brighton, but Dobbin and George overruled him, and he agreed to carry the party to town, and ordered 4 horses, as became his dignity. With these they set off in state after breakfast the next day. Amelia had risen very early in the morning, and packed her little trunks with the greatest alacrity, while Osborne lay in bed, deploring that she had not a maid to help her. She was only too glad, however, to perform this office for herself. A dim, uneasy sentiment about Rebecca filled her mind already, and although they kissed each other most tenderly at parting, yet we know what jealousy is, and Mrs. Amelia possessed that among other virtues of her sex. Besides these characters who are coming and going away, we must remember that there were some other old friends of ours at Brighton. Miss Crawley, namely, and the suite in attendance upon her. Now, although Rebecca and her husband were but at a few stones' throw of the lodgings which the invalid Miss Crawley occupied, the old lady's door remained as pitilessly closed to them as it had been heretofore in London. As long as she remained by the side of her sister-in-law, Mrs. Bute Crawley took care that her beloved Matilda should not be agitated by a meeting with her nephew. When the spinster took her drive, the faithful Mrs. Bute sat beside her in the carriage. When Miss Crawley took the air in a chair, Mrs. Bute marched on one side of the vehicle, whilst honest Briggs occupied the other wing. And if they met Rawdon and his wife by chance, although the former constantly and obsequiously took off his hat, the Miss Crawley party passed him by with such a frigid and killing indifference that Rawdon began to despair. "We might as well be in London as here," Captain Rawdon often said with a downcast air. "A comfortable inn in Brighton is better than a sponging house in Chancery Lane," his wife answered, who was of a more cheerful temperament. "Think of those 2 aides-de-camp of Mr. Moses, the sheriff's officer, who watched our lodging for a week. Our friends here are very stupid, but Mr. Joss and Captain Cupid are better companions than Mr. Moses's men, Rawdon, my love." "I wonder the writs haven't followed me down here," Rawdon continued, still desponding. "When they do, we'll find means to give them the slip," said dauntless little Becky, and further pointed out to her husband the great comfort and advantage of meeting Jos and Osborne, whose acquaintance had brought to Rawdon Crawley a most timely little supply of ready money. "It'll hardly be enough to pay the inn bill," grumbled the guardsman. "Why need we pay it?" said the lady, who had an answer for everything. Through Rawdon's valet, who still kept up a trifling acquaintance with the male inhabitants of Miss Crawley's servants' hall, and was instructed to treat the coachman to a drink whenever they met, old Miss Crawley's movements were pretty well known by our young couple, and Rebecca luckily bethought herself of being unwell, and of calling in the same apothecary who was in attendance upon the spinster, so that the information was on the whole tolerably complete. Nor was Miss Briggs, although forced to adopt a hostile attitude, secretly inimical to Rawdon and his wife. She was naturally of a kindly and forgiving disposition. Now that the cause of jealousy was removed, her dislike for Rebecca disappeared also, and she remembered the latter's invariable good words and good humour. And indeed she and Miss Firkin, the lady's maid, and the whole of Miss Crawley's household groaned under the tyranny of the triumphant Mrs. Bute. As often will be the case, that good but imperious woman pushed her advantages too far and her successes quite unmercifully. She had in the course of a few weeks brought the invalid to such a state of helpless docility that the poor soul yielded herself entirely to her sister's orders, and did not even dare to complain of her slavery to Briggs or Firkin. Mrs. Bute measured out the glasses of wine which Miss Crawley was daily allowed to take with irresistible accuracy, greatly to the annoyance of Firkin and the butler, who found themselves deprived of control over even the sherry bottle. She apportioned the sweetbreads, jellies, chickens, their quantity and order. Night and noon and morning she brought the abominable drinks ordained by the doctor, and made her patients swallow them with so affecting an obedience that Firkin said, "My poor missus do take her physic like a lamb." She prescribed the drive in the carriage or the ride in the chair, and in a word ground down the old lady in her convalescence in such a way as only belongs to your proper managing, motherly, moral woman. If ever the patient faintly resisted and pleaded for a little bit more dinner or a little drop less medicine, the nurse threatened her with instantaneous death, when Miss Crawley instantly gave in. "She's no spirit left in her," Firkin remarked to Briggs. "She ain't have called me a fool these 3 weeks." Finally Mrs. Bute had made up her mind to dismiss the aforesaid honest lady's maid, Mr. Bowles, the large confidential man, and Briggs herself, and to send for her daughters from the Rectory, previous to removing the dear invalid bodily to Queen's Crawley, when an odious accident happened which called her away from duties so pleasing. The Reverend Bute Crawley, her husband, riding home one night, fell with his horse and broke his collarbone. Fever and inflammatory symptoms set in, and Mrs. Bute was forced to leave Sussex for Hampshire. As soon as ever Bute was restored, she promised to return to her dearest friend, and departed, leaving the strongest injunctions with the household regarding their behaviour to their mistress. And as soon as she got into the Southampton coach, there was such a jubilee and sense of relief in all Miss Crawley's house, as the company of persons assembled there had not experienced for many a week before. That very day Miss Crawley left off her afternoon dose of medicine. That afternoon Bowles opened an independent bottle of sherry for himself and Mrs. Firkin. That night Miss Crawley and Miss Briggs indulged in a game of piquet instead of one of Porteus's sermons. It was as in the old nursery story, when the stick forgot to beat the dog, and the whole course of events underwent a peaceful and happy revolution. At a very early hour in the morning, twice or thrice a week, Miss Briggs used to betake herself to a bathing machine, and disport in the water in a flannel gown and an oilskin cap. Rebecca, as we have seen, was aware of this circumstance, and though she did not attempt to storm Briggs as she had threatened, and actually dive into that lady's presence and surprise her under the sacredness of the awning, Mrs. Rawdon determined to attack Briggs as she came away from her bath, refreshed and invigorated by her dip, and likely to be in a good humour. So getting up very early the next morning, Becky brought the telescope into their sitting-room, which faced the sea, to bear upon the bathing machines on the beach, saw Briggs arrive, enter her box and put out to sea, and was on the shore, just as the nymph of whom she came in quest stepped out of the little caravan onto the shingles. It was a pretty picture, the beach, the bathing women's faces, the long line of rocks and building were blushing and bright in the sunshine. Rebecca wore a kind, tender smile on her face, and was holding out her pretty white hand as Briggs emerged from the box. What could Briggs do but accept the salutation? Mrs. Crawley," she said. Mrs. Crawley seized her hand, pressed it to her heart, and with a sudden impulse, flinging her arms around Briggs, kissed her affectionately. "Dear, dear friend," she said, with a touch of such natural feeling that Miss Briggs of course at once began to melt, and even the bathing woman was mollified. Rebecca found no difficulty in engaging Briggs in a long, intimate, and delightful conversation. Everything that had passed since the morning of Becky's sudden departure from Miss Crawley's house in Park Lane, up to the present day, and Mrs. Bute's happy retreat, was discussed and described by Briggs. All Miss Crawley's symptoms and the particulars of her illness and medical treatment were narrated by the confidante with that fullness and accuracy which women delight in. About their complaints and their doctors, do ladies ever tire of talking to each other? Briggs did not on this occasion, nor did Rebecca weary of listening. She was thankful, truly thankful, that the dear kind Briggs, that the faithful, the invaluable Firkin, had been permitted to remain with their benefactress through her illness. Heaven bless her! Though she, Rebecca, had seemed to act undutifully towards Miss Crawley, yet was not her fault a natural and excusable one? Could she help giving her hand to a man who had won her heart? Briggs, the sentimental, could only turn up her eyes to heaven at this appeal, and heave a sympathetic sigh, and think that she, too, had given away her affections long years ago, and own that Rebecca was no very great criminal. Can I ever forget her, who so befriended the friendless orphan? No, though she has cast me off," the latter said, "I shall never cease to love her, and I would devote my life to her service. As my own benefactress, as my beloved Rawdon's adored relative, I love and admire Miss Crawley, dear Miss Briggs, beyond any woman in the world. And next to her, I love all those who are faithful to her. I would never have treated Miss Crawley's faithful friends as that odious, designing Mrs. Bute has done. Rawdon, who was all heart," Rebecca continued, "although his outward manners might seem rough and careless, has said 100 times, with tears in his eyes, that he blessed heaven for sending his dearest auntie two such admirable nurses as her attached Firkin and her admirable Miss Briggs. Should the machinations of the horrible Mrs. Bute end, as she too much feared they would, in banishing everybody that Miss Crawley loved from her side, and leaving that poor lady a victim to those harpies at the Rectory, Rebecca besought her, Miss Briggs, to remember that her own home, humble as it was always open to receive Briggs. Dear friend," she exclaimed, in a transport of enthusiasm, "some hearts can never forget benefits. All women are not Bute Crawleys." "Though why should I complain of her?" Rebecca added. "Though I have been her tool and the victim to her arts, do I not owe my dearest Rawdon to her?" And Rebecca unfolded to Briggs all Mrs. Bute's conduct at Queen's Crawley, which, though unintelligible to her then, was clearly enough explained by the events now that the attachment had sprung up which Mrs. Bute had encouraged by 1,000 artifices, now that 2 innocent people had fallen into the snares which she had laid for them, and loved and married and been ruined through her schemes. It was all very true. Briggs saw the stratagems as clearly as possible. Mrs. Bute had made the match between Rawdon and Rebecca. Yet, though the latter was a perfectly innocent victim, Miss Briggs could not disguise from her friend her fear that Miss Crawley's affections were hopelessly estranged from Rebecca, and that the old lady would never forgive her nephew for making so imprudent a marriage. On this point Rebecca had her own opinion, and still kept up a good heart. If Miss Crawley did not forgive them at present, she might at least relent on a future day. Even now there was only that puling, sickly Pitt Crawley between Rawdon and a baronetcy, and should anything happen to the former, all would be well. At all events, to have Mrs. Bute's designs exposed, and herself well abused, was a satisfaction, and might be advantageous to Rawdon's interest. And Rebecca, after an hour's chat with her recovered friend, left her with the most tender demonstrations of regard, and quite assured that the conversation they had had together would be reported to Miss Crawley before many hours were over. This interview ended, it became full time for Rebecca to return to her inn, where all the party of the previous day were assembled at a farewell breakfast. Rebecca took such tender leave of Amelia as became 2 women who loved each other as sisters, and having used her handkerchief plentifully, and hung on her friend's neck as if they were parting for ever, and waved the handkerchief, which was quite dry by the way, out of the window as the carriage drove off, she came back to the breakfast table and ate some prawns with a good deal of appetite, considering her emotion, and while she was munching these delicacies, explained to Rawdon what had occurred in her morning walk between herself and Briggs. Her hopes were very high. She made her husband share them. She generally succeeded in making her husband share all her opinions, whether melancholy or cheerful. "You will now, if you please, my dear, sit down at the writing-table and pen me a pretty little letter to Miss Crawley, in which you'll say that you are a good boy, and that sort of thing." So Rawdon sat down and wrote off "Brighton, Thursday," and "My dear aunt," with great rapidity. But there the gallant officer's imagination failed him. He mumbled the end of his pen, and looked up in his wife's face. She could not help laughing at his rueful countenance, and marching up and down the room, with her hands behind her, the little woman began to dictate a letter, which he took down. "Before quitting the country, and commencing a campaign, which very possibly may be fatal—" "What?" said Rawdon, rather surprised, but took the humour of the phrase, and presently wrote it down with a grin. "Which may very possibly be fatal, I have come hither—" "Why not say come here, Becky? Come here's a grammar," the dragoon interposed. "I have come hither," Rebecca insisted with a stamp of her foot, "to say farewell to my dearest and earliest friend. I beseech you, before I go, not perhaps to return, once more to let me press the hand from which I have received nothing but kindnesses all my life." "Kindnesses all my life," echoed Rawdon, scratching down the words, and quite amazed at his own facility of composition. "I ask nothing from you but that we should not part in anger. I have the pride of my family on some points, though not on all. I married a painter's daughter, and am not ashamed of the union." "No, run me through the body if I am," Rawdon ejaculated. "You old booby," Rebecca said, pinching his ear and looking over to see that he made no mistakes in spelling. "Beseech is not spelt with an A, and earliest is." So he altered these words, bowing to the superior knowledge of his little missus. "I thought that you were aware of the progress of my attachment," Rebecca continued. "I knew that Mrs. Bute Crawley confirmed and encouraged it, but I make no reproaches. I married a poor woman, and am content to abide by what I have done. Leave your property, dear aunt, as you will. I shall never complain of the way in which you dispose of it. I would have you believe that I love you for yourself, and not for money's sake. I want to be reconciled to you ere I leave England. Let me see you before I go. A few weeks or months hence it may be too late, and I cannot bear the notion of quitting the country without a kind word of farewell from you." "She won't recognise my style in that," said Becky. "I made the sentences short and brisk on purpose." And this authentic missive was dispatched under cover to Miss Briggs. Old Miss Crawley laughed when Briggs, with great mystery, handed her over this candid and simple statement. "We may read it now Mrs. Bute is away," she said. "Read it to me, Briggs." When Briggs had read the epistle out, her patroness laughed more. "Don't you see, you goose," she said to Briggs, who professed to be much touched by the honest affection which pervaded the composition. "Don't you see that Rawdon never wrote a word of it? He never wrote to me without asking for money in his life, and all his letters are full of bad spelling and dashes and bad grammar. It is that little serpent of a governess who rules him." They are all alike, Miss Crawley thought in her heart. They all want me dead, and are hankering for my money. "I don't mind seeing Rawdon," she added after a pause, and in a tone of perfect indifference. "I had just as soon shake hands with him as not. Provided there is no scene, why shouldn't we meet? I don't mind." But human patience has its limits, and mind, my dear, I respectfully decline to receive Mrs. Rawdon. I can't support that quite." And Miss Briggs was fain to be content with this half message of conciliation, and thought that the best method of bringing the old lady and her nephew together was to warn Rawdon to be in waiting on the cliff when Miss Crawley went out for her air in the chair. There they met. I don't know whether Miss Crawley had any private feeling of regard or emotion upon seeing her old favourite, but she held out a couple of fingers to him with as smiling and good-humoured an air as if they had met only the day before. And as for Rawdon, he turned as red as scarlet and wrung off Briggs's hand, so great was his rapture and his confusion at the meeting. Perhaps it was interest that moved him, or perhaps affection. Perhaps he was touched by the change which the illness of the last weeks had wrought in his aunt. "The old girl has always acted like a trump to me," he said to his wife as he narrated the interview, "and I felt, rather queer and that sort of thing. I walked by the side of the what-you-call-'em, and to her own door, where Bowles came to help her in. And I wanted to go in very much, only—" "You didn't go in, Rawdon," screamed his wife. "No, my dear. I'm hanged if I wasn't afraid when it came to the point." "You fool, you ought to have gone in and never come out again," Rebecca said. "Don't call me names," said the big guardsman sulkily. "Perhaps I was a fool, Becky, but you shouldn't say so." And he gave his wife a look, such as his countenance could wear when angered, and such as was not pleasant to face. "Well, dearest, tomorrow you must be on the lookout, and go and see her, mind, whether she asks you or no," Rebecca said, trying to soothe her angry yoke-mate. On which he replied he would do exactly as he liked, and would just thank her to keep a civil tongue in her head. And the wounded husband went away and passed the forenoon at the billiard-room, sulky, silent, and suspicious. But before the night was over, he was compelled to give in and own, as usual, to his wife's superior prudence and foresight, by the most melancholy confirmation of the presentiments which he had had regarding the consequences of the mistake which he had made. Miss Crawley must have had some emotion upon seeing him and shaking hands with him after so long a rupture. She mused upon the meeting a considerable time. "Rawdon is getting very fat and old, Briggs," she said to her companion. "His nose has become red, and he is exceedingly coarse in appearance. His marriage to that woman has hopelessly vulgarised him. Mrs. Bute always said they drank together, and I have no doubt they do." "Yes, he smelt of gin abominably. I remarked it, didn't you?" In vain Briggs interposed that Mrs. Bute spoke ill of everybody, and, as far as a person in her humble position could judge, was an artful, designing woman. Yes, so she is, and she does speak ill of everyone. But I am certain that woman has made Rawdon drink. All those low people do." "He was very much affected at seeing you, ma'am," the companion said, "and I am sure, when you remember that he is going to the field of danger—" "How much money has he promised you, Briggs?" the old spinster cried out, working herself into a nervous rage. "There now, of course you begin to cry. I hate scenes. Why am I always to be worried? Go and cry up in your own room, and send Firkin to me. No, stop. Sit down and blow your nose, and leave off crying, and write a letter to Captain Crawley." Poor Briggs went and placed herself obediently at the writing-book. Its leaves were blotted all over with relics of the firm, strong, rapid handwriting of the spinster's late amanuensis, Mrs. Bute Crawley. Begin, my dear sir, or dear sir, that will be better, and say you are desired by Miss Crawley, no, by Miss Crawley's medical man, by Mr. Creamer, to state that my health is such that all strong emotions would be dangerous in my present delicate condition, and that I must decline any family discussions or interviews whatever, and thank him for coming to Brighton, and so forth, and beg him not to stay any longer on my account. And, Miss Briggs, you may add that I wish him a bon voyage, and that if he will take the trouble to call upon my lawyer in Gray's Inn Square, he will find there a communication for him. Yes, that will do, and that will make him leave Brighton. The benevolent Briggs penned this sentence with the utmost satisfaction. To seize upon me the very day after Mrs. Bute was gone, the old lady prattled on. It was too indecent. Briggs, my dear, write to Mrs. Crawley and say she needn't come back. No, she needn't, and she shan't. And I won't be a slave in my own house, and I won't be starved and choked with poison. They all want to kill me. All. And with this the lonely old woman burst into a scream of hysterical tears. The last scene of her dismal Vanity Fair comedy was fast approaching. The tawdry lamps were going out one by one, and the dark curtain was almost ready to descend. That final paragraph, which referred Rawdon to Miss Crawley's solicitor in London, and which Briggs had written so good-naturedly, consoled the dragoon and his wife somewhat, after their first blank disappointment on reading the spinster's refusal of a reconciliation, and it effected the purpose for which the old lady had caused it to be written, by making Rawdon very eager to get to London. Out of Jos's losings and George Osborne's bank-notes he paid his bill at the inn, the landlord whereof does not probably know to this day how doubtfully his account once stood. For, as a general sends his baggage to the rear before an action, Rebecca had wisely packed up all their chief valuables and sent them off under care of George's servant, who went in charge of the trunks on the coach back to London. Rawdon and his wife returned by the same conveyance next day. "I should have liked to see the old girl before we went," Rawdon said. "She looks so cut up and altered that I'm sure she can't last long. I wonder what sort of a cheque I shall have at Wax's. 200. It can't be less than 200, eh, Becky?" In consequence of the repeated visits of the aides-de-camp of the Sheriff of Middlesex, Rawdon and his wife did not go back to their lodgings at Brompton, but put up at an inn. Early the next morning Rebecca had an opportunity of seeing them as she skirted that suburb on her road to old Mrs. Sedley's house at Fulham, whither she went to look for her dear Amelia and her Brighton friends. They were all off to Chatham, thence to Harwich to take shipping for Belgium with the regiment. Kind old Mrs. Sedley very much depressed and tearful, solitary. Returning from this visit, Rebecca found her husband, who had been off to Gray's Inn and learnt his fate. He came back furious. "By Jove, Becky," says he, "she only gave me £20." Though it told against themselves, the joke was too good, and Becky burst out laughing at Rawdon's discomfiture. Chapter 26 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 26. Between London and Chatham. On quitting Brighton, our friend George, as became a person of rank and fashion, travelling in a barouche with 4 horses, drove in state to a fine hotel in Cavendish Square, where a suite of splendid rooms and a table magnificently furnished with plate and surrounded by a half-dozen of black and silent waiters was ready to receive the young gentleman and his bride. George did the honours of the place with a princely air to Jos and Dobbin, and Amelia, for the first time, and with exceeding shyness and timidity, presided at what George called her own table. George pooh-poohed the wine and bullied the waiters royally, and Jos gobbled the turtle with immense satisfaction. Dobbin helped him to it, for the lady of the house before whom the tureen was placed was so ignorant of the contents that she was going to help Mr. Sedley without bestowing upon him either calipash or calipee. The splendour of the entertainment and the apartments in which it was given alarmed Mr. Dobbin, who remonstrated after dinner when Jos was asleep in the great chair. But in vain he cried out against the enormity of turtle and champagne that was fit for an archbishop. "I've always been accustomed to travel like a gentleman," George said, "and dammy, my wife shall travel like a lady. As long as there's a shot in the locker she shall want for nothing," said the generous fellow, quite pleased with himself for his magnificence of spirit. Nor did Dobbin try and convince him that Amelia's happiness was not centred in turtle soup. A while after dinner, Amelia timidly expressed a wish to go and see her mamma at Fulham, which permission George granted her with some grumbling, and she tripped away to her enormous bedroom, in the centre of which stood the enormous funereal bed that the Emperor Alexander's sister slept in when the Allied Sovereigns was here, and put on her little bonnet and shawl with the utmost eagerness and pleasure. George was still drinking claret when she returned to the dining-room, and made no signs of moving. "Aren't you coming with me, dearest?" she asked him. No, the dearest had business that night. His man should get her a coach and go with her. And the coach being at the door of the hotel, Amelia made George a little disappointed curtsey, after looking vainly into his face once or twice, and went sadly down the great staircase, Captain Dobbin after, who handed her into the vehicle and saw it drive away to its destination. The very valet was ashamed of mentioning the address to the hackney coachman before the hotel waiters, and promised to instruct him when they got farther on. Dobbin walked home to his old quarters and the Slaughters, thinking very likely that it would be delightful to be in that hackney coach along with Mrs. Osborne. George was evidently of quite a different taste, for when he had taken wine enough, he went off to half price at the play to see Mr. Kean perform in Shylock. Captain Osborne was a great lover of the drama, and had himself performed high comedy characters with great distinction in several garrison theatrical entertainments. Jos slept on until long after dark, when he woke up with a start at the motions of his servant, who was removing and emptying the decanters on the table. And the hackney coach stand was again put into requisition for a carriage to convey this stout hero to his lodgings and bed. Mrs. Sedley, you may be sure, clasped her daughter to her heart with all maternal eagerness and affection, running out of the door as the carriage drew up before the little garden gate to welcome the weeping, trembling young bride. Old Mr. Clapp, who was in his shirt-sleeves trimming the garden plot, shrank back alarmed. The Irish servant lass rushed up from the kitchen and smiled a God bless you. Amelia could hardly walk along the flags and up the steps to the parlour. How the floodgates were opened, and mother and daughter wept when they were together embracing each other in this sanctuary, may readily be imagined by every reader who possesses the least sentimental turn. When don't ladies weep? At what occasion of joy, sorrow, or other business of life? And after such an event as a marriage, mother and daughter were surely at liberty to give way to a sensibility which is as tender as it is refreshing. About a question of marriage, I have seen women who hate each other kiss and cry together quite fondly. How much more do they feel when they love? Good mothers are married over again at their daughters' weddings, and as for subsequent events, who does not know how ultra-maternal grandmothers are? In fact, a woman, until she is a grandmother, does not often really know what to be a mother is. Let us respect Amelia and her mamma, whispering and whimpering and laughing and crying in the parlour and the twilight. Old Mr. Sedley did. He had not divined who was in the carriage when it drove up. He had not flown out to meet his daughter, though he kissed her very warmly when she entered the room, where he was occupied, as usual, with his papers and tapes and statements of accounts. And after sitting with the mother and daughter for a short time, he very wisely left the little apartment in their possession. George's valet was looking on in a very supercilious manner at Mr. Clapp in his shirt-sleeves, watering his rose-bushes. He took off his hat, however, with much condescension to Mr. Sedley, who asked news about his son-in-law, and about Jos's carriage, and whether his horses had been down to Brighton, and about that infernal traitor Bonaparte and the war, until the Irish maidservant came with a plate and a bottle of wine, from which the old gentleman insisted upon helping the valet. He gave him a half-guinea too, which the servant pocketed with a mixture of wonder and contempt. "To the health of your master and mistress, Trotter," Mr. Sedley said, "and here's something to drink your health when you get home, Trotter." There were but 9 days past since Amelia had left that little cottage and home, and yet how far off the time seemed since she had bidden it farewell. What a gulf lay between her and that past life. She could look back to it from her present standing place, and contemplate almost as another being the young unmarried girl absorbed in her love, having no eyes but for one special object, receiving parental affection, if not ungratefully, at least indifferently, and as if it were her due, her whole heart and thoughts bent on the accomplishment of one desire. The review of those days, so lately gone yet so far away, touched her with shame, and the aspect of the kind parents filled her with tender remorse. Was the prize gained, the heaven of life, and the winner still doubtful and unsatisfied? As his hero and heroine pass the matrimonial barrier, the novelist generally drops the curtain as if the drama were over then, the doubts and struggles of life ended, as if, once landed in the marriage country, all were green and pleasant there, and wife and husband had nothing to do but to link each other's arms together and wander gently downwards towards old age in happy and perfect fruition. But our little Amelia was just on the bank of her new country, and was already looking anxiously back towards the sad, friendly figures waving farewell to her across the stream from the other distant shore. In honour of the young bride's arrival, her mother thought it necessary to prepare I don't know what festive entertainment, and after the first ebullition of talk, took leave of Mrs. George Osborne for a while, and dived down to the lower regions of the house to a sort of kitchen parlour, occupied by Mr. and Mrs. Clapp, and in the evening, when her dishes were washed and her curl papers removed, by Miss Flanagan, the Irish servant, there to take measures for the preparing of a magnificent ornamented tea. All people have their ways of expressing kindness, and it seemed to Mrs. Sedley that a muffin and a quantity of orange marmalade spread out in a little cut glass saucer would be peculiarly agreeable refreshments to Amelia in her most interesting situation. While these delicacies were being transacted below, Amelia, leaving the drawing-room, walked upstairs and found herself, she scarce knew how, in the little room which she had occupied before her marriage, and in that very chair in which she had passed so many bitter hours. She sank back in its arms as if it were an old friend, and fell to thinking over the past week and the life beyond it, already to be looking sadly and vaguely back, always to be pining for something which, when obtained, brought doubt and sadness rather than pleasure. Here was the lot of our poor little creature and harmless lost wanderer in the great struggling crowds of Vanity Fair. Here she sat, and recalled to herself fondly that image of George to which she had knelt before marriage. Did she own to herself how different the real man was from that superb young hero whom she had worshipped? It requires many, many years, and the man must be very bad indeed, before a woman's pride and vanity will let her own to such a confession. Then Rebecca's twinkling green eyes and baleful smile lighted upon her and filled her with dismay. And so she sat for a while, indulging in her usual mood of selfish brooding, in that very listless, melancholy attitude in which the honest maidservant had found her on the day when she brought up the letter in which George renewed his offer of marriage. She looked at the little white bed, which had been hers a few days before, and thought she would like to sleep in it that night, and wake, as formerly, with her mother smiling over her in the morning. Then she thought with terror of the great funereal damask pavilion in the vast and dingy state bedroom, which was awaiting her at the Grand Hotel in Cavendish Square. Dear little white bed! How many a long night had she wept on its pillow! How she had despaired and hoped to die there! And now were not all her wishes accomplished, and the lover of whom she had despaired her own for ever? Kind mother! How patiently and tenderly she had watched round that bed! She went and knelt down by the bedside, and there this wounded and timorous, but gentle and loving soul sought for consolation, where as yet, it must be owned, our little girl had but seldom looked for it. Love had been her faith hitherto, and the sad, bleeding, disappointed heart began to feel the want of another consoler. Have we a right to repeat or overhear her prayers? These, brother, are secrets, and out of the domain of Vanity Fair, in which our story lies. But this may be said, that when the tea was finally announced, our young lady came downstairs a great deal more cheerful, that she did not despond, or deplore her fate, or think about George's coldness or Rebecca's eyes, as she had been wont to do of late. She went downstairs and kissed her father and mother, and talked to the old gentleman, and made him more merry than he had been for many a day. She sat down at the piano which Dobbin had bought for her, and sang over all her father's favourite old songs. She pronounced the tea to be excellent, and praised the exquisite taste in which the marmalade was arranged in the saucers. And in determining to make everyone else happy, she found herself so, and was sound asleep in the great funereal pavilion, and only woke up with a smile when George arrived from the theatre. For the next day, George had more important business to transact than that which took him to see Mr. Kean in Shylock. Immediately on his arrival in London, he had written off to his father's solicitors, signifying his royal pleasure that an interview should take place between them on the morrow. His hotel bill, and losses at billiards and cards to Captain Crawley, had almost drained the young man's purse, which wanted replenishing before he set out on his travels, and he had no resource but to infringe upon the £2,000 which the attorneys were commissioned to pay over to him. He had a perfect belief in his own mind that his father would relent before very long. How could any parent be obdurate for a length of time against such a paragon as he was? If his mere past and personal merits did not succeed in mollifying his father, George determined that he would distinguish himself so prodigiously in the ensuing campaign that the old gentleman must give in to him. And if not, the world was before him. His luck might change at cards, and there was a deal of spending in £2,000. So he sent off Amelia once more in a carriage to her mamma, with strict orders and carte blanche to the two ladies to purchase everything requisite for a lady of Mrs. George Osborne's fashion, who was going on a foreign tour. They had but one day to complete the outfit, and it may be imagined that their business therefore occupied them pretty fully. In a carriage once more, bustling about from milliner to linen draper, escorted back to the carriage by obsequious shopmen or polite owners, Mrs. Sedley was herself again almost, and sincerely happy for the first time since their misfortunes. Nor was Mrs. Amelia at all above the pleasure of shopping, and bargaining, and seeing and buying pretty things. Would any man, the most philosophic, give twopence for a woman who was? She gave herself a little treat, obedient to her husband's orders, and purchased a quantity of ladies' gear, showing a great deal of taste and elegant discernment, as all the shop folks said. And about the war that was ensuing, Mrs. Osborne was not much alarmed. Bonaparte was to be crushed almost without a struggle. Margate packets were sailing every day, filled with men of fashion and ladies of note on their way to Brussels and Ghent. People were going not so much to a war as to a fashionable tour. The newspapers laughed the wretched upstart and swindler to scorn. Such a Corsican wretch as that withstand the armies of Europe and the genius of the immortal Wellington? Amelia held him in utter contempt, for it needs not to be said that this soft and gentle creature took her opinions from those people who surrounded her, such fidelity being much too humble-minded to think for itself. Well, in a word, she and her mother performed a great day's shopping, and she acquitted herself with considerable liveliness and credit on this, her first appearance in the genteel world of London. George, meanwhile, with his hat on one side, his elbows squared, and his swaggering martial air, made for Bedford Row, and stalked into the attorney's offices as if he was lord of every pale-faced clerk who was scribbling there. He ordered somebody to inform Mr. Higgs that Captain Osborne was waiting, in a fierce and patronising way, as if the pekin of an attorney, who had thrice his brains, 50 times his money, and 1,000 times his experience, was a wretched underling who should instantly leave all his business in life to attend on the captain's pleasure. He did not see the sneer of contempt which passed all round the room, from the first clerk to the articled gents, from the articled gents to the ragged writers and white-faced runners in clothes too tight for them, as he sat there tapping his boot with his cane, and thinking what a parcel of miserable poor devils these were. The miserable poor devils knew all about his affairs. They talked about them over their pints of beer at their public-house clubs to other clerks of a night. Ye gods, what do not attorneys and attorneys' clerks know in London? Nothing is hidden from their inquisition, and their families mutely rule our city. Perhaps George expected, when he entered Mr. Higgs's apartment, to find that gentleman commissioned to give him some message of compromise or conciliation from his father. Perhaps his haughty and cold demeanour was adopted as a sign of his spirit and resolution. But if so, his fierceness was met by a chilling coolness and indifference on the attorney's part that rendered swaggering absurd. He pretended to be writing at a paper when the captain entered. "Pray sit down, sir," said he, "and I will attend to your little affair in a moment. Mr. Poe, get the release papers, if you please." And then he fell to writing again. Poe having produced these papers, his chief calculated the amount of £2,000 stock at the rate of the day, and asked Captain Osborne whether he would take the sum in a cheque upon the bankers, or whether he should direct the latter to purchase stock to that amount. "One of the late Mrs. Osborne's trustees is out of town," he said indifferently, "but my client wishes to meet your wishes and have done with the business as quick as possible." "Give me a cheque, sir," said the captain very surlily. "Damn the shillings and halfpence, sir," he added, as the lawyer was making out the amount of the draft. And flattering himself that by this stroke of magnanimity he had put the old quiz to the blush, he stalked out of the office with the paper in his pocket. "That chap will be in gaol in 2 years," Mr. Higgs said to Mr. Poe. "Won't O come round, sir, don't you think?" "Won't the monument come round?" Mr. Higgs replied. "He's going it pretty fast," said the clerk. "He's only married a week, and I saw him and some other military chaps handing Mrs. Highflyer to her carriage after the play." And then another case was called, and Mr. George Osborne thenceforth dismissed from these worthy gentlemen's memory. The draft was upon our friends Hulker and Bullock of Lombard Street, to whose house, still thinking he was doing business, George bent his way, and from whom he received his money. Frederick Bullock, Esquire, whose yellow face was over a ledger, at which sat a demure clerk, happened to be in the banking room when George entered. His yellow face turned to a more deadly colour when he saw the captain, and he slunk back guiltily into the inmost parlour. George was too busy gloating over the money, for he had never had such a sum before, to mark the countenance or flight of the cadaverous suitor of his sister. Fred Bullock told old Osborne of his son's appearance and conduct. "He came in bold as brass," said Frederick. "He has drawn out every shilling. How long will a few £100 last such a chap as that?" Osborne swore with a great oath that he little cared when or how soon he spent it. Fred dined every day in Russell Square now. But altogether George was highly pleased with his day's business. All his own baggage and outfit was put into a state of speedy preparation, and he paid Amelia's purchases with cheques on Chapter 27 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 27, in which Amelia joins her regiment. When Jos's fine carriage drove up to the inn door at Chatham, the first face which Amelia recognised was the friendly countenance of Captain Dobbin, who had been pacing the street for an hour past in expectation of his friend's arrival. The captain, with shells on his frock-coat, and a crimson sash and sabre, presented a military appearance, which made Jos quite proud to be able to claim such an acquaintance, and the stout civilian hailed him with a cordiality very different from the reception which Jos vouchsafed to his friend in Brighton and Bond Street. Along with the captain was Ensign Stubble, who, as the barouche neared the inn, burst out with an exclamation of "By Jove, what a pretty girl!" highly applauding Osborne's choice. Indeed, Amelia, dressed in her wedding pelisse and pink ribbons, with a flush in her face, occasioned by rapid travel through the open air, looked so fresh and pretty as fully to justify the ensign's compliment. Dobbin liked him for making it. As he stepped forward to help the lady out of the carriage, Stubble saw what a pretty little hand she gave him, and what a sweet, pretty little foot came tripping down the step. He blushed profusely, and made the very best bow of which he was capable, to which Amelia, seeing the number of the regiment embroidered on the ensign's cap, replied with a blushing smile and a curtsy on her part, which finished the young ensign on the spot. Dobbin took most kindly to Mr. Stubble from that day, and encouraged him to talk about Amelia in their private walks and at each other's quarters. It became the fashion, indeed, among all the honest young fellows of the nth to adore and admire Mrs. Osborne. Her simple artless behaviour and modest kindness of demeanour won all their unsophisticated hearts, all which simplicity and sweetness are quite impossible to describe in print. But who has not beheld these among women, and recognised the presence of all sorts of qualities in them, even though they say no more to you than that they are engaged to dance the next quadrille, or that it is very hot weather? George, always the champion of his regiment, rose immensely in the opinion of the youth of the corps by his gallantry in marrying this portionless young creature, and by his choice of such a pretty, kind partner. In the sitting-room which was awaiting the travellers, Amelia, to her surprise, found a letter addressed to Mrs. Captain Osborne. It was a triangular billet on pink paper, and sealed with a dove and an olive branch, and a profusion of light blue sealing wax, and it was written in a very large, though undecided, female hand. "It's Peggy O'Dowd's fist," said George, laughing. "I know it by the kisses on the seal." And in fact it was a note from Mrs. Major O'Dowd, requesting the pleasure of Mrs. Osborne's company that very evening to a small friendly party. "You must go," George said. "You will make acquaintance with the regiment there. O'Dowd goes in command of the regiment, and Peggy goes in command." But they had not been for many minutes in the enjoyment of Mrs. O'Dowd's letter, when the door was flung open, and a stout, jolly lady in a riding habit, followed by a couple of officers of ours, entered the room. "Sure, I couldn't stop till tea time. Present me, George, my dear fellow, to your lady. Madam, I'm delighted to see ye, and to present to ye my husband, Major O'Dowd." And with this the jolly lady in the riding habit grasped Amelia's hand very warmly, and the latter knew at once that the lady was before her whom her husband had so often laughed at. "You've often heard of me from that husband of yours," said the lady with great vivacity. "You've often heard of her," echoed her husband, the Major. Amelia answered, smiling, that she had. "And small good he's told ye of me," Mrs. O'Dowd replied, adding that George was a wicked divil. "That I'll go bail for," said the Major, trying to look knowing, at which George laughed, and Mrs. O'Dowd, with a tap of her whip, told the Major to be quiet, and then requested to be presented in form to Mrs. Captain Osborne. "This, my dear," said George with great gravity, is my very good, kind, and excellent friend Aurelia Margaretta, otherwise called Peggy." "Faith, you're right," interposed the Major. "Otherwise called Peggy, lady of Major Michael O'Dowd of our regiment, and daughter of Fitzgerald Beresford de Burgo Maloney of Glenmalony, County Kildare." "And Morion Square, Dublin," said the lady with calm superiority. "And Morion Square, sure enough," the Major whispered. "'Twas there you courted me, Major dear," the lady said. And the Major assented to this as to every other proposition which was made generally in company. Major O'Dowd, who had served his sovereign in every quarter of the world, and had paid for every step in his profession by some more than equivalent act of daring and gallantry, was the most modest, silent, sheep-faced, and meek of little men, and as obedient to his wife as if he had been her tay-boy. At the mess table he sat silently and drank a good deal. When full of liquor, he reeled silently home. When he spoke, it was to agree with everybody on every conceivable point, and he passed through life in perfect ease and good humour. The hottest suns of India never heated his temper, and the Walcheren ague never shook it. He walked up to a battery with just as much indifference as to a dinner table, had dined on horse flesh and turtle with equal relish and appetite, and had an old mother, Mrs. O'Dowd of O'Dowdstown indeed, whom he had never disobeyed but when he ran away and enlisted, and when he persisted in marrying that odious Peggy Maloney. Peggy was one of 5 sisters, and 11 children of the noble house of Glenmalony, but her husband, though her own cousin, was of the mother's side, and so had not the inestimable advantage of being allied to the Maloneys, whom she believed to be the most famous family in the world. Having tried 9 seasons at Dublin and 2 at Bath and Cheltenham, and not finding a partner for life, Miss Maloney ordered her cousin Mick to marry her when she was about 33 years of age, and the honest fellow obeying, carried her off to the West Indies, to preside over the ladies of the th regiment into which he had just exchanged. Before Mrs. O'Dowd was half an hour in Amelia's, or indeed in anybody else's company, this amiable lady told all her birth and pedigree to her new friend. "My dear," said she good-naturedly, "it was my intention that George should be a brother of my own, and my sister Glorvina would have suited him entirely. But as bygones are bygones, and he was engaged to yourself, why I'm determined to take you as a sister instead, and to look upon you as such, and to love you as one of the family. Faith, you've got such a nice good-natured face and way with you, that I'm sure we'll agree, and that you'll be an addition to our family anyway." "'Deed and she will," said O'Dowd with an approving air, and Amelia felt herself not a little amused and grateful to be thus suddenly introduced to so large a party of relations. "We're all good fellows here," the Major's lady continued. "There's not a regiment in the service where you'll find a more united society nor a more agreeable mess room. There's no quarrelling, bickering, slandering, nor small talk amongst us. We all love each other." "Especially Mrs. Magenis," said George, laughing. "Mrs. Captain Magenis and me has made up, though her treatment of me would bring me grey hairs with sorrow to the grave." "And you with such a beautiful front of black, Peggy, my dear," the Major cried. "Hold your tongue, Mick, ye booby. Them husbands are always in the way, Mrs. Osborne, my dear, and as for my Mick, I often tell him he should never open his mouth, but to give the word of command, or to put meat and drink into it. I'll tell you about the regiment and warn ye when we're alone. Introduce me to your brother now. Sure he's a mighty fine man, and reminds me of my cousin, Dan Maloney. Maloney of Ballymaloney, my dear. You know, who married Ophelia Scully of Oystertown, own cousin to Lord Poldoody. Mr. Sedley, sir, I'm delighted to be made known to ye. I suppose you'll dine at the mess to-day? Mind that divil of a Dr. Mick, and whatever you do, keep yourself sober for me party this evening. It's the 150th gives us a farewell dinner, my love, interposed the Major, but we'll easy get a card for Mr. Sedley. Run, Simple. Ensign Simple of ours, my dear Amelia, I forgot to introduce him to you. Run in a hurry, with Mrs. Major O'Dowd's compliments to Colonel Tavish, and Captain Osborne has brought his brother-in-law down, and will bring him to the 150th mess at 5 o'clock sharp, when you and I, my dear, will take a snack here, if you like. Before Mrs. O'Dowd's speech was concluded, the young ensign was trotting downstairs on his commission. Obedience is the soul of the army. We will go to our duty while Mrs. O'Dowd will stay and enlighten you, Emmy, Captain Osborne said, and the two gentlemen, taking each a wing of the Major, walked out with that officer, grinning at each other over his head. And now, having her new friend to herself, the impetuous Mrs. O'Dowd proceeded to pour out such a quantity of information as no poor little woman's memory could ever tax itself to bear. She told Amelia 1,000 particulars relative to the very numerous family of which the amazed young lady found herself a member. Mrs. Heavytop, the Colonel's wife, died in Jamaica of the yellow fever and a broken heart combined, for the horrid old Colonel, with a head as bald as a cannon-ball, was making sheep's eyes at a half-caste girl there. Mrs. Magenis, though without education, was a good woman, but she had the divil's tongue, and would cheat her own mother at whist. Mrs. Captain Kirk must turn up her lobster eyes, forsooth, at the idea of an honest round game, wherein me father, as pious a man as ever went to church, me uncle Dane Maloney, and our cousin the bishop took a hand at loo or whist every night of their lives. Neither of them's going with the regiment this time, Mrs. O'Dowd added. Fanny Magenis stops with her mother, who sells small coal and potatoes most likely in Islington town, hard by London, though she's always bragging of her father's ships, and pointing them out to us as they go up the river. And Mrs. Kirk and her children will stop here in Bethesda Place to be nigh to her favourite preacher, Dr. Ramshorn. Mrs. Bunny's in an interesting situation. Faith, and she always is, then, and has given the lieutenant 7 already. And Ensign Posky's wife, who joined 2 months before you, my dear, has quarrelled with Tom Posky a score of times, till you can hear 'em all over the barrack. They say they're come to broken plates, and Tom never accounted for his black eye. And she'll go back to her mother, who keeps a ladies' seminary at Richmond. Bad luck to her for running away from it. Where did you get your finishing, my dear? I had mine, and no expense spared, at Madam Flanahan's, at Illis's Grove, Booterstown, near Dublin, with a marchioness to teach us the true Parisian pronunciation, and a retired Major General of the French service to put us through the exercise. Of this incongruous family, our astonished Amelia found herself all of a sudden a member, with Mrs. O'Dowd as an elder sister. She was presented to her other female relations at tea-time, on whom, as she was quiet, good-natured, and not too handsome, she made rather an agreeable impression, until the arrival of the gentlemen from the mess of the 150th, who all admired her so, that her sisters began, of course, to find fault with her. "I hope Osborne has sown his wild oats," said Mrs. Magenis to Mrs. Bunny. If a reformed rake makes a good husband, sure it's she will have the fine chance with George, Mrs. O'Dowd remarked to Posky, who had lost her position as bride in the regiment and was quite angry with the usurper. And as for Mrs. Kirk, that disciple of Dr. Ramshorn put one or two leading professional questions to Amelia to see whether she was awakened, whether she was a professing Christian, and so forth. And finding from the simplicity of Mrs. Osborne's replies that she was yet in utter darkness, put into her hand 3 little penny books with pictures, viz., The Howling Wilderness, The Washerwoman of Wandsworth Common, and The British Soldier's Best Bayonet, which, bent upon awakening her before she slept, Mrs. Kirk begged Amelia to read that night ere she went to bed. But all the men, like good fellows as they were, rallied round their comrade's pretty wife and paid her their court with soldierly gallantry. She had a little triumph, which flushed her spirits and made her eyes sparkle. George was proud of her popularity and pleased with the manner, which was very gay and graceful, though naive and a little timid, with which she received the gentlemen's attentions and answered their compliments. And he in his uniform, how much handsomer he was than any man in the room. She felt that he was affectionately watching her, and glowed with pleasure at his kindness. I will make all his friends welcome, she resolved in her heart. I will love all as I love him. I will always try and be gay and good-humoured, and make his home happy. The regiment indeed adopted her with acclamation. The captains approved, the lieutenants applauded, the ensigns admired. Old Cutler the doctor made 1 or 2 jokes, which, being professional, need not be repeated, and Cackle, the assistant M.D. of Edinburgh, condescended to examine her upon literature, and tried her with his 3 best French quotations. Young Stubble went about from man to man, whispering, Jove, isn't she a pretty gal? And he never took his eyes off her, except when the negus came in. As for Captain Dobbin, he never so much as spoke to her during the whole evening, but he and Captain Porter of the 150th took home Jos to the hotel, who was in a very maudlin state, and had told his tiger hunt story with great effect, both at the mess table and at the soiree, to Mrs. O'Dowd in her turban and bird of paradise. Having put the collector into the hands of his servant, Dobbin loitered about, smoking his cigar before the inn door. George had meanwhile very carefully shawled his wife, and brought her away from Mrs. O'Dowd's after a general handshaking from the young officers, who accompanied her to the fly and cheered the vehicle as it drove off. So Amelia gave Dobbin her little hand as she got out of the carriage, and rebuked him smilingly for not having taken any notice of her all night. The captain continued that deleterious amusement of smoking, long after the inn and the street were gone to bed. He watched the lights vanish from George's sitting-room windows and shine out in the bedroom close at hand. It was almost morning when he returned to his own quarters. He could hear the cheering from the ships in the river, where the transports were already. Chapter 28 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 28, in which Amelia invades the Low Countries. The regiment with its officers was to be transported in ships provided by His Majesty's Government for the occasion, and in 2 days after the festive assembly at Mrs. O'Dowd's apartments, in the midst of cheering from all the East India ships in the river and the military on shore, the band playing God Save the King, the officers waving their hats, and the crews hurrahing gallantly, the transports went down the river and proceeded under convoy to Ostend. Meanwhile the gallant Jos had agreed to escort his sister and the Major's wife, the bulk of whose goods and chattels, including the famous bird of paradise and turban, were with the regimental baggage, so that our two heroines drove pretty much unencumbered to Ramsgate, where there were plenty of packets plying, in one of which they had a speedy passage to Ostend. That period of Jos's life which now ensued was so full of incident that it served him for conversation for many years after, and even the tiger hunt story was put aside for more stirring narratives which he had to tell about the great campaign of Waterloo. As soon as he had agreed to escort his sister abroad, it was remarked that he ceased shaving his upper lip. At Chatham he followed the parades and drills with great assiduity. He listened with the utmost attention to the conversation of his brother officers, as he called them in after days sometimes, and learned as many military names as he could. In these studies the excellent Mrs. O'Dowd was of great assistance to him, and on the day finally when they embarked on board the Lovely Rose, which was to carry them to their destination, he made his appearance in a braided frock coat and duck trousers, with a foraging cap ornamented with a smart gold band. Having his carriage with him, and informing everybody on board confidentially that he was going to join the Duke of Wellington's army, folks mistook him for a great personage, a commissary general, or a government courier at the very least. He suffered hugely on the voyage, during which the ladies were likewise prostrate. But Amelia was brought to life again as the packet made Ostend by the sight of the transports conveying the regiment, which entered the harbour almost at the same time with the Lovely Rose. Jos went in a collapsed state to an inn, while Captain Dobbin escorted the ladies and then busied himself in freeing Jos's carriage and luggage from the ship and the custom house, for Mr. Jos was at present without a servant, Osborne's man and his own pampered menial having conspired together at Chatham and refused point blank to cross the water. This revolt, which came very suddenly and on the last day, so alarmed Mr. Sedley junior that he was on the point of giving up the expedition. But Captain Dobbin, who made himself immensely officious in the business, Jos said, rated him and laughed at him soundly. The mustachios were grown in advance, and Jos finally was persuaded to embark. In place of the well-bred and well-fed London domestics, who could only speak English, Dobbin procured for Jos's party a swarthy little Belgian servant who could speak no language at all, but who, by his bustling behaviour and by invariably addressing Mr. Sedley as "my lord," speedily acquired that gentleman's favour. Times are altered at Ostend now. Of the Britons who go thither, very few look like lords, or act like those members of our hereditary aristocracy. They seem for the most part shabby in attire, dingy of linen, lovers of billiards and brandy and cigars and greasy ordinaries. But it may be said as a rule that every Englishman in the Duke of Wellington's army paid his way. The remembrance of such a fact surely becomes a nation of shopkeepers. It was a blessing for a commerce-loving country to be overrun by such an army of customers, and to have such creditable warriors to feed. And the country which they came to protect is not military. For a long period of history they have let other people fight there. When the present writer went to survey with eagle glance the field of Waterloo, we asked the conductor of the diligence, a portly, warlike-looking veteran, whether he had been at the battle. "Pas si bête." Such an answer and sentiment as no Frenchman would own to, was his reply. But on the other hand, the postilion who drove us was a viscount, a son of some bankrupt imperial general, who accepted a pennyworth of beer on the road. The moral is surely a good one. This flat, flourishing, easy country never could have looked more rich and prosperous than in that opening summer of 1815, when its green fields and quiet cities were enlivened by multiplied red coats, when its wide chaussées swarmed with brilliant English equipages, when its great canal boats, gliding by rich pastures and pleasant quaint old villages, by old chateaux lying amongst old trees, were all crowded with well-to-do English travellers. When the soldier who drank at the village inn not only drank but paid his score, and Donald the Highlander, billeted in the Flemish farmhouse, rocked the baby's cradle while Jean and Jeanette were out getting in the hay. As our painters are bent on military subjects just now, I throw out this as a good subject for the pencil, to illustrate the principle of an honest English war. All looked as brilliant and harmless as a Hyde Park review. Meanwhile Napoleon, screened behind his curtain of frontier fortresses, was preparing for the outbreak, which was to drive all these orderly people into fury and blood, and lay so many of them low. Everybody had such a perfect feeling of confidence in the leader, for the resolute faith which the Duke of Wellington had inspired in the whole English nation was as intense as that more frantic enthusiasm with which at one time the French regarded Napoleon. The country seemed in so perfect a state of orderly defence, and the help at hand in case of need so near and overwhelming, that alarm was unknown, and our travellers, amongst whom too were naturally of a very timid sort, were, like all the other multiplied English tourists, entirely at ease. The famous regiment, with so many of whose officers we have made acquaintance, was drafted in canal boats to Bruges and Ghent, thence to march to Brussels. Jos accompanied the ladies in the public boats, the which all old travellers in Flanders must remember for the luxury and accommodation they afforded. So prodigiously good was the eating and drinking on board these sluggish but most comfortable vessels, that there are legends extant of an English traveller who, coming to Belgium for a week and travelling in one of these boats, was so delighted with the fare there that he went backwards and forwards from Ghent to Bruges perpetually, until the railroads were invented, when he drowned himself on the last trip of the passage boat. Jos's death was not to be of this sort, but his comfort was exceeding, and Mrs. O'Dowd insisted that he only wanted her sister Glorvina to make his happiness complete. He sat on the roof of the cabin all day, drinking Flemish beer, shouting for Isidor, his servant, and talking gallantly to the ladies. His courage was prodigious. "Boney attack us!" he cried. "My dear creature, my poor Emmy, don't be frightened. There's no danger. The Allies will be in Paris in 2 months, I tell you, when I'll take you to dine in the Palais Royal, by Jove. There are 300,000 Russians, I tell you, now entering France by Mayence and the Rhine. 300,000 under Wittgenstein and Barclay de Tolly, my poor love. You don't know military affairs, my dear. I do, and I tell you there's no infantry in France can stand against the Russian infantry, and no general of Boney's that's fit to hold a candle to Wittgenstein. And then there are the Austrians. There are 500,000 if a man, and they are within 10 marches of the frontier by this time, under Schwarzenberg and Prince Charles. Then there are the Prussians, under the gallant Prince Marshal. Show me a cavalry chief like him, now that Murat is gone. Eh, Mrs. O'Dowd? Do you think our little girl here need be afraid? Is there any cause for fear, Isidor? Hey, sir? Get some more beer." Mrs. O'Dowd said that her Glorvina was not afraid of any man alive, let alone a Frenchman, and tossed off a glass of beer with a wink which expressed her liking for the beverage. Having frequently been in the presence of the enemy, or in other words, faced the ladies at Cheltenham and Bath, our friend the collector had lost a great deal of his pristine timidity, and was now, especially when fortified with liquor, as talkative as might be. He was rather a favourite with the regiment, treating the young officers with sumptuosity and amusing them by his military airs. And as there is one well-known regiment of the army which travels with a goat heading the column, whilst another is led by a deer, George said with respect to his brother-in-law that his regiment marched with an elephant. Since Amelia's introduction to the regiment, George began to be rather ashamed of some of the company to which he had been forced to present her, and determined, as he told Dobbin, with what satisfaction to the latter it need not be said, to exchange into some better regiment soon, and to get his wife away from those damned vulgar women. But this vulgarity of being ashamed of one's society is much more common among men than women, except very great ladies of fashion, who, to be sure, indulge in it, and Mrs. Amelia, a natural and unaffected person, had none of that artificial shamefacedness which her husband mistook for delicacy on his own part. Thus Mrs. O'Dowd had a cock's plume in her hat, and a very large repaither on her stomach, which she used to ring on all occasions, narrating how it had been presented to her by her father, as she stepped into the carriage after her marriage. And these ornaments, with other outward peculiarities of the Major's wife, gave excruciating agonies to Captain Osborne, when his wife and the Major's came in contact, whereas Amelia was only amused by the honest lady's eccentricities, and not in the least ashamed of her company. As they made that well-known journey, which almost every Englishman of middle rank has travelled since, there might have been more instructive, but few more entertaining companions than Mrs. Major O'Dowd. "Talk about canal boats, my dear. You should see the canal boats between Dublin and Ballinasloe. It's there the rapid travelling is, and the beautiful cattle. Sure, my father got a gold medal, and His Excellency himself ate a slice of it, and said never was finer made in his life. For a 4-year-old heifer, the like of which you never saw in this country any day." And Jos owned with a sigh that for good streaky beef, really mingled with fat and lean, there was no country like England. "Except Ireland, where all your best meat comes from," said the Major's lady, proceeding, as is not unusual with patriots of her nation, to make comparisons greatly in favour of her own country. The idea of comparing the market at Bruges with those of Dublin, although she had suggested it herself, caused immense scorn and derision on her part. "I'll thank you to tell me what they mean by that old gazebo on the top of the market-place," said she, in a burst of ridicule fit to have brought the old tower down. The place was full of English soldiery as they passed. English bugles woke them up in the morning. At nightfall they went to bed to the note of the British fife and drum. All the country and Europe was in arms, and the greatest event of history pending, and honest Peggy O'Dowd, whom it concerned as well as another, went on prattling about Ballinafad and the horses in the stables at Glenmalony, and the claret drunk there, and Jos Sedley interposed about curry and rice at Dum Dum, and Amelia thought about her husband and how best she should show her love for him, as if these were the great topics of the world. Those who like to lay down the history book, and to speculate upon what might have happened in the world but for the fatal occurrence of what actually did take place, a most puzzling, amusing, ingenious, and profitable kind of meditation, have no doubt often thought to themselves what a specially bad time Napoleon took to come back from Elba, and to let loose his eagle from Gulf San Juan to Notre Dame. The historians on our side tell us that the armies of the Allied powers were all providentially on a war footing, and ready to bear down at a moment's notice upon the Elban Emperor. The august jobbers assembled at Vienna, and carving out the kingdoms of Europe according to their wisdom, had such causes of quarrel among themselves as might have set the armies which had overcome Napoleon to fight against each other, but for the return of the object of unanimous hatred and fear. This monarch had an army in full force because he had jobbed to himself Poland and was determined to keep it. Another had robbed half Saxony and was bent upon maintaining his acquisition. Italy was the object of a third's solicitude. Each was protesting against the rapacity of the other, and could the Corsican but have waited in prison until all these parties were by the ears, he might have returned and reigned unmolested. But what would have become of our story and all our friends then? If all the drops in it were dried up, what would become of the sea? In the meanwhile, the business of life and living, and the pursuits of pleasure especially, went on as if no end were to be expected to them, and no enemy in front. When our travellers arrived at Brussels, in which their regiment was quartered, a great piece of good fortune, as all said, they found themselves in one of the gayest and most brilliant little capitals in Europe, and where all the Vanity Fair booths were laid out with the most tempting liveliness and splendour. Gambling was here in profusion, and dancing in plenty. Feasting was there to fill with delight that great gourmand of a Jos. There was a theatre, where a miraculous Catalini was delighting all hearers. Beautiful rides, all enlivened with martial splendour. A rare old city, with strange costumes and wonderful architecture to delight the eyes of little Amelia, who had never before seen a foreign country, and fill her with charming surprises. So that now, and for a few weeks' space in a fine handsome lodging, whereof the expenses were borne by Jos and Osborne, who was flush of money and full of kind attentions to his wife, for about a fortnight, I say, during which her honeymoon ended, Mrs. Amelia was as pleased and happy as any little bride out of England. Every day during this happy time there was novelty and amusement for all parties. There was a church to see, or a picture gallery. There was a ride or an opera. The bands of the regiments were making music at all hours. The greatest folks of England walked in the park. There was a perpetual military festival. George, taking out his wife to a new jaunt or junket every night, was quite pleased with himself as usual, and swore he was becoming quite a domestic character. And a jaunt or a junket with him, was it not enough to set this little heart beating with joy? Her letters home to her mother were filled with delight and gratitude at this season. Her husband bade her buy laces, millinery, jewels, and gimcracks of all sorts. Oh, he was the kindest, best, and most generous of men. The sight of the very great company of lords and ladies and fashionable persons who thronged the town and appeared in every public place filled George's truly British soul with intense delight. They flung off that happy frigidity and insolence of demeanour which occasionally characterises the great at home, and appearing in numberless public places, condescended to mingle with the rest of the company whom they met there. One night, at a party given by the general of the division, to which George's regiment belonged, he had the honour of dancing with Lady Blanche Thistlewood, Lord Bareacres' daughter. He bustled for ices and refreshments for the two noble ladies. He pushed and squeezed for Lady Bareacres' carriage. He bragged about the Countess when he got home in a way which his own father could not have surpassed. He called upon the ladies the next day. He rode by their side in the park. He asked their party to a great dinner at a restaurateur's, and was quite wild with exultation when they agreed to come. Old Bareacres, who had not much pride and a large appetite, would go for dinner anywhere. "I hope there will be no women besides our own party," Lady Bareacres said, after reflecting upon the invitation which had been made and accepted with too much precipitancy. "Gracious heaven, mamma, you don't suppose a man would bring his wife?" shrieked Lady Blanche, who had been languishing in George's arms in the newly imported waltz for hours the night before. "The men are bearable, but they're women." "Wife just married? Devilish pretty woman, I hear," the old Earl said. "Well, my dear Blanche," said the mother, "I suppose as papa wants to go, we must go. But we needn't know them in England, you know." And so, determined to cut their new acquaintance in Bond Street, these great folks went to eat his dinner at Brussels, and condescending to make him pay for their pleasure, showed their dignity by making his wife uncomfortable, and carefully excluding her from the conversation. This is a species of dignity in which the high-bred British female reigns supreme. To watch the behaviour of a fine lady to other and humbler women is a very good sport for a philosophical frequenter of Vanity Fair. This festival, on which honest George spent a great deal of money, was the very dismallest of all the entertainments which Amelia had in her honeymoon. She wrote the most piteous accounts of the feast home to her mamma, how the Countess of Bareacres would not answer when spoken to, how Lady Blanche stared at her with her eyeglass, and what a rage Captain Dobbin was in at their behaviour, and how my lord, as they came away from the feast, asked to see the bill, and pronounced it a damned bad dinner, and damned dear. But though Amelia told all these stories, and wrote home regarding her guest's rudeness and her own discomfiture, old Mrs. Sedley was mightily pleased nevertheless, and talked about Emmy's friend the Countess of Bareacres with such assiduity that the news how his son was entertaining peers and peeresses actually came to Osborne's ears in the city. Those who know the present Lieutenant General Sir George Tufto, K.C.B., and have seen him, as they may on most days in the season, padded and in stays, strutting down Pall Mall with a rickety swagger on his high-heeled lacquered boots, leering under the bonnets of passers-by, or riding a showy chestnut and ogling broughams in the park, those who know the present Sir George Tufto would hardly recognise the daring Peninsular and Waterloo officer. He has thick curling brown hair and black eyebrows now, and his whiskers are of the deepest purple. He was light-haired and bald in 1815, and stouter in the person and in the limbs, which especially have shrunk very much of late. When he was about 70 years of age, he is now nearly 80, his hair, which was very scarce and quite white, suddenly grew thick and brown and curly, and his whiskers and eyebrows took their present colour. Ill-natured people say that his chest is all wool, and that his hair, because it never grows, is a wig. Tom Tufto, with whose father he quarrelled ever so many years ago, declares that Mademoiselle de Jacy of the French Theatre pulled his grandpapa's hair off in the green room. But Tom is notoriously spiteful and jealous, and the General's wig has nothing to do with our story. One day, as some of our friends of the Nth were sauntering in the flower market at Brussels, having been to see the Hotel de Ville, which Mrs. Major O'Dowd declared was not near so large or handsome as her father's mansion of Glenmalony, an officer of rank, with an orderly behind him, rode up to the market, and, descending from his horse, came amongst the flowers, and selected the very finest bouquet which money could buy. The beautiful bundle being tied up in a paper, the officer remounted, giving the nosegay into the charge of his military groom, who carried it with a grin, following his chief, who rode away in great state and satisfaction. "You should see the flowers at Glenmalony," Mrs. O'Dowd was remarking. "Me father has 3 Scotch gardeners with 9 helpers. We have an acre of hothouses, and pines as common as peas in the season. Our grapes weighs 6 pounds every bunch of 'em, and upon me honour and conscience, I think our magnolias is as big as tea kettles." Dobbin, who never used to draw out Mrs. O'Dowd as that wicked Osborne delighted in doing, much to Amelia's terror, who implored him to spare her, fell back in the crowd, crowing and sputtering until he reached a safe distance, when he exploded amongst the astonished market people with shrieks of yelling laughter. "What's that gawky guggling about?" said Mrs. O'Dowd. "Is his nose bleeding? He always used to say 'twas his nose bleeding, till he must have pumped all the blood out of him. Aren't the magnolias at Glenmalony as big as tea kettles, O'Dowd?" "'Deed they are, and bigger, Peggy," the Major said, when the conversation was interrupted in the manner stated by the arrival of the officer who purchased the bouquet. "Devilish fine horse. Who is it?" George asked. "You should see me brother Malloy Maloney's horse Molasses that won the cup at the Curragh," the Major's wife was exclaiming, and was continuing the family history, when her husband interrupted her by saying, "It's General Tufto who commands the cavalry division," adding quietly, "He and I were both shot in the same leg at Talavera." "Where you got your step," said George with a laugh. "General Tufto? Then, my dear, the Crawleys are come." Amelia's heart fell. She knew not why. The sun did not seem to shine so bright. The tall old roofs and gables looked less picturesque all of a sudden, though it was a brilliant sunset. Chapter 29 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 29. Brussels. Mr. Jos had hired a pair of horses for his open carriage, with which cattle and the smart London vehicle he made a very tolerable figure in the drives about Brussels. George purchased a horse for his private riding, and he and Captain Dobbin would often accompany the carriage in which Jos and his sister took daily excursions of pleasure. They went out that day in the park for their accustomed diversion, and there, sure enough, George's remark with regard to the arrival of Rawdon Crawley and his wife proved to be correct. In the midst of a little troop of horsemen, consisting of some of the very greatest persons in Brussels, Rebecca was seen in the prettiest and tightest of riding habits, mounted on a beautiful little Arab, which she rode to perfection, having acquired the art at Queen's Crawley, where the Baronet, Mr. Pitt, and Rawdon himself had given her many lessons, and by the side of the gallant General Tufto. "Sure it's the Duke himself," cried Mrs. Major O'Dowd to Jos, who began to blush violently. "And that's Lord Oxbridge on the bay. How elegant he looks. Me brother, Malloy Maloney, is as like him as two peas." Rebecca did not make for the carriage, but as soon as she perceived her old acquaintance Amelia seated in it, acknowledged her presence by a gracious nod and smile, and by kissing and shaking her fingers playfully in the direction of the vehicle. Then she resumed her conversation with General Tufto, who asked who the fat officer was in the gold-laced cap, on which Becky replied that he was an officer in the East Indian service. But Rawdon Crawley rode out of the ranks of his company, and came up and shook hands heartily with Amelia, and said to Jos, "Well, old boy, how are you?" and stared in Mrs. O'Dowd's face and at the black cock's feathers until she began to think she had made a conquest of him. George, who had been delayed behind, rode up almost immediately with Dobbin, and they touched their caps to the august personages, among whom Osborne at once perceived Mrs. Crawley. He was delighted to see Rawdon leaning over his carriage familiarly and talking to Amelia, and met the aide-de-camp's cordial greeting with more than corresponding warmth. The nods between Rawdon and Dobbin were of the very faintest specimens of politeness. Crawley told George where they were stopping with General Tufto at the Hotel de Parc, and George made his friend promise to come speedily to Osborne's own residence. "Sorry I hadn't seen you 3 days ago," George said. "Had a dinner at the restaurateur's. Rather a nice thing. Lord Bareacres and the Countess and Lady Blanche were good enough to dine with us. Wish we'd had you." Having thus let his friend know his claims to be a man of fashion, Osborne parted from Rawdon, who followed the august squadron down an alley into which they cantered, while George and Dobbin resumed their places, one on each side of Amelia's carriage. "How well the Duke looked," Mrs. O'Dowd remarked. "The Wellesleys and Maloneys are related, but of course poor I would never dream of introducing myself unless his Grace thought proper to remember our family tie." "He's a great soldier," Jos said, much more at ease now the great man was gone. "Was there ever a battle won like Salamanca, Dobbin? But where was it he learnt his art? In India, my boy. The jungle's the school for a general, mark me that. I knew him myself too, Mrs. O'Dowd. We both of us danced the same evening with Miss Cutler, daughter of Cutler of the Artillery, and a devilish fine girl, at Dum Dum." The apparition of the great personages held them all in talk during the drive, and at dinner, and until the hour came when they were all to go to the opera. It was almost like old England. The house was filled with familiar British faces, and those toilettes for which the British female has long been celebrated. Mrs. O'Dowd's was not the least splendid among these, and she had a curl on her forehead and a set of Irish diamonds and cairngorms which outshone all the decorations in the house, in her notion. Her presence used to excruciate Osborne, but go she would upon all parties of pleasure on which she heard her young friends were bent. It never entered into her thought but that they must be charmed with her company. "She's been useful to you, my dear," George said to his wife, whom he could leave alone with less scruple when she had this society. "But what a comfort it is that Rebecca's come. You will have her for a friend. And we may get rid now of this damned Irishwoman." To this Amelia did not answer yes or no, and how do we know what her thoughts were? The coup d'oeil of the Brussels Opera House did not strike Mrs. O'Dowd as being so fine as the theatre in Fishamble Street, Dublin. nor was French music at all equal, in her opinion, to the melodies of her native country. She favoured her friends with these and other opinions in a very loud tone of voice, and tossed about a great clattering fan she sported with the most splendid complacency. "Who is that wonderful woman with Amelia, Rawdon, love?" said a lady in an opposite box, who, almost always civil to her husband in private, was more fond than ever of him in company. "Don't you see that creature with the yellow thing in her turban, and a red satin gown, and a great watch?" "The pretty little woman in white?" asked a middle-aged gentleman, seated by the querist's side, with orders in his button, and several under-waistcoats, and a great choky white stock. "The pretty woman in white is Amelia, General. You are remarking all the pretty women, you naughty man." "Only one, begad, in the world," said the General, delighted, and the lady gave him a tap with a large bouquet which she had. "Bedad, it's him," said Mrs. O'Dowd, "and that's the very bouquet he bought in the Marche aux Fleurs." And when Rebecca, having caught her friend's eye, performed the little hand-kissing operation once more, Mrs. Major O'D, taking the compliment to herself, returned the salute with a gracious smile, which sent that unfortunate Dobbin shrieking out of the box again. At the end of the act, George was out of the box in a moment, and he was even going to pay his respects to Rebecca in her loge. He met Crawley in the lobby, however, where they exchanged a few sentences upon the occurrence of the last fortnight. "You found my cheque all right at the agent's?" George said with a knowing air. "All right, my boy," Rawdon answered. "Happy to give you your revenge. Governor come round?" "Not yet," said George, "but he will. And you know I've some private fortune through my mother. Has Auntie relented?" "Sent me £20, damned old screw. When shall we have a meet? The General dines out on Tuesday. Can't you come Tuesday? I say, make Sedley cut off his moustache. What the devil does a civilian mean with a moustache and those infernal frogs to his coat? Bye-bye. Try and come on Tuesday." And Rawdon was going off with two brilliant young gentlemen of fashion, who were, like himself, on the staff of a general officer. George was only half pleased to be asked to dinner on that particular day when the General was not to dine. "I will go in and pay my respects to your wife," said he. At which Rawdon said, "As you please," looking very glum, and at which the two young officers exchanged knowing glances. George parted from them and strutted down the lobby to the General's box, the number of which he had carefully counted. "Entree," said a clear little voice, and our friend found himself in Rebecca's presence, who jumped up, clapped her hands together, and held out both of them to George, so charmed was she to see him. The General, with the orders in his button, stared at the newcomer with a sulky scowl, as much as to say, "Who the devil are you?" "My dear Captain George," cried little Rebecca in an ecstasy, "how good of you to come. The General and I were moping together tete-a-tete. General, this is my Captain George, of whom you heard me talk." "Indeed," said the General, with a very small bow. "Of what regiment is Captain George?" George mentioned the th. How he wished he could have said it was a crack cavalry corps. "Come home lately from the West Indies, I believe. Not seen much service in the late war. Quartered here, Captain George?" the General went on with killing haughtiness. "Not Captain George, you stupid man, Captain Osborne," Rebecca said. The General all the while was looking savagely from one to the other. "Captain Osborne, indeed. Any relation to the L. Osbornes?" "We bear the same arms, George said, as indeed was the fact, Mr. Osborne having consulted with a herald in Long Acre, and picked the L arms out of the peerage when he set up his carriage 15 years before. The General made no reply to this announcement, but took up his opera glass (the double-barrelled lorgnon was not invented in those days) and pretended to examine the house. But Rebecca saw that his disengaged eye was working round in her direction and shooting out bloodshot glances at her and George. She redoubled in cordiality. "How is dearest Amelia? But I needn't ask how pretty she looks. And who is the nice good-natured looking creature with her? A flame of yours? Oh, you wicked man! And there is Mr. Sedley eating ice, I declare. How he seems to enjoy it. General, why have we not had any ices?" "Shall I go and fetch you some?" said the General, bursting with wrath. "Let me go, I entreat you," George said. "No, I will go to Amelia's box. Dear sweet girl. Give me your arm, Captain George." And so saying, and with a nod to the General, she tripped into the lobby. She gave George the queerest, knowingest look when they were together, a look which might have been interpreted, "Don't you see the state of affairs, and what a fool I'm making of him?" But he did not perceive it. He was thinking of his own plans, and lost in pompous admiration of his own irresistible powers of pleasing. The curses to which the General gave low utterance as soon as Rebecca and her conqueror had quitted him were so deep that I am sure no compositor would venture to print them were they written down. They came from the General's heart, and a wonderful thing it is to think that the human heart is capable of generating such produce, and can throw out, as occasion demands, such a supply of lust and fury, rage and hatred. Amelia's gentle eyes, too, had been fixed anxiously on the pair whose conduct had so chafed the jealous General. But when Rebecca entered her box, she flew to her friend with an affectionate rapture which showed itself in spite of the publicity of the place, for she embraced her dearest friend in the presence of the whole house, at least in full view of the General's glass, now brought to bear upon the Osborne party. Mrs. Rawdon saluted Jos, too, with the kindliest greeting. She admired Mrs. O'Dowd's large Cairngorm brooch and superb Irish diamonds, and wouldn't believe they were not from Golconda direct. She bustled, she chattered, she turned and twisted, and smiled upon one, and smirked on another, all in full view of the jealous opera glass opposite. And when the time for the ballet came, in which there was no dancer that went through her grimaces or performed her comedy of action better, she skipped back to her own box, leaning on Captain Dobbin's arm this time. No, she would not have George's. He must stay and talk to his dearest, best little Amelia. "What a humbug that woman is," honest old Dobbin mumbled to George when he came back from Rebecca's box, whither he had conducted her in perfect silence, and with a countenance as glum as an undertaker's. "She writhes and twists about like a snake. All the time she was here, didn't you see, George, how she was acting at the General over the way?" "Humbug! Acting? Hang it, she's the nicest little woman in England," George replied, showing his white teeth and giving his ambrosial whiskers a twirl. "You ain't a man of the world, Dobbin. Damme, look at her now. She's talked over Tufto in no time. Look how he's laughing. Gad, what a shoulder she has. Emmy, why didn't you have a bouquet? Everybody has a bouquet." "Faith, then, why didn't you buy one?" Mrs. O'Dowd said, and both Amelia and William Dobbin thanked her for this timely observation. but beyond this neither of the ladies rallied. Amelia was overpowered by the flash and the dazzle and the fashionable talk of her worldly rival. Even the O'Dowd was silent and subdued after Becky's brilliant apparition, and scarcely said a word more about Glenmalony all the evening. "When do you intend to give up play, George? As you have promised me, any time these 100 years," Dobbin said to his friend a few days after the night at the opera. "When do you intend to give up sermonising?" was the other's reply. "What the deuce, man, are you alarmed about? We play low. I won last night. You don't suppose Crawley cheats? With fair play it comes to pretty much the same thing at the year's end." "But I don't think he could pay if he lost," Dobbin said, and his advice met with the success which advice usually commands. Osborne and Crawley were repeatedly together now. General Tufto dined abroad almost constantly. George was always welcome in the apartments, very close indeed to those of the General, which the aide-de-camp and his wife occupied in the hotel. Amelia's manners were such when she and George visited Crawley and his wife at these quarters, that they had very nearly come to their first quarrel. That is, George scolded his wife violently for her evident unwillingness to go, and the high and mighty manner in which she comported herself towards Mrs. Crawley, her old friend, and Amelia did not say one single word in reply. But with her husband's eye upon her, and Rebecca scanning her, she felt, if possible, more bashful and awkward on the second visit which she paid to Mrs. Rawdon than on her first call. Rebecca was doubly affectionate, of course, and would not take notice in the least of her friend's coolness. "I think Emmy has become prouder since her father's name was in the... since Mr. Sedley's misfortunes," Rebecca said, softening the phrase charitably for George's ear. "Upon my word, I thought when we were at Brighton she was doing me the honour to be jealous of me. And now I suppose she is scandalised because Rawdon and I and the General live together. Why, my dear creature, how could we, with our means, live at all but for a friend to share expenses? And do you suppose that Rawdon is not big enough to take care of my honour? But I'm very much obliged to Emmy. Very," Mrs. Rawdon said. "Pooh, jealousy," answered George. "All women are jealous." "And all men, too. Weren't you jealous of General Tufto, and the General of you on the night of the opera? Why, he was ready to eat me for going with you to visit that foolish little wife of yours. As if I care a pin for either of you," Crawley's wife said with a pert toss of her head. "Will you dine here? The Dragon dines with the Commander-in-Chief. Great news is stirring. They say the French have crossed the frontier. We shall have a quiet dinner." George accepted the invitation, although his wife was a little ailing. They were now not quite 6 weeks married. Another woman was laughing or sneering at her expense, and he not angry. He was not even angry with himself, this good-natured fellow. It is a shame, he owned to himself, but hang it, if a pretty woman will throw herself in your way, why, what can a fellow do, you know? "I am rather free about women," he had often said, smiling and nodding knowingly to Stubble and Spooney and other comrades of the mess table, and they rather respected him than otherwise for this prowess. Next to conquering in war, conquering in love has been a source of pride, time out of mind, amongst men in Vanity Fair. Or how should schoolboys brag of their amours, or Don Juan be popular? So Mr. Osborne, having a firm conviction in his own mind that he was a woman-killer and destined to conquer, did not run counter to his fate, but yielded himself up to it quite complacently. and as Emmy did not say much or plague him with her jealousy, but merely became unhappy and pined over it miserably in secret, he chose to fancy that she was not suspicious of what all his acquaintance were perfectly aware, namely that he was carrying on a desperate flirtation with Mrs. Crawley. He rode with her whenever she was free. He pretended regimental business to Amelia, by which falsehood she was not in the least deceived, and consigning his wife to solitude or her brother's society, passed his evenings in the Crawleys' company, losing money to the husband, and flattering himself that the wife was dying of love for him. It is very likely that this worthy couple never absolutely conspired and agreed together in so many words. The one to cajole the young gentleman, whilst the other won his money at cards, but they understood each other perfectly well, and Rawdon let Osborne come and go with entire good humour. George was so occupied with his new acquaintances that he and William Dobbin were by no means as much together as formerly. George avoided him in public and in the regiment, and, as we see, did not like those sermons which his senior was disposed to inflict upon him. If some parts of his conduct made Captain Dobbin exceedingly grave and cool, of what use was it to tell George that, though his whiskers were large and his own opinion of his knowingness great, he was as green as a schoolboy; that Rawdon was making a victim of him, as he had done of many before, and as soon as he had used him would fling him off with scorn? He would not listen, and so, as Dobbin, upon those days when he visited the Osborne house, seldom had the advantage of meeting his old friend, much painful and unavailing talk between them was spared. Our friend George was in the full career of the pleasures of Vanity Fair. There never was, since the days of Darius, such a brilliant train of camp followers as hung round the Duke of Wellington's army in the Low Countries in 1815, and led it dancing and feasting, as it were, up to the very brink of battle. A certain ball which a noble Duchess gave at Brussels on the 15th of June in the above-named year is historical. All Brussels had been in a state of excitement about it, and I have heard from ladies who were in that town at the period that the talk and interest of persons of their own sex regarding the ball was much greater even than in respect of the enemy in their front. The struggles, intrigues, and prayers to get tickets were such as only English ladies will employ in order to gain admission to the society of the great of their own nation. Jos and Mrs. O'Dowd, who were panting to be asked, strove in vain to procure tickets, but others of our friends were more lucky. For instance, through the interest of my Lord Bareacres, and as a set-off for the dinner at the restaurateurs, George got a card for Captain and Mrs. Osborne, which circumstance greatly elated him. Dobbin, who was a friend of the general commanding the division in which their regiment was, came laughing one day to Mrs. Osborne and displayed a similar invitation, which made Jos envious, and George wonder how the deuce he should be getting into society. Mr. and Mrs. Rawdon, finally, were of course invited, as became the friends of a general commanding a cavalry brigade. On the appointed night, George, having commanded new dresses and ornaments of all sorts for Amelia, drove to the famous ball, where his wife did not know a single soul. After looking about for Lady Bareacres, who cut him, thinking the card was quite enough, and after placing Amelia on a bench, he left her to her own cogitations there, thinking, on his own part, that he had behaved very handsomely in getting her new clothes and bringing her to the ball, where she was free to amuse herself as she liked. Her thoughts were not of the pleasantest, and nobody except honest Dobbin came to disturb them. Whilst her appearance was an utter failure, as her husband felt with a sort of rage, Mrs. Rawdon Crawley's debut was, on the contrary, very brilliant. She arrived very late. Her face was radiant, her dress perfection. In the midst of the great persons assembled, and the eyeglasses directed to her, Rebecca seemed to be as cool and collected as when she used to marshal Miss Pinkerton's little girls to church. Numbers of the men she knew already, and the dandies thronged round her. As for the ladies, it was whispered among them that Rawdon had run away with her from out of a convent, and that she was a relation of the Montmorency family. She spoke French so perfectly that there might be some truth in this report, and it was agreed that her manners were fine, and her air distingué. 50 would-be partners thronged round her at once, and pressed to have the honour to dance with her. But she said she was engaged, and only going to dance very little, and made her way at once to the place where Emmy sat, quite unnoticed, and dismally unhappy. And so, to finish the poor child at once, Mrs. Rawdon ran and greeted affectionately her dearest Amelia, and began forthwith to patronise her. She found fault with her friend's dress and her hairdresser, and wondered how she could be so chaussée, and vowed that she must send her corsetière the next morning. She vowed that it was a delightful ball, that there was everybody that everyone knew, and only a very few nobodies in the whole room. It is a fact that in a fortnight, and after 3 dinners in general society, this young woman had got up the genteel jargon so well that a native could not speak it better, and it was only from her French being so good that you could know she was not a born woman of fashion. George, who had left Emmy on her bench on entering the ballroom, very soon found his way back when Rebecca was by her dear friend's side. Becky was just lecturing Mrs. Osborne upon the follies which her husband was committing. "For God's sake, stop him from gambling, my dear," she said, "or he will ruin himself. He and Rawdon are playing at cards every night, and you know he is very poor, and Rawdon will win every shilling from him if he does not take care. Why don't you prevent him, you little careless creature? Why don't you come to us of an evening, instead of moping at home with that Captain Dobbin? I dare say he is très aimable, but how could one love a man with feet of such size? Your husband's feet are darlings. Here he comes. Where have you been, wretch? Here is Emmy, crying her eyes out for you. Are you coming to fetch me for the quadrille?" And she left her bouquet and shawl by Amelia's side, and tripped off with George to dance. Women only know how to wound so. There is a poison on the tips of their little shafts, which sting 1,000 times more than a man's blunter weapon. Our poor Emmy, who had never hated, never sneered all her life, was powerless in the hands of her remorseless little enemy. George danced with Rebecca twice or thrice, how many times Amelia scarcely knew. She sat quite unnoticed in her corner, except when Rawdon came up with some words of clumsy conversation, and later in the evening when Captain Dobbin made so bold as to bring her refreshments and sit beside her. He did not like to ask why she was so sad, but as a pretext for the tears which were filling her eyes, she told him that Mrs. Crawley had alarmed her by telling her that George would go on playing. "It is curious when a man is bent upon play. By what clumsy rogues who will allow himself to be cheated," Dobbin said. And Emmy said, "Indeed." She was thinking of something else. It was not the loss of the money that grieved her. At last George came back for Rebecca's shawl and flowers. She was going away. She did not even condescend to come back and say good-bye to Amelia. The poor girl let her husband come and go without saying a word, and her head fell on her breast. Dobbin had been called away and was whispering deep in conversation with the general of the division, his friend, and had not seen this last parting. George went away then with the bouquet, but when he gave it to the owner, there lay a note coiled like a snake among the flowers. Rebecca's eye caught it at once. She had been used to deal with notes in early life. She put out her hand and took the nosegay. He saw by her eyes as they met that she was aware what she would find there. Her husband hurried her away, still too intent upon his own thoughts, seemingly, to take note of any marks of recognition which might pass between his friend and his wife. These were, however, but trifling. Rebecca gave George her hand with one of her usual quick, knowing glances, and made a curtsy and walked away. George bowed over the hand, and said nothing in reply to a remark of Crawley's, did not hear it even, his brain was so throbbing with triumph and excitement, and allowed them to go away without a word. His wife saw the one part at least of the bouquet scene. It was quite natural that George should come at Rebecca's request to get her scarf and flowers. It was no more than he had done 20 times before in the course of the last few days, but now it was too much for her. "William," she said, suddenly clinging to Dobbin, who was near her, "you've always been very kind to me. I'm not well. Take me home." She did not know she called him by his Christian name, as George was accustomed to do. He went away with her quickly. Her lodgings were hard by, and they threaded through the crowd without, where everything seemed to be more astir than even in the ballroom within. George had been angry twice or thrice at finding his wife up on his return from the parties which he frequented, so she went straight to bed now. But although she did not sleep, and although the din and clatter and the galloping of horsemen were incessant, she never heard any of these noises, having quite other disturbances to keep her awake. Osborne, meanwhile, wild with elation, went off to a play table and began to bet frantically. He won repeatedly. "Everything succeeds with me to-night," he said. But his luck at play even did not cure him of his restlessness, and he started up after a while, pocketing his winnings, and went to a buffet where he drank off many bumpers of wine. Here, as he was rattling away to the people around, laughing loudly and wild with spirits, Dobbin found him. He had been to the card tables to look there for his friend. Dobbin looked as pale and grave as his comrade was flushed and jovial. "Hallo, Dob! Come and drink, old Dob. The Duke's wine is famous. Give me some more, you sir." He held out a trembling glass for the liquor. "Come out, George," said Dobbin, still gravely. "Don't drink." "Drink. There's nothing like it. Drink yourself, and light up your lantern jaws, old boy. Here's to you." Dobbin went up and whispered something to him, at which George, giving a start and a wild hooray, tossed off his glass, clapped it on the table, and walked away speedily on his friend's arm. "The enemy has passed the Sambre," William said, "and our left is already engaged. Come away. We are to march in 3 hours." Away went George, his nerves quivering with excitement at the news so long looked for, so sudden when it came. What were love and intrigue now? He thought about 1,000 things but these in his rapid walk to his quarters, his past life and future chances, the fate which might be before him, the wife, the child, perhaps, from whom unseen he might be about to part. Oh, how he wished that night's work undone, and that with a clear conscience at least he might say farewell to the tender and guileless being by whose love he had set such little store. He thought over his brief married life. In those few weeks he had frightfully dissipated his little capital. How wild and reckless he had been! Should any mischance befall him, what was then left for her? How unworthy he was of her! Why had he married her? He was not fit for marriage. Why had he disobeyed his father, who had always been so generous to him? Hope, remorse, ambition, tenderness, and selfish regret filled his heart. He sat down and wrote to his father, remembering what he had said once before, when he was engaged to fight a duel. Dawn faintly streaked the sky as he closed this farewell letter. He sealed it and kissed the superscription. He thought how he had deserted that generous father, and of the 1,000 kindnesses which the stern old man had done him. He had looked into Amelia's bedroom when he entered. She lay quiet, and her eyes seemed closed, and he was glad that she was asleep. On arriving at his quarters from the ball, he had found his regimental servant already making preparations for his departure. The man had understood his signal to be still, and these arrangements were very quickly and silently made. Should he go in and wake Amelia, he thought, or leave a note for her brother to break the news of departure to her? He went in to look at her once again. She had been awake when he first entered her room, but had kept her eyes closed, so that even her wakefulness should not seem to reproach him. But when he had returned, so soon after herself too, this timid little heart had felt more at ease, and turning towards him as he stepped softly out of the room, she had fallen into a light sleep. George came in and looked at her again, entering still more softly. By the pale night lamp he could see her sweet, pale face. The purple eyelids were fringed and closed, and one round arm, smooth and white, lay outside of the coverlet. Good God! How pure she was, how gentle, how tender, and how friendless. And he, how selfish, brutal, and black with crime. Heart-stained and shame-stricken, he stood at the bed's foot and looked at the sleeping girl. How dared he, who was he, to pray for one so spotless? God bless her. He came to the bedside and looked at the hand, the little soft hand lying asleep, and he bent over the pillow noiselessly towards the gentle, pale face. Two fair arms closed tenderly round his neck as he stooped down. "I am awake, George," the poor child said, with a sob fit to break the little heart that nestled so closely by his own. She was awake, poor soul, and to what? At that moment a bugle from the place of arms began sounding clearly, and was taken up through the town, and amidst the drums of the infantry and the shrill pipes of the Scotch, the whole city awoke. Chapter 30 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 30. The Girl I Left Behind Me. We do not claim to rank among the military novelists. Our place is with the non-combatants. When the decks are cleared for action, we go below and wait meekly. We should only be in the way of the manoeuvres that the gallant fellows are performing overhead. We shall go no farther with the Nth than to the city gate, and leaving Major O'Dowd to his duty, come back to the Major's wife, and the ladies, and the baggage. Now the Major and his lady, who had not been invited to the ball at which in our last chapter other of our friends figured, had much more time to take their wholesome natural rest in bed than was accorded to people who wished to enjoy pleasure as well as to do duty. "It is my belief, Peggy, my dear," said he, as he placidly pulled his nightcap over his ears, "that there will be such a ball danced in a day or two as some of 'em has never heard the tune of." And he was much more happy to retire to rest after partaking of a quiet tumbler than to figure in any other sort of amusement. Peggy, for her part, would have liked to have shown her turban and bird of paradise at the ball, but for the information which her husband had given her, and which made her very grave. "I'd like you to wake me about half an hour before the assembly beats," the Major said to his lady. "Call me at 1:30, Peggy dear, and see me things is ready. Maybe I'll not come back to breakfast, Mrs. O.D." With which words, which signified his opinion that the regiment would march the next morning, the Major ceased talking and fell asleep. Mrs. O'Dowd, the good housewife, arrayed in curl papers and a camisole, felt that her duty was to act and not to sleep at this juncture. "Time enough for that," she said, "when Mick's gone." And so she packed his travelling valise ready for the march, brushed his cloak, his cap, and other warlike habiliments, and set them out in order for him, and stowed away in the cloak pockets a light package of portable refreshments, and a wicker-covered flask or pocket pistol containing nearly a pint of remarkably sound cognac brandy, of which she and the Major approved very much. And as soon as the hands of the repater pointed to 1:30, and its interior arrangements, it had a tone quite equal to a cathedral, its fair owner considered, knelled forth that fatal hour, Mrs. O'Dowd woke up her Major, and had as comfortable a cup of coffee prepared for him as any made that morning in Brussels. And who is there will deny that this worthy lady's preparations betokened affection as much as the fits of tears and hysterics by which more sensitive females exhibited their love, and that their partaking of this coffee, which they drank together while the bugles were sounding the turnout and the drums beating in the various quarters of the town, was not more useful and to the purpose than the outpouring of any mere sentiment could be. The consequence was that the Major appeared on parade quite trim, fresh, and alert, his well-shaved, rosy countenance, as he sat on horseback, giving cheerfulness and confidence to the whole corps. All the officers saluted her when the regiment marched by the balcony on which this brave woman stood, and waved them a cheer as they passed. And I dare say it was not from want of courage, but from a sense of female delicacy and propriety, that she refrained from leading the gallant Nth personally into action. On Sundays, and at periods of a solemn nature, Mrs. O'Dowd used to read with great gravity out of a large volume of her uncle the Dean's sermons. It had been of great comfort to her on board the transport as they were coming home, and were very nearly wrecked on their return from the West Indies. After the regiment's departure, she betook herself to this volume for meditation. Perhaps she did not understand much of what she was reading, and her thoughts were elsewhere, but the sleep project, with poor Mick's nightcap there on the pillow, was quite a vain one. So it is in the world. Jack or Donald marches away to glory with his knapsack on his shoulder, stepping out briskly to the tune of The Girl I Left Behind Me. It is she who remains and suffers, and has the leisure to think, and brood, and remember. Knowing how useless regrets are, and how the indulgence of sentiment only serves to make people more miserable, Mrs. Rebecca wisely determined to give way to no vain feelings of sorrow, and bore the parting from her husband with quite a Spartan equanimity. Indeed, Captain Rawdon himself was much more affected at the leave-taking than the resolute little woman to whom he bade farewell. She had mastered this rude, coarse nature, and he loved and worshipped her with all his faculties of regard and admiration. In all his life he had never been so happy as, during the past few months, his wife had made him. All former delights of turf, mess, hunting-field, and gambling-table, all previous loves and courtships of milliners, opera-dancers, and the like easy triumphs of the clumsy military Adonis, were quite insipid when compared to the lawful matrimonial pleasures which of late he had enjoyed. She had known perpetually how to divert him, and he had found his house and her society 1,000 times more pleasant than any place or company which he had ever frequented from his childhood until now. And he cursed his past follies and extravagances, and bemoaned his vast outlying debts above all, which must remain for ever as obstacles to prevent his wife's advancement in the world. He had often groaned over these in midnight conversations with Rebecca, although as a bachelor they had never given him any disquiet. He himself was struck with this phenomenon. "Hang it," he would say, or perhaps use a still stronger expression out of his simple vocabulary. "Before I was married I didn't care what bills I put my name to, and so long as Moses would wait or Levy would renew for 3 months I kept on never minding. But since I'm married, except renewing, of course, I give you my honour I've not touched a bit of stamped paper." Rebecca always knew how to conjure away these moods of melancholy. "Why, my stupid love," she would say, "we have not done with your aunt yet, and if she fails us, isn't there what you call the Gazette? Or stop, when your Uncle Bute's life drops, I have another scheme. The living has always belonged to the younger brother, and why shouldn't you sell out and go into the church?" The idea of this conversion set Rawdon into roars of laughter. You might have heard the explosion through the hotel at midnight, and the haw-haws of the great dragoon's voice. General Tufto heard him from his quarters on the first floor above them, and Rebecca acted the scene with great spirit, and preached Rawdon's first sermon, to the immense delight of the General at breakfast. But these were mere bygone days and talk. When the final news arrived that the campaign was opened and the troops were to march, Rawdon's gravity became such that Becky rallied him about it in a manner which rather hurt the feelings of the Guardsman. "You don't suppose I'm afraid, Becky, I should think," he said with a tremor in his voice. "But I'm a pretty good mark for a shot. And you see, if it brings me down, why I leave 1 and perhaps 2 behind me whom I should wish to provide for, as I brought 'em into the scrape. It's no laughing matter that, Mrs. C., anyways." Rebecca, by 100 caresses and kind words, tried to soothe the feelings of the wounded lover, It was only when her vivacity and sense of humour got the better of this sprightly creature, as they would do under most circumstances of life indeed, that she would break out with her satire, but she could soon put on a demure face. "Dearest love," she said, "do you suppose I feel nothing?" And hastily dashing something from her eyes, she looked up into her husband's face with a smile. "Look here," he said, "if I drop, let's see what there is for you. I've had a pretty good run of luck here, and here's £230. I've got 10 Napoleons in my pocket. That's as much as I shall want, for the General pays everything like a prince. And if I'm hit, why, you know I cost nothing. Don't cry, little woman. I may live to vex you yet. Well, I shan't take either of my horses, but shall ride the General's grey charger. It's cheaper, and I told him mine was lame. If I'm done, those two ought to fetch you something. Griggs offered 90 for the mare yesterday before this confounded news came, and like a fool I wouldn't let her go under the 2 O's. Bullfinch will fetch his price any day, only you'd better sell him in this country, because the dealers have so many bills of mine, and so I'd rather he shouldn't go back to England. Your little mare the General gave you will fetch something, and there's no damned livery stable bills here as there are in London," Rawdon added with a laugh. "There's that dressing case, cost me 200. That is, I owe 2 for it. And the gold tops and bottles must be worth 30 or 40. Please to put that up the spout, ma'am, with my pins and rings and watch and chain and things. They cost a precious lot of money. Miss Crawley, I know, paid 100 down for the chain and ticker. Gold tops and bottles, indeed. Dammy, I'm sorry I didn't take more now. Edwards pressed on me a silver gilt boot jack, and I might have had a dressing case fitted up with a silver warming pan, and a service of plate. But we must make the best of what we've got, Becky, you know." And so, making his last dispositions, Captain Crawley, who had seldom thought about anything but himself until the last few months of his life, when love had obtained the mastery over the dragoon, went through the various items of his little catalogue of effects, striving to see how they might be turned into money for his wife's benefit, in case any accident should befall him. He pleased himself by noting down with a pencil, in his big schoolboy handwriting, the various items of his portable property which might be sold for his widow's advantage, as, for example, my double barrel by Manton, say 40 guineas, my driving cloak lined with sable fur, £50, my duelling pistols in rosewood case, same which I shot Captain Marker, £20, my regulation saddle holsters and housings, my lorry ditto, and so forth, over all of which articles he made Rebecca the mistress. Faithful to his plan of economy, the Captain dressed himself in his oldest and shabbiest uniform and epaulettes, leaving the newest behind under his wife's, or it might be his widow's, guardianship. And this famous dandy of Windsor and Hyde Park went off on his campaign with a kit as modest as that of a sergeant, and with something like a prayer on his lips for the woman he was leaving. He took her up from the ground and held her in his arms for a minute, tight pressed against his strong beating heart. His face was purple and his eyes dim as he put her down and left her. He rode by his General's side and smoked his cigar in silence as they hastened after the troops of the General's brigade which preceded them, and it was not until they were some miles on their way that he left off twirling his moustache and broke silence. And Rebecca, as we have said, wisely determined not to give way to unavailing sentimentality on her husband's departure. She waved him adieu from the window, and stood there for a moment looking out after he was gone. The cathedral towers and the full gables of the quaint old houses were just beginning to blush in the sunrise. There had been no rest for her that night. She was still in her pretty ball dress, her fair hair hanging somewhat out of curl on her neck, and the circles round her eyes dark with watching. "What a fright I seem," she said, examining herself in the glass, "and how pale this pink makes one look." So she divested herself of this pink raiment, in doing which a note fell out from her corsage, which she picked up with a smile and locked into her dressing-box. And then she put her bouquet of the ball into a glass of water and went to bed, and slept very comfortably. The town was quite quiet when she woke up at 10 o'clock and partook of coffee, very requisite and comforting after the exhaustion and grief of the morning's occurrences. The meal over, she resumed honest Rawdon's calculations of the night previous, and surveyed her position. Should the worst befall, all things considered, she was pretty well to do. There were her own trinkets and trousseau, in addition to those which her husband had left behind. Rawdon's generosity when they were first married has already been described and lauded. Besides these and the little mare, the General, her slave and worshipper, had made her many very handsome presents, in the shape of cashmere shawls, brought at the auction of a bankrupt French general's lady, and numerous tributes from the jewellers' shops, all of which betokened her admirer's taste and wealth. As for tickers, as poor Rawdon called watches, her apartments were alive with their clicking. For happening to mention one night that hers, which Rawdon had given to her, was of English workmanship and went ill, on the very next morning there came to her a little bijou marked Leroy, with a chain and cover charmingly set with turquoises, and another signed Brequet, which was covered with pearls, and yet scarcely bigger than a half-crown. General Tufto had bought one, and Captain Osborne had gallantly presented the other. Mrs. Osborne had no watch, though to do George justice, she might have had one for the asking. And the Honourable Mrs. Tufto, in England, had an old instrument of her mother's that might have served for the plate warming pan which Rawdon talked about. If Messrs. Howell and James were to publish a list of the purchasers of all the trinkets which they sell, how surprised would some families be! And if all these ornaments went to gentlemen's lawful wives and daughters, what a profusion of jewellery there would be exhibited in the genteelest homes of Vanity Fair. Every calculation made of these valuables, Mrs. Rebecca found, not without a pungent feeling of triumph and self-satisfaction, that should circumstances occur, she might reckon on £600 or £700 at the very least to begin the world with. And she passed the morning disposing, ordering, looking out, and locking up her properties in the most agreeable manner. Among the notes in Rawdon's pocket-book was a draft for £20 on Osborne's banker. This made her think about Mrs. Osborne. "I will go and get the draft cashed," she said, "and pay a visit afterwards to poor little Emmy." If this is a novel without a hero, at least let us lay claim to a heroine. No man in the British army which has marched away, not the great Duke himself, could be more cool or collected in the presence of doubts and difficulties than the indomitable little aide-de-camp's wife. And there was another of our acquaintances who was also to be left behind a non-combatant, and whose emotions and behaviour we have therefore a right to know? This was our friend, the ex-collector of Bogley Wollah, whose rest was broken, like other people's, by the sounding of the bugles in the early morning. Being a great sleeper and fond of his bed, it is possible he would have snoozed on until his usual hour of rising in the forenoon, in spite of all the drums, bugles, and bagpipes in the British Army, but for an interruption which did not come from George Osborne, who shared Jos's quarters with him, and was, as usual, occupied too much with his own affairs, or with grief at parting with his wife, to think of taking leave of his slumbering brother-in-law. It was not George, we say, who interposed between Jos Sedley and sleep, but Captain Dobbin, who came and roused him up, insisting on shaking hands with him before his departure. "Very kind of you," said Jos, yawning and wishing the Captain at the deuce. I didn't like to go off without saying good-bye, you know," Dobbin said in a very incoherent manner, "because, you know, some of us mayn't come back again, and I like to see you all well, and that sort of thing, you know." "What do you mean?" Jos asked, rubbing his eyes. The Captain did not in the least hear him, or look at the stout gentleman in the nightcap, about whom he professed to have such a tender interest. The hypocrite was looking and listening with all his might in the direction of George's apartments, striding about the room, upsetting the chairs, beating the tattoo, biting his nails, and showing other signs of great inward emotion. Jos had always had rather a mean opinion of the Captain, and now began to think his courage was somewhat equivocal. "What is it I can do for you, Dobbin?" he said in a sarcastic tone. "I'll tell you what you can do," the Captain replied, coming up to the bed. "We march in a quarter of an hour, Sedley, and neither George nor I may ever come back. Mind you, you're not to stir from this town until you ascertain how things go. You are to stay here and watch over your sister and comfort her, and see that no harm comes to her. If anything happens to George, remember she has no one but you in the world to look to. If it goes wrong with the army, you'll see her safe back to England, and you will promise me on your word that you will never desert her. I know you won't. As far as money goes, you are always free enough with that. Do you want any? I mean, have you enough gold to take you back to England in case of a misfortune?" "Sir," said Jos majestically, "when I want money, I know where to ask for it, and as for my sister, you needn't tell me how I ought to behave to her." "You speak like a man of spirit, Jos," the other answered good-naturedly, "and I am glad that George can leave her in such good hands. So I may give him your word of honour, may I, that in case of extremity you will stand by her?" "Of course," answered Mr. Jos, whose generosity in money matters Dobbin estimated quite correctly. "And you'll see her safe out of Brussels in the event of a defeat?" "A defeat! Damn it, sir, it's impossible. Don't try and frighten me," the hero cried from his bed. And Dobbin's mind was thus perfectly set at ease, now that Jos had spoken out so resolutely respecting his conduct to his sister. At least, thought the Captain, there will be a retreat secured for her in case the worst should ensue. If Captain Dobbin expected to get any personal comfort and satisfaction from having one more view of Amelia before the regiment marched away, his selfishness was punished just as such odious egotism deserved to be. The door of Jos's bedroom opened on to the sitting-room, which was common to the family party, and opposite this door was that of Amelia's chamber. The bugles had wakened everybody. There was no use in concealment now. George's servant was packing in his room, Osborne coming in and out of the contiguous bedroom, flinging to the man such articles as he thought fit to carry on the campaign. And presently Dobbin had the opportunity which his heart coveted, and he got sight of Amelia's face once more. But what a face it was! So white, so wild and despair-stricken, that the remembrance of it haunted him afterwards like a crime, and the sight smote him with inexpressible pangs of longing and pity. She was wrapped in a white morning dress, her hair falling on her shoulders, and her large eyes fixed and without light. By way of helping on the preparations for the departure, and showing that she too could be useful at a moment so critical, this poor soul had taken up a sash of George's from the drawers whereon it lay, and followed him to and fro with the sash in her hand, looking on mutely as his packing proceeded. She came out and stood leaning at the wall, holding his sash against her bosom, from which the heavy net of crimson dropped like a large stain of blood. Our gentle-hearted captain felt a guilty shock as he looked at her. Good God, thought he, and it is grief like this I dared to pry into. And there was no help, no means to soothe and comfort this helpless, speechless misery. He stood for a moment and looked at her, powerless and torn with pity, as a parent regards an infant in pain. At last George took Emmy's hand and led her back into the bedroom, from whence he came out alone. The parting had taken place in that moment, and he was gone. Thank heaven that is over, George thought, bounding down the stair, his sword under his arm, as he ran swiftly to the alarm ground where the regiment was mustered, and whither trooped men and officers hurrying from their billets. His pulse was throbbing and his cheeks flushed. The great game of war was going to be played, and he one of the players. What a fierce excitement of doubt, hope, and pleasure! What tremendous hazards of loss or gain! What were all the games of chance he had ever played compared to this one? Into all contests, requiring athletic skill and courage, the young man from his boyhood upwards had flung himself with all his might. The champion of his school and his regiment, the bravos of his companions had followed him everywhere. From the boys' cricket match to the garrison races, he had won 100 of triumphs, and wherever he went, women and men had admired and envied him. What qualities are there for which a man gets so speedy a return of applause as those of bodily superiority, activity, and valour? Time out of mind, strength and courage have been the theme of bards and romances, and from the story of Troy down to today, poetry has always chosen a soldier for a hero. I wonder, is it because men are cowards in heart that they admire bravery so much, and place military valour so far beyond every other quality for reward and worship? So, at the sound of that stirring call to battle, George jumped away from the gentle arms in which he had been dallying, not without a feeling of shame, although his wife's hold on him had been but feeble, that he should have been detained there so long. The same feeling of eagerness and excitement was amongst all those friends of his, of whom we have had occasional glimpses, from the stout senior major who led the regiment into action, to little Stubble the ensign who was to bear its colours on that day. The sun was just rising as the march began. It was a gallant sight. The band led the column, playing the regimental march. Then came the Major in command, riding upon Pyramus, his stout charger. Then marched the Grenadiers, their captain at their head. In the centre were the colours, borne by the senior and junior ensigns. Then George came marching at the head of his company. He looked up and smiled at Amelia. Chapter 31 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 31, in which Jos Sedley takes care of his sister. Thus, all the superior officers being summoned on duty elsewhere, Jos Sedley was left in command of the little colony at Brussels, with Amelia invalided, Isidor his Belgian servant, and the bonne, who was the maid of all work for the establishment, as a garrison under him. Though he was disturbed in spirit, and his rest destroyed by Dobbin's interruption and the occurrences of the morning, Jos nevertheless remained for many hours in bed, wakeful and rolling about there, until his usual hour of rising had arrived. The sun was high in the heavens, and our gallant friends of the Nth miles on their march before the civilian appeared in his flowered dressing gown at breakfast. About George's absence his brother-in-law was very easy in mind. Perhaps Jos was rather pleased in his heart that Osborne was gone, for during George's presence the other had played but a very secondary part in the household, and Osborne did not scruple to show his contempt for the stout civilian. But Emmy had always been good and attentive to him. It was she who ministered to his comforts, who superintended the dishes that he liked, who walked or rode with him, as she had many, too many opportunities of doing, for where was George? And who interposed her sweet face between his anger and her husband's scorn. Many timid remonstrances had she uttered to George in behalf of her brother, but the former, in his trenchant way, cut these entreaties short. "I'm an honest man," he said, "and if I have a feeling, I show it, as any honest man will. How the deuce, my dear, would you have me behave respectfully to such a fool as your brother?" So Jos was pleased with George's absence. His plain hat and gloves on a sideboard, and the idea that the owner was away, caused Jos I don't know what secret thrill of pleasure. "He won't be troubling me this morning," Jos thought, "with his dandified airs and his impudence." "Put the captain's hat into the ante-room," he said to Isidor, the servant. "Perhaps he won't want it again," replied the lackey, looking knowingly at his master. He hated George too, whose insolence towards him was quite of the English sort. "And ask if Madame is coming to breakfast," Mr. Sedley said with great majesty, ashamed to enter with the servant upon the subject of his dislike for George. The truth is, he had abused his brother to the valet a score of times before. Alas, Madame could not come to breakfast and cut the tartine that Mr. Jos liked. Madame was a great deal too ill, and had been in a frightful state ever since her husband's departure, so her bonne said. Jos showed his sympathy by pouring her out a large cup of tea. It was his way of exhibiting kindness, and he improved on this. He not only sent her breakfast, but he bethought him what delicacies she would most like for dinner. Isidor, the valet, had looked on very sulkily, while Osborne's servant was disposing of his master's baggage previous to the captain's departure. For in the first place he hated Mr. Osborne, whose conduct to him and to all inferiors was generally overbearing. Nor does the continental domestic like to be treated with insolence, as our own better-tempered servants do. and secondly, he was angry that so many valuables should be removed from under his hands, to fall into other people's possession when the English discomfiture should arrive. Of this defeat he and a vast number of other persons in Brussels and Belgium did not make the slightest doubt. The almost universal belief was that the Emperor would divide the Prussian and English armies, annihilate one after the other, and march into Brussels before 3 days were over, when all the movables of his present masters, who would be killed, or fugitives, or prisoners, would lawfully become the property of Monsieur Isidore. As he helped Jos through his toilsome and complicated daily toilette, this faithful servant would calculate what he should do with the very articles with which he was decorating his master's person. He would make a present of the silver essence bottles and toilet knick-knacks to a young lady of whom he was fond, and keep the English cutlery and the large ruby pin for himself. It would look very smart upon one of those fine frilled shirts, which, with the gold-laced cap and the frogged frock-coat, that might easily be cut down to suit his shape, and the captain's gold-headed cane, and the great double ring with the rubies, which he would have made into a pair of beautiful earrings, he calculated would make a perfect Adonis of himself, and render Mademoiselle Reine an easy prey. "How these sleeve buttons will suit me," thought he, as he fixed a pair on the fat, pudgy wrists of Mr. Sedley. "I long for sleeve buttons, and the captain's boots with brass spurs in the next room. Corbleu! What an effect they will make in the Allée Verte!" So while Monsieur Isidore with bodily fingers was holding on to his master's nose and shaving the lower part of Jos's face, his imagination was rambling along the green avenue, dressed out in a frogged coat and lace, and in company with Mademoiselle Reine. He was loitering in spirit on the banks and examining the barges sailing slowly under the cool shadows of the trees by the canal, or refreshing himself with a mug of Faro at the bench of a beer-house on the road to Laeken. But Mr. Joseph Sedley, luckily for his own peace, no more knew what was passing in his domestic's mind than the respected reader and I suspect what John or Mary, whose wages we pay, think of ourselves, what our servants think of us. Did we know what our intimates and our dear relations thought of us, we should live in a world that we should be glad to quit, and in a frame of mind and a constant terror that would be perfectly unbearable. So Jos's man was marking his victim down, as you see one of Mr. Painter's assistants in Leadenhall Street ornament an unconscious turtle with a placard on which is written "Soup tomorrow." Amelia's attendant was much less selfishly disposed. Few dependents could come near that kind and gentle creature without paying their usual tribute of loyalty and affection to her sweet and affectionate nature, and it is a fact that Pauline, the cook, consoled her mistress more than anybody whom she saw on this wretched morning, for when she found how Amelia remained for hours silent, motionless, and haggard, by the windows in which she had placed herself to watch the last bayonets of the column as it marched away, the honest girl took the lady's hand and said, "Tenez, madame, est-ce qu'il n'est pas aussi à l'armée, mon homme à moi?" With which she burst into tears, and Amelia, falling into her arms, did likewise, and so each pitied and soothed the other. Several times during the forenoon Mr. Jos's Isidore went from his lodgings into the town, and to the gates of the hotels and lodging-houses round about the park, where the English were congregated, and there mingled with other valets, couriers, and lacqueys, gathered such news as was abroad, and brought back bulletins for his master's information. Almost all these gentlemen were in heart partisans of the Emperor, and had their opinions about the speedy end of the campaign. The Emperor's proclamation from Avesnes had been distributed everywhere plentifully in Brussels. "Soldiers," it said, "this is the anniversary of Marengo and Friedland, by which the destinies of Europe were twice decided. Then, as after Austerlitz, as after Wagram, we were too generous. We believed in the oaths and promises of princes whom we suffered to remain upon their thrones. Let us march once more to meet them. We and they, are we not still the same men? Soldiers, these same Prussians who are so arrogant today were 3-1 against you at Jena, and 6-1 at Montmirail. Those among you who were prisoners in England can tell their comrades what frightful torments they suffered on board the English hulks. Madmen! A moment of prosperity has blinded them, and if they enter into France, it will be to find a grave there." But the partisans of the French prophesied a more speedy extermination of the Emperor's enemies than this, and it was agreed on all hands that Prussians and British would never return except as prisoners in the rear of the conquering army. These opinions in the course of the day were brought to operate upon Mr. Sedley. He was told that the Duke of Wellington had gone to try and rally his army, the advance of which had been utterly crushed the night before. "Crushed? Pshaw!" said Jos, whose heart was pretty stout at breakfast time. "The Duke has gone to beat the Emperor, as he has beaten all his generals before. His papers are burned, his effects are removed, and his quarters are being got ready for the Duke of Dalmatia," Jos's informant replied. "I had it from his own maître d'hôtel. Milord Duc de Richmont's people are packing up everything. His Grace has fled already, and the Duchess is only waiting to see the plate packed to join the King of France at Ostend." "The King of France is at Ghent, fellow," replied Jos, affecting incredulity. "He fled last night to Bruges, and embarks today from Ostend. The Duc de Berry is taken prisoner. Those who wish to be safe had better go soon, for the dikes will be opened tomorrow, and who can fly when the whole country is under water?" "Nonsense, sir. We are 3-1, sir, against any force Boney can bring into the field," Mr. Sedley objected. "The Austrians and the Russians are on their march. He shall be crushed," Jos said, slapping his hand on the table. "The Prussians were 3-1 at Jena, and he took their army and kingdom in a week. They were 6-1 at Montmirail, and he scattered them like sheep. The Austrian army are coming, but with the Empress and the King of Rome at its head, and the Russians, the Russians will withdraw. No quarter is to be given to the English on account of their cruelty to our braves on board the infamous pontoons. Look here it is in black and white. Here is the proclamation of His Majesty, the Emperor and King," said the now declared partisan of Napoleon, and taking the document from his pocket, Isidor sternly thrust it into his master's face, and already looked upon the frogged coat and valuables as his own spoil. Jos was, if not seriously alarmed as yet, at least considerably disturbed in mind. "Give me my coat and cap, sir," said he, "and follow me. I will go myself and learn the truth of these reports." Isidore was furious as Jos put on the braided frock. "Milor had better not wear the military coat," said he. "The Frenchmen have sworn not to give quarter to a single British soldier." "Silence, sirrah," said Jos, with a resolute countenance still, and thrust his arm into the sleeve with indomitable resolution. In the performance of which heroic act he was found by Mrs. Rawdon Crawley, who at this juncture came up to visit Amelia, and entered without ringing at the antechamber door. Rebecca was dressed very neatly and smartly, as usual. Her quiet sleep after Rawdon's departure had refreshed her, and her pink smiling cheeks were quite pleasant to look at in a town and on a day when everybody else's countenance wore that appearance of the deepest anxiety and gloom. She laughed at the attitude in which Jos was discovered, and the struggles and convulsions with which the stout gentleman thrust himself into the braided coat. "Are you preparing to join the army, Mr. Joseph?" she said. "Is there to be nobody left in Brussels to protect us poor women?" Jos succeeded in plunging into the coat, and came forward blushing and stuttering out excuses to his fair visitor. How was she after the events of the morning, after the fatigues of the ball the night before? Monsieur Isidore disappeared into his master's adjacent bedroom, bearing off the flowered dressing-gown. "How good of you to ask," said she, pressing one of his hands in both her own. "How cool and collected you look when everybody else is frightened. How is our dear little Emmy? It must have been an awful, awful parting." "Tremendous," Jos said. "You men can bear anything," replied the lady. "Parting or danger are nothing to you. Own now that you were going to join the army and leave us to our fate. I know you were. Something tells me you were. I was so frightened when the thought came into my head, for I do sometimes think of you when I am alone, Mr. Joseph, that I ran off immediately to beg and entreat you not to fly from us." This speech might be interpreted: "My dear sir, should an accident befall the army and a retreat be necessary, you have a very comfortable carriage in which I propose to take a seat." I don't know whether Jos understood the words in this sense, but he was profoundly mortified by the ladies' inattention to him during their stay in Brussels. He had never been presented to any of Rawdon Crawley's great acquaintances. He had scarcely been invited to Rebecca's parties, for he was too timid to play much, and his presence bored George and Rawdon equally, who neither of them perhaps liked to have a witness to the amusements in which the pair chose to indulge. "Ah," thought Jos, "now she wants me, she comes to me. When there is nobody else in the way, she can think about old Joseph Sedley." But besides these doubts, he felt flattered at the idea Rebecca expressed of his courage. He blushed a good deal, and put on an air of importance. "I should like to see the action," he said. "Every man of any spirit would, you know. I've seen a little service in India, but nothing on this grand scale." "You men would sacrifice anything for a pleasure," Rebecca answered. "Captain Crawley left me this morning as gay as if he were going to a hunting party. What does he care? What do any of you care for the agonies and tortures of a poor forsaken woman? I wonder whether he could really have been going to the troops, the great lazy gourmand. Oh dear, Mr. Sedley, I have come to you for comfort, for consolation. I have been on my knees all the morning. I tremble at the frightful danger into which our husbands, our friends, our brave troops and allies are rushing, and I come here for shelter and find another of my friends, the last remaining to me, bent upon plunging into the dreadful scene." "My dear madam," Jos replied, now beginning to be quite soothed, "don't be alarmed. I only said I should like to go. What Briton would not? But my duty keeps me here. I can't leave that poor creature in the next room." And he pointed with his finger to the door of the chamber in which Amelia was. "Good, noble brother," Rebecca said, putting her handkerchief to her eyes and smelling the eau de cologne with which it was scented. "I have done you injustice. You have got a heart. I thought you had not." "Oh, upon my honour," Jos said, making a motion as if he would lay his hand upon the spot in question. "You do me injustice, indeed you do, my dear Mrs. Crawley." "I do. Now your heart is true to your sister. But I remember 2 years ago, when it was false to me," Rebecca said, fixing her eyes upon him for an instant, and then turning away into the window. Jos blushed violently. That organ which he was accused by Rebecca of not possessing began to thump tumultuously. He recalled the days when he had fled from her, and the passion which had once inflamed him, the days when he had driven her in his curricle, when she had knit the green purse for him, when he had sat enraptured, gazing at her white arms and bright eyes. "I know you think me ungrateful," Rebecca continued, coming out of the window and once more looking at him, and addressing him in a low, tremulous voice. "Your coldness, your averted looks, your manner when we have met of late, when I came in just now, all proved it to me. But were there no reasons why I should avoid you? Let your own heart answer that question. Do you think my husband was too much inclined to welcome you? The only unkind words I have ever had from him, I will do Captain Crawley that justice, have been about you, and most cruel, cruel words they were." "Good gracious, what have I done?" asked Jos in a flurry of pleasure and perplexity. "What have I done to?" "Is jealousy nothing?" said Rebecca. "He makes me miserable about you, and whatever it might have been once. My heart is all his. I am innocent now. Am I not, Mr. Sedley?" All Jos's blood tingled with delight as he surveyed this victim to his attractions. A few adroit words, 1 or 2 knowing, tender glances of the eyes, and his heart was inflamed again, and his doubts and suspicions forgotten. From Solomon downwards, have not wiser men than he been cajoled and befooled by women? If the worst comes to the worst, Becky thought, my retreat is secure, and I have a right-hand seat in the barouche. There is no knowing into what declarations of love and ardour the tumultuous passions of Mr. Joseph might have led him, if Isidor the valet had not made his reappearance at this minute, and begun to busy himself about the domestic affairs. Jos, who was just going to gasp out an avowal, choked almost with the emotion that he was obliged to restrain. Rebecca too bethought her that it was time she should go in and comfort her dearest Amelia. "Au revoir," she said, kissing her hand to Mr. Joseph, and tapped gently at the door of his sister's apartment. As she entered and closed the door on herself, he sank down in a chair and gazed and sighed and puffed portentously. That coat is very tight for milor, Isidore said, still having his eye on the frogs. But his master heard him not. His thoughts were elsewhere, now glowing, maddening upon the contemplation of the enchanting Rebecca, anon shrinking guiltily before the vision of the jealous Rawdon Crawley, with his curling fierce mustachios and his terrible duelling pistols loaded and cocked. Rebecca's appearance struck Amelia with terror and made her shrink back. It recalled her to the world and the remembrance of yesterday. In the overpowering fears about tomorrow, she had forgotten Rebecca, jealousy, everything except that her husband was gone and was in danger. Until this dauntless worldling came in and broke the spell and lifted the latch, we too have forborne to enter into that sad chamber. How long had that poor girl been on her knees? What hours of speechless prayer and bitter prostration had she passed there? The war chroniclers who write brilliant stories of fight and triumph scarcely tell us of these. These are too mean parts of the pageant, and you don't hear widows' cries or mothers' sobs in the midst of the shouts and jubilation in the great chorus of victory. And yet when was the time that such have not cried out? Heart-broken, humble Protestants, unheard in the uproar of the triumph. After the first movement of terror in Amelia's mind, when Rebecca's green eyes lighted upon her, and rustling in her fresh silks and brilliant ornaments, the latter tripped up with extended arms to embrace her, a feeling of anger succeeded, and from being deathly pale before, her face flushed up red, and she returned Rebecca's look after a moment with a steadiness which surprised and somewhat abashed her rival. "Dearest Amelia, you are very unwell," the visitor said, putting forth her hand to take Amelia's. "What is it? I could not rest until I knew how you were." Amelia drew back her hand. Never since her life began had that gentle soul refused to believe or to answer any demonstration of goodwill or affection. But she drew back her hand and trembled all over. "Why are you here, Rebecca?" she said, still looking at her solemnly with her large eyes. These glances troubled her visitor. She must have seen him give me the letter at the ball, Rebecca thought. "Don't be agitated, dear Amelia," she said, looking down. "I came but to see if you were well." "Are you well?" said Amelia. "I dare say you are. You don't love your husband. You would not be here if you did. Tell me, Rebecca, did I ever do you anything but kindness?" "Indeed, Amelia, no," the other said, still hanging down her head. "When you were quite poor, who was it that befriended you? Was I not a sister to you? You saw us all in happier days before he married me. I was all in all then to him, or would he have given up his fortune, his family, as he nobly did, to make me happy? Why did you come between my love and me? Who sent you to separate those whom God joined, and take my darling's heart from me? My own husband! Do you think you could love him as I did? His love was everything to me. You knew it, and wanted to rob me of it. For shame, Rebecca! Bad and wicked woman! False friend and false wife!" "Amelia, I protest before God I have done my husband no wrong," Rebecca said, turning from her. Have you done me no wrong, Rebecca? You did not succeed, but you tried. Ask your heart if you did not." She knows nothing, Rebecca thought. "He came back to me. I knew he would. I knew that no falsehood, no flattery could keep him from me long. I knew he would come. I prayed so that he should." The poor girl spoke these words with a spirit and volubility which Rebecca had never before seen in her, and before which the latter was quite dumb. "But what have I done to you," she continued in a more pitiful tone, "that you should try and take him from me? I had him but for 6 weeks. You might have spared me these, Rebecca, and yet from the very first day of our wedding you came and blighted it. Now he is gone. Are you come to see how unhappy I am?" she continued. "You made me wretched enough for the past fortnight. You might have spared me to-day." I never came here," interposed Rebecca, with unlucky truth. "No, you didn't come. You took him away. Are you come to fetch him from me?" she continued in a wilder tone. "He was here, but he is gone now. There, on that very sofa he sat. Don't touch it. We sat and talked there. I was on his knee, and my arms were around his neck, and we said, 'Our Father.' Yes, he was here, and they came and took him away. But he promised me to come back." "He will come back, my dear," said Rebecca, touched in spite of herself. "Look," said Amelia, "this is his sash. Isn't it a pretty colour?" And she took up the fringe and kissed it. She had tied it round his waist at some part of the day. She had forgotten her anger, her jealousy, the very presence of her rival seemingly, for she walked silently and almost with a smile on her face towards the bed and began to smooth down George's pillow. Rebecca walked too, silently away. "How is Amelia?" asked Jos, who still held his position in the chair. "There should be somebody with her," said Rebecca. "I think she is very unwell." And she went away with a very grave face, refusing Mr. Sedley's entreaties that she would stay and partake of the early dinner which he had ordered. Rebecca was of a good-natured and obliging disposition, and she liked Amelia rather than otherwise. Even her hard words, reproachful as they were complimentary, the groans of a person stinging under defeat. Meeting Mrs. O'Dowd, whom the Dean's sermons had by no means comforted, and who was walking very disconsolately in the park, Rebecca accosted the latter, rather to the surprise of the Major's wife, who was not accustomed to such marks of politeness from Mrs. Rawdon Crawley, and informing her that poor little Mrs. Osborne was in a desperate condition and almost mad with grief, sent off the good-natured Irishwoman straight to see if she could console her young favourite. "I've cares of my own enough," Mrs. O'Dowd said gravely, "and I thought poor Amelia would be little wanting for company this day. But if she's so bad as you say, and ye can't attend to her, who used to be so fond of her, faith, I'll see if I can be of service. And so good morning to ye, madam." With which speech and a toss of her head, the lady of the Repather took a farewell of Mrs. Crawley, whose company she by no means courted. Becky watched her marching off with a smile on her lip. She had the keenest sense of humour, and the Parthian look which the retreating Mrs. O'Dowd flung over her shoulder almost upset Mrs. Crawley's gravity. "Me service to ye, me fine madam, and I'm glad to see ye so cheerful," thought Peggy. It's not you that will cry your eyes out with grief anyway." And with this she passed on and speedily found her way to Mrs. Osborne's lodgings. The poor soul was still at the bedside, where Rebecca had left her, and stood almost crazy with grief. The Major's wife, a strong-minded woman, endeavoured her best to comfort her young friend. "You must bear up, Amelia dear," she said kindly, "for he mustn't find you ill when he sends for you after the victory. It's not you are the only woman that are in the hands of God this day." "I know that. I am very wicked, very weak," Amelia said. She knew her own weakness well enough. The presence of the more resolute friend checked it, however, and she was the better of this control and company. They went on till 2 o'clock. Their hearts were with the column as it marched farther and farther away. Dreadful doubt and anguish, prayers and fears, and griefs unspeakable followed the regiment. It was the women's tribute to the war. It taxes both alike, and takes the blood of the men and the tears of the women. At 2:30, an event occurred of daily importance to Mr. Joseph. The dinner hour arrived. Warriors may fight and perish, but he must dine. He came into Amelia's room to see if he could coax her to share that meal. "Try," said he. "The soup is very good. Do try, Emmy." And he kissed her hand. Except when she was married, he had not done so much for years before. "You are very good and kind, Joseph," she said. "Everybody is, but, if you please, I will stay in my room to-day." The savour of the soup, however, was agreeable to Mrs. O'Dowd's nostrils, and she thought she would bear Mr. Jos company, so the two sat down to their meal. "God bless the meal," said the Major's wife solemnly. She was thinking of her honest Mick riding at the head of his regiment. "'Tis but a bad dinner those poor boys will get to-day," she said, with a sigh, and then, like a philosopher, fell to. Jos's spirits rose with his meal. He would drink the regiment's health, or indeed take any other excuse to indulge in a glass of champagne. "We'll drink to O'Dowd and his brave th," said he, bowing gallantly to his guest. Mrs. O'Dowd? Fill Mrs. O'Dowd's glass, Isidor." But all of a sudden Isidor started, and the Major's wife laid down her knife and fork. The windows of the room were open and looked southward, and a dull distant sound came over the sun-lighted roofs from that direction. "What is it?" said Jos. "Why don't you pour, you rascal?" "C'est le feu," said Isidor, running to the balcony. "God defend us! It's cannon!" Mrs. O'Dowd cried, starting up, and followed too to the window. 1,000 pale and anxious faces might have been seen looking from other casements, and presently it seemed as if the whole population of the city rushed into the streets. Chapter 32 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 32, in which Jos takes flight and the war is brought to a close. We of peaceful London City have never beheld, and, please God, never shall witness such a scene of hurry and alarm as that which Brussels presented. Crowds rushed to the Namur Gate, from which direction the noise proceeded, and many rode along the level chaussee to be in advance of any intelligence from the army. Each man asked his neighbour for news, and even great English lords and ladies condescended to speak to persons whom they did not know. The friends of the French went abroad wild with excitement and prophesying the triumph of their emperor. The merchants closed their shops and came out to swell the general chorus of alarm and clamour. Women rushed to the churches and crowded the chapels, and knelt and prayed on the flags and steps. The dull sound of the cannon went on rolling, rolling. Presently carriages with travellers began to leave the town, galloping away by the Ghent barrier. The prophecies of the French partisans began to pass for facts. "He has cut the armies in two," it was said. "He is marching straight on Brussels. He will overpower the English and be here tonight." "He will overpower the English," shrieked Isidor to his master, "and will be here tonight." The man bounded in and out from the lodgings to the street, always returning with some fresh particulars of disaster. Jos's face grew paler and paler. Alarm began to take entire possession of the stout civilian. All the champagne he drank brought no courage to him. Before sunset he was worked up to such a pitch of nervousness as gratified his friend Isidor to behold, who now counted surely upon the spoils of the owner of the laced coat. The women were away all this time. After hearing the firing for a moment, the stout Major's wife bethought her of her friend in the next chamber, and ran in to watch and, if possible, to console Amelia. The idea that she had that helpless and gentle creature to protect gave additional strength to the natural courage of the honest Irishwoman. She passed 5 hours by her friend's side, sometimes in remonstrance, sometimes talking cheerfully, oftener in silence and terrified mental supplication. "I never let go her hand once," said the stout lady afterwards, "until after sunset, when the firing was over." Pauline, the bonne, was on her knees at church, hard by, praying for son homme à elle. When the noise of the cannonading was over, Mrs. O'Dowd issued out of Amelia's room into the parlour adjoining, where Jos sat with 2 emptied flasks and courage entirely gone. Once or twice he had ventured into his sister's bedroom, looking very much alarmed, and as if he would say something, but the Major's wife kept her place, and he went away without disburthening himself of his speech. He was ashamed to tell her that he wanted to fly. But when she made her appearance in the dining-room, where he sat in the twilight in the cheerless company of his empty champagne bottles, he began to open his mind to her. "Mrs. O'Dowd," he said, "hadn't you better get Amelia ready?" "Are you going to take her out for a walk?" said the Major's lady. "Sure, she's too weak to stir." I've ordered the carriage," he said, "and post-horses. Isidor is gone for them," Jos continued. "What do you want with driving tonight?" answered the lady. "I've just got her to lie down." "Get her up," said Jos. "She must get up, I say," and he stamped his foot energetically. "I say the horses are ordered. Yes, the horses are ordered. It's all over, and—" "And what?" asked Mrs. O'Dowd. "I'm off for Ghent," Jos answered. "Everybody is going. There's a place for you. We shall start in half an hour." The Major's wife looked at him with infinite scorn. "I don't move till O'Dowd gives me the route," said she. "You may go if you like, Mr. Sedley, but faith, Amelia and I stop here." "She shall go," said Jos, with another stamp of his foot. Mrs. O'Dowd put herself with arms akimbo before the bedroom door. "Is it her mother you're going to take her to?" she said, "or do you want to go to mamma yourself, Mr. Sedley?
Good morning. A pleasant journey to you, sir. Bon voyage, as they say, and take me counsel and shave off them mustachios, or they'll bring you into mischief." "Damn!" yelled out Jos, wild with fear, rage, and mortification. And Isidor came in at this juncture, swearing in his turn. "Pas de chevaux, sacre bleu!" hissed out the furious domestic. All the horses were gone. Jos was not the only man in Brussels seized with panic that day. But Jos's fears, great and cruel as they were already, were destined to increase to an almost frantic pitch before the night was over. It has been mentioned how Pauline, the bonne, had son homme à elle also in the ranks of the army that had gone out to meet the Emperor Napoleon. This lover was a native of Brussels and a Belgian hussar. The troops of his nation signalised themselves in this war for anything but courage, and young Van Cutsum, Pauline's admirer, was too good a soldier to disobey his colonel's orders to run away. Whilst in garrison at Brussels, young Regulus, he had been born in the revolutionary times, found his great comfort and passed almost all his leisure moments in Pauline's kitchen. And it was with pockets and holsters crammed full of good things from her larder that he had taken leave of his weeping sweetheart to proceed upon the campaign a few days before. As far as his regiment was concerned, this campaign was over now. They had formed a part of the division under the command of his sovereign apparent, the Prince of Orange, and as respected length of swords and mustachios, and the richness of uniform and equipments, Regulus and his comrades looked to be as gallant a body of men as ever trumpet sounded for. When Ney dashed upon the advance of the allied troops, carrying one position after the other, until the arrival of the great body of the British army from Brussels changed the aspect of the combat of Quatre Bras, the squadrons among which Regulus rode showed the greatest activity in retreating before the French, and were dislodged from one post and another which they occupied with perfect alacrity on their part. Their movements were only checked by the advance of the British in their rear. Thus forced to halt, the enemy's cavalry, whose bloodthirsty obstinacy cannot be too severely reprehended, had at length an opportunity of coming to close quarters with the brave Belgians before them, who preferred to encounter the British rather than the French, and at once turning tail, rode through the English regiments that were behind them, and scattered in all directions. The regiment, in fact, did not exist any more. It was nowhere. It had no headquarters. Regulus found himself galloping many miles from the field of action, entirely alone. And whither should he fly for refuge so naturally as to that kitchen and those faithful arms in which Pauline had so often welcomed him? At some 10 o'clock, the clinking of a sabre might have been heard up the stair of the house where the Osbornes occupied a story, in the continental fashion. A knock might have been heard at the kitchen door, and poor Pauline, come back from church, fainted almost with terror as she opened it and saw before her her haggard hussar. He looked as pale as the midnight dragoon who came to disturb Leonora. Pauline would have screamed, but that her cry would have called her masters and discovered her friend. She stifled her scream then, and leading her hero into the kitchen, gave him beer and the choice bits from the dinner which Jos had not had the heart to taste. The hussar showed he was no ghost by the prodigious quantity of flesh and beer which he devoured, and during the mouthfuls he told his tale of disaster. His regiment had performed prodigies of courage, and had withstood for a while the onset of the whole French army, but they were overwhelmed at last, as was the whole British army by this time. Ney destroyed each regiment as it came up. The Belgians in vain interposed to prevent the butchery of the English. The Brunswickers were routed and had fled. Their Duke was killed. It was a general debacle. He sought to drown his sorrow for the defeat in floods of beer. Isidore, who had come into the kitchen, heard the conversation and rushed out to inform his master. "It is all over," he shrieked to Jos. "My Lord Duke is a prisoner. The Duke of Brunswick is killed. The British army is in full flight. There is only one man escaped, and he is in the kitchen now. Come and hear him." So Jos tottered into that apartment where Regulus still sat on the kitchen table, and clung fast to his flagon of beer. In the best French which he could muster, and which was in sooth of a very ungrammatical sort, Jos besought the hussar to tell his tale. The disasters deepened as Regulus spoke. He was the only man of his regiment not slain on the field. He had seen the Duke of Brunswick fall, the black hussars fly, the Ecossais pounded down by the cannon. "And the nth?" gasped Jos. "Cut in pieces," said the hussar, upon which Pauline cried out, "Oh, my mistress, ma bonne petite dame," and went off fairly into hysterics, and filled the house with her screams. Wild with terror, Mr. Sedley knew not how or where to seek for safety. He rushed from the kitchen back to the sitting-room and cast an appealing look at Amelia's door, which Mrs. O'Dowd had closed and locked in his face. But he remembered how scornfully the latter had received him, and after pausing and listening for a brief space at the door, he left it and resolved to go into the street for the first time that day. So seizing a candle, he looked about for his gold-laced cap, and found it lying in its usual place on a console table in the ante-room, placed before a mirror at which Jos used to coquette, always giving his side locks a twirl and his cap the proper cock over his eye before he went forth to make his appearance in public. Such is the force of habit, that even in the midst of his terror he began mechanically to twiddle with his hair and arrange the cock of his hat. Then he looked amazed at the pale face in the glass before him, and especially at his mustachios, which had attained a rich growth in the course of near 7 weeks since they had come into the world. "They will mistake me for a military man," thought he, remembering Isidore's warning as to the massacre with which all the defeated British army was threatened. And staggering back to his bedchamber, he began wildly pulling the bell which summoned his valet. Isidore answered that summons. Jos had sunk in a chair. He had torn off his neckcloths and turned down his collars, and was sitting with both his hands lifted to his throat. "Coupez-moi, Isidore," shouted he. "Vite! Coupez-moi!" Isidore thought for a moment he had gone mad, and that he wished his valet to cut his throat. "Les moustaches!" gasped Joe. "Les moustaches! Coupez! Raisez! Vite!" His French was of this sort, voluble, as we have said, but not remarkable for grammar. Isidore swept off the mustachios in no time with the razor, and heard with inexpressible delight his master's orders that he should fetch a hat and a plain coat. "Ne portez plus. Habit militaire. Bonne à vous. Prenez dehors," were Jos's words. The coat and cap were at last his property. This gift being made, Jos selected a plain black coat and waistcoat from his stock, and put on a large white neckcloth and a plain beaver. If he could have got a shovel hat, he would have worn it. As it was, you would have fancied he was a flourishing, large parson of the Church of England. "Venny, maintenant," he continued, "suivez, allez, party dans la rue." And so having said, he plunged swiftly down the stairs of the house and passed into the street. Although Regulus had vowed that he was the only man of his regiment, or of the allied army almost, who had escaped being cut to pieces by Ney, it appeared that his statement was incorrect, and that a good number more of the supposed victims had survived the massacre. Many scores of Regulus's comrades had found their way back to Brussels, and all agreeing that they had run away, filled the whole town with an idea of the defeat of the Allies. The arrival of the French was expected hourly. The panic continued, and preparations for flight went on everywhere. No horses, thought Jos in terror. He made Isidor inquire of scores of persons whether they had any to lend or sell, and his heart sank within him at the negative answers returned everywhere. Should he take the journey on foot? Even fear could not render that ponderous body so active. Almost all the hotels occupied by the English in Brussels faced the park, and Jos wandered irresolutely about in this quarter, with crowds of other people, oppressed as he was by fear and curiosity. Some families he saw more happy than himself, having discovered a team of horses, and rattling through the streets in retreat. Others again there were whose case was like his own, and who could not for any bribes or entreaties procure the necessary means of flight. Among these would-be fugitives, Jos remarked the Lady Bareacres and her daughter, who sat in their carriage in the porte cochere of their hotel, all their imperials packed, and the only drawback to whose flight was the same want of motive power which kept Jos stationary. Rebecca Crawley occupied apartments in this hotel, and had before this period had sundry hostile meetings with the ladies of the Bareacres family. My Lady Bareacres cut Mrs. Crawley on the stairs when they met by chance, and in all places where the latter's name was mentioned, spoke perseveringly ill of her neighbour. The Countess was shocked at the familiarity of General Tufto with the aide-de-camp's wife. The Lady Blanche avoided her as if she had been an infectious disease. Only the Earl himself kept up a sly, occasional acquaintance with her, when out of the jurisdiction of his ladies. Rebecca had her revenge now upon these insolent enemies. It became known in the hotel that Captain Crawley's horses had been left behind, and when the panic began, Lady Bareacres condescended to send her maid to the captain's wife, with her ladyship's compliments, and a desire to know the price of Mrs. Crawley's horses. Mrs. Crawley returned a note with her compliments, and an intimation that it was not her custom to transact bargains with ladies' maids. This curt reply brought the Earl in person to Becky's apartment, but he could get no more success than the first ambassador. "Send a lady's maid to me!" Mrs. Crawley cried in great anger. "Why didn't my Lady Bareacres tell me to go and saddle the horses? Is it her ladyship that wants to escape, or her ladyship's femme de chambre?" And this was all the answer that the Earl bore back to his Countess. What will not necessity do? The Countess herself, actually came to wait upon Mrs. Crawley on the failure of her second envoy. She entreated her to name her own price. She even offered to invite Becky to Bareacres House, if the latter would but give her the means of returning to that residence. Mrs. Crawley sneered at her. "I don't want to be waited on by bailiffs in livery," she said. "You will never get back, though, most probably, at least not you and your diamonds together. The French will have those. They will be here in 2 hours, and I shall be half-way to Ghent by that time. I would not sell you my horses, no, not for the 2 largest diamonds that your ladyship wore at the ball." Lady Bareacres trembled with rage and terror. The diamonds were sewed into her habit and secreted in my lord's padding and boots. "Woman, the diamonds are at the banker's, and I will have the horses," she said. Rebecca laughed in her face. The infuriate Countess went below and sat in her carriage. Her maid, her courier, and her husband were sent once more through the town, each to look for cattle, and woe betide those who came last. Her ladyship was resolved on departing the very instant the horses arrived from any quarter, with her husband or without him. Rebecca had the pleasure of seeing her ladyship in the horseless carriage, and keeping her eyes fixed upon her, and bewailing in the loudest tone of voice the Countess's perplexities. "Not to be able to get horses," she said, "and to have all those diamonds sewed into the carriage cushions. What a prize it will be for the French when they come. The carriage and the diamonds, I mean, not the lady." She gave this information to the landlord, to the servants, to the guests, and the innumerable stragglers about the courtyard. Lady Bareacres could have shot her from the carriage window. It was while enjoying the humiliation of her enemy that Rebecca caught sight of Jos, who made towards her directly he perceived her. That altered, frightened, fat face told his secret well enough. He too wanted to fly, and was on the lookout for the means of escape. "He shall buy my horses," thought Rebecca, "and I'll ride the mare." Jos walked up to his friend and put the question for the 100th time during the past hour. Did she know where horses were to be had? "What, you fly?" said Rebecca with a laugh. "I thought you were the champion of all the ladies, Mr. Sedley." I'm not a military man," gasped he. "And Amelia, who is to protect that poor little sister of yours?" asked Rebecca. "You surely would not desert her?" "What good can I do her, suppose the enemy arrive?" Jos answered. "They'll spare the women, but my man tells me they have taken an oath to give no quarter to the men, the dastardly cowards." "Horrid!" cried Rebecca, enjoying his perplexity. "Besides, I don't want to desert her," cried the brother. "She shan't be deserted. There is a seat for her in my carriage, and one for you, dear Mrs. Crawley, if you will come, and if we can get horses," sighed he. "I have 2 to sell," the lady said. Jos could have flung himself into her arms at the news. "Get the carriage, Isidor," he cried. "We've found them. We have found them." "My horses never were in harness," added the lady. "Bullfinch would kick the carriage to pieces if you put him in the traces." "But is he quiet to ride?" asked the civilian. "As quiet as a lamb and as fast as a hare," answered Rebecca. "Do you think he is up to my weight?" Jos said. He was already on his back, in imagination, without ever so much as a thought for poor Amelia. What person who loved a horse speculation could resist such a temptation? In reply, Rebecca asked him to come into her room, whither he followed her quite breathless to conclude the bargain. Jos seldom spent a half-hour in his life which cost him so much money. Rebecca, measuring the value of the goods which she had for sale by Jos's eagerness to purchase, as well as by the scarcity of the article, put upon her horses a price so prodigious as to make even the civilian draw back. She would sell both or neither, she said resolutely. Rawdon had ordered her not to part with them for a price less than that which she specified. Lord Bareacres below would give her the same money, and with all her love and regard for the Sedley family, her dear Mr. Joseph must conceive that poor people must live. Nobody, in a word, could be more affectionate, but more firm about the matter of business. Jos ended by agreeing, as might be supposed of him. The sum he had to give her was so large that he was obliged to ask for time, so large as to be a little fortune to Rebecca, who rapidly calculated that with this sum, and the sale of the residue of Rawdon's effects, and her pension as a widow should he fall, she would now be absolutely independent of the world, and might look her weeds steadily in the face. Once or twice in the day she certainly had herself thought about flying, but her reason gave her better counsel. Suppose the French do come, thought Becky. What can they do to a poor officer's widow? Pah, the time of sacks and sieges are over. We shall be let to go home quietly, or I may live pleasantly abroad with a snug little income. Meanwhile, Jos and Isidor went off to the stables to inspect the newly purchased cattle. Jos bade his man saddle the horses at once. He would ride away that very night, that very hour. And he left the valet busy in getting the horses ready, and went homewards himself to prepare for his departure. It must be secret. He would go to his chamber by the back entrance. He did not care to face Mrs. O'Dowd and Amelia, and own to them that he was about to run. By the time Jos's bargain with Rebecca was completed, and his horses had been visited and examined, it was almost morning once more. But though midnight was long past, there was no rest for the city. The people were up, the lights in the houses flamed, crowds were still about the doors, and the streets were busy. Rumours of various natures went still from mouth to mouth. One report averred that the Prussians had been utterly defeated, another that it was the English who had been attacked and conquered, a third that the latter had held their ground. This last rumour gradually got strength. No Frenchmen had made their appearance. Stragglers had come in from the army, bringing reports more and more favourable. At last an aide-de-camp actually reached Brussels with dispatches for the commandant of the place, who placarded presently through the town an official announcement of the success of the Allies at Quatre Bras, and the entire repulse of the French under Ney after a 6 hours' battle. The aide-de-camp must have arrived some time while Jos and Rebecca were making their bargain together, or the latter was inspecting his purchase. When he reached his own hotel, he found a score of its numerous inhabitants on the threshold discoursing of the news. There was no doubt as to its truth, and he went up to communicate it to the ladies under his charge. He did not think it was necessary to tell them how he had intended to take leave of them, how he had bought horses, and what a price he had paid for them. But success or defeat was a minor matter to them, who had only thought for the safety of those they loved. Amelia, at the news of the victory, became still more agitated even than before. She was for going that moment to the army. She besought her brother with tears to conduct her thither. Her doubts and terrors reached their paroxysm, and the poor girl, who for many hours had been plunged into stupor, raved and ran hither and thither in hysteric insanity. A piteous sight. No man writhing in pain on the hard-fought field 15 miles off, where lay, after their struggles, so many of the brave. No man suffered more keenly than this poor harmless victim of the war. Jos could not bear the sight of her pain. He left his sister in the charge of her stouter female companion, and descended once more to the threshold of the hotel, where everybody still lingered and talked and waited for more news. It grew to be broad daylight as they stood here, and fresh news began to arrive from the war, brought by men who had been actors in the scene. Waggons and long country carts laden with wounded came rolling into the town. Ghastly groans came from within them, and haggard faces looked up sadly from out of the straw. Jos Sedley was looking at one of these carriages with a painful curiosity. The moans of the people within were frightful. The wearied horses could hardly pull the cart. "Stop! Stop!" a feeble voice cried from the straw, and the carriage stopped opposite Mr. Sedley's hotel. "It is George. I know it is," cried Amelia, rushing in a moment to the balcony with a pallid face and loose flowing hair. It was not George, however, but it was the next best thing. It was news of him. It was poor Tom Stubble, who had marched out of Brussels so gallantly 24 hours before, bearing the colours of the regiment, which he had defended very gallantly upon the field. A French lancer had speared the young ensign in the leg, who fell, still bravely holding to his flag. At the conclusion of the engagement, a place had been found for the poor boy in a cart, and he had been brought back to Brussels. "Mr. Sedley, Mr. Sedley," cried the boy faintly, and Jos came up almost frightened at the appeal. He had not at first distinguished who it was that called him. Little Tom Stubble held out his hot and feeble hand. "I'm to be taken in here," he said. "Osborne and Dobbin said I was, and you're to give the man 2 Napoleons. My mother will pay you." This young fellow's thoughts, during the long feverish hours passed in the cart, had been wandering to his father's parsonage, which he had quitted only a few months before, and he had sometimes forgotten his pain in that delirium. The hotel was large, and the people kind, and all the inmates of the cart were taken in and placed on various couches. The young ensign was conveyed upstairs to Osborne's quarters. Amelia and the Major's wife had rushed down to him when the latter had recognised him from the balcony. You may fancy the feelings of these women when they were told that the day was over and both their husbands were safe. In what mute rapture Amelia fell on her good friend's neck and embraced her. In what a grateful passion of prayer she fell on her knees and thanked the power which had saved her husband. Our young lady, in her fevered and nervous condition, could have had no more salutary medicine prescribed for her by any physician than that which chance put in her way. She and Mrs. O'Dowd watched incessantly by the wounded lad, whose pains were very severe, and in the duty thus forced upon her, Amelia had not time to brood over her personal anxieties, or to give herself up to her own fears and forebodings after her wont. The young patient told in his simple fashion the events of the day and the actions of our friends of the gallant Nth. They had suffered severely. They had lost very many officers and men. The Major's horse had been shot under him as the regiment charged, and they all thought O'Dowd was gone, and that Dobbin had got his majority, until on their return from the charge to their old ground, the Major was discovered seated on Pyramus's carcass, refreshing himself from a case bottle. It was Captain Osborne that cut down the French lancer who had speared the ensign. Amelia turned so pale at the notion that Mrs. O'Dowd stopped the young ensign in this story. And it was Captain Dobbin who at the end of the day, though wounded himself, took up the lad in his arms and carried him to the surgeon, and thence to the cart which was to bring him back to Brussels. And it was he who promised the driver 2 louis if he would make his way to Mr. Sedley's hotel in the city, and tell Mrs. Captain Osborne that the action was over, and that her husband was unhurt and well. "Indeed, but he has a good heart, that William Dobbin," Mrs. O'Dowd said, "though he is always laughing at me." Young Stubble vowed there was not such another officer in the army, and never ceased his praises of the senior captain, his modesty, his kindness, and his admirable coolness in the field. To these parts of the conversation Amelia lent a very distracted attention. It was only when George was spoken of that she listened, and when he was not mentioned, she thought about him. In tending her patient, and in thinking of the wonderful escapes of the day before, her second day passed away not too slowly with Amelia. There was only one man in the army for her, and as long as he was well, it must be owned that its movements interested her little. All the reports which Jos brought from the streets fell very vaguely on her ears, though they were sufficient to give that timorous gentleman, and many other people then in Brussels, every disquiet. The French had been repulsed, certainly, but it was after a severe and doubtful struggle, and with only a division of the French army. The Emperor with the main body was away at Ligny, where he had utterly annihilated the Prussians, and was now free to bring his whole force to bear upon the Allies. The Duke of Wellington was retreating upon the capital, and a great battle must be fought under its walls probably, of which the chances were more than doubtful. The Duke of Wellington had but 20,000 British troops on whom he could rely, for the Germans were raw militia, the Belgians disaffected, and with this handful his Grace had to resist 150,000 men that had broken into Belgium under Napoleon. Under Napoleon! What warrior was there, however famous and skilful, that could fight at odds with him? Jos thought of all these things and trembled. So did all the rest of Brussels, where people felt that the fight of the day before was but the prelude to the greater combat which was imminent. One of the armies opposed to the Emperor was scattered to the winds already. The few English that could be brought to resist him would perish at their posts, and the conqueror would pass over their bodies into the city. Woe be to those whom he found there. Addresses were prepared, public functionaries assembled and debated secretly, apartments were got ready, and tricoloured banners and triumphal emblems manufactured to welcome the arrival of His Majesty the Emperor and King. The emigration still continued, and wherever families could find means of departure, they fled. When Jos, on the afternoon of the 17th of June, went to Rebecca's hotel, he found that the great Bareacres carriage had at length rolled away from the porte cochere. The Earl had procured a pair of horses somehow, in spite of Mrs. Crawley, and was rolling on the road to Ghent. Louis the Desired was getting ready his portmanteau in that city too. It seemed as if misfortune was never tired of worrying into motion that unwieldy exile. Jos felt that the delay of yesterday had been only a respite, and that his dearly bought horses must of a surety be put into requisition. His agonies were very severe all this day. as long as there was an English army between Brussels and Napoleon, there was no need of immediate flight. But he had his horses brought from their distant stables to the stables in the courtyard of the hotel where he lived, so that they might be under his own eyes and beyond the risk of violent abduction. Isidor watched the stable door constantly, and had the horses saddled to be ready for the start. He longed intensely for that event. After the reception of the previous day, Rebecca did not care to come near her dear Amelia. She clipped the bouquet which George had brought her, and gave fresh water to the flowers, and read over the letter which he had sent her. Poor wretch, she said, twirling round the little bit of paper in her fingers. How I could crush her with this. And it is for a thing like this that she must break her heart, forsooth. For a man who is stupid, a coxcomb, and who does not care for her. My poor good Rawdon is worth 10 of this creature. And then she fell to thinking what she should do if anything happened to poor good Rawdon, and what a great piece of luck it was that he had left his horses behind. In the course of this day, too, Mrs. Crawley, who saw not without anger the Bareacres party drive off, bethought her of the precaution which the Countess had taken, and did a little needlework for her own advantage. She stitched away the major part of her trinkets, bills, and banknotes about her person, and so prepared was ready for any event, to fly if she thought fit, or to stay and welcome the conqueror, were he Englishman or Frenchman. And I am not sure that she did not dream that night of becoming a Duchess and Madame la Maréchale, while Rawdon, wrapped in his cloak and making his bivouac under the rain at Mount St. John, was thinking, with all the force of his heart, about the little wife whom he had left behind him. The next day was a Sunday, and Mrs. Major O'Dowd had the satisfaction of seeing both her patients refreshed in health and spirits by some rest which they had taken during the night. She herself had slept on a great chair in Amelia's room, ready to wait upon her poor friend or the ensign, should either need her nursing. When morning came, this robust woman went back to the house where she and her Major had their billet, and here performed an elaborate and splendid toilette, befitting the day. And it is very possible that whilst alone in that chamber, which her husband had inhabited, and where his cap still lay on the pillow, and his cane stood in the corner, one prayer at least was sent up to heaven for the welfare of the brave soldier, Michael O'Dowd. When she returned, she brought her prayer book with her, and her uncle the Dean's famous book of sermons, out of which she never failed to read every Sabbath, not understanding all, haply, not pronouncing many of the words aright, which were long and abstruse, for the Dean was a learned man and loved long Latin words, but with great gravity, vast emphasis, and with tolerable correctness in the main. How often has my Mick listened to these sermons, she thought, and me reading in the cabin of a calm. She proposed to resume this exercise on the present day, with Amelia and the wounded ensign for a congregation. The same service was read on that day in 20,000 churches at the same hour, and millions of British men and women on their knees implored protection of the Father of all. They did not hear the noise which disturbed our little congregation at Brussels, much louder than that which had interrupted them 2 days previously. As Mrs. O'Dowd was reading the service in her best voice, the cannon of Waterloo began to roar. When Jos heard that dreadful sound, he made up his mind that he would bear this perpetual recurrence of terrors no longer, and would fly at once. He rushed into the sick man's room, where our three friends had paused in their prayers, and further interrupted them by a passionate appeal to Amelia. "I can't stand it any more, Emmy," he said. "I won't stand it, and you must come with me. I have brought a horse for you, never mind at what price, and you must dress and come with me and ride behind Isidor." "God forgive me, Mr. Sedley, but you're no better than a coward," Mrs. O'Dowd said, laying down the book. "I say come, Amelia," the civilian went on. "Never mind what she says. Why are we to stop here and be butchered by the Frenchmen?" "You forget the nth, my boy," said the little Stubble, the wounded hero, from his bed. And you won't leave me, will you, Mrs. O'Dowd?" "No, my dear fella," said she, going up and kissing the boy. "No harm shall come to you while I stand by. I don't budge till I get the word from Mick. A pretty figure I'd be, wouldn't I, stuck behind that chap on a pillion?" This image caused the young patient to burst out laughing in his bed, and even made Amelia smile. "I don't ask her," Jos shouted out. "I don't ask that Irish woman, but you, Amelia. Once and for all, will you come?" "Without my husband, Joseph?" Amelia said, with a look of wonder, and gave her hand to the Major's wife. Jos's patience was exhausted. "Good-bye, then," he said, shaking his fist in a rage and slamming the door by which he retreated. And this time he really gave his order for march, and mounted in the courtyard. Mrs. O'Dowd heard the clattering hoofs of the horses as they issued from the gate, and looking on, made many scornful remarks on poor Joseph as he rode down the street with Isidor after him in the laced cap. The horses, which had not been exercised for some days, were lively and sprang about the street. Jos, a clumsy and timid horseman, did not look to advantage in the saddle. "Look at him, Amelia dear, driving into the parlour window. Such a bull in a china shop I never saw." And presently the pair of riders disappeared at a canter down the street, leading in the direction of the Ghent road, Mrs. O'Dowd pursuing them with a fire of sarcasm so long as they were in sight. All that day, from morning until past sunset, the cannon never ceased to roar. It was dark when the cannonading stopped all of a sudden. All of us have read of what occurred during that interval. The tale is in every Englishman's mouth, and you and I, who were children when the great battle was won and lost, are never tired of hearing and recounting the history of that famous action. Its remembrance rankles still in the bosoms of millions of the countrymen of those brave men who lost the day. They pant for an opportunity of revenging that humiliation, and if a contest ending in a victory on their part should ensue, elating them in their turn, and leaving its cursed legacy of hatred and rage behind to us, there is no end to the so-called glory and shame, and to the alternations of successful and unsuccessful murder in which two high-spirited nations might engage. Centuries hence we Frenchmen and Englishmen might be boasting and killing each other still, carrying out bravely the devil's code of honour. All our friends took their share and fought like men in the great field. All day long, whilst the women were praying 10 miles away, the lines of the dauntless English infantry were receiving and repelling the furious charges of the French horsemen. Guns which were heard at Brussels were ploughing up their ranks, and comrades falling, and the resolute survivors closing in. Towards evening, the attack of the French, repeated and resisted so bravely, slackened in its fury.
They had other foes besides the British to engage, or were preparing for a final onset. It came at last. The columns of the Imperial Guard marched up the hill of Saint-Jean, at length and at once, to sweep the English from the height which they had maintained all day, and spite of all, unscared by the thunder of the artillery which hurled death from the English line, the dark rolling column pressed on and up the hill. It seemed almost to crest the eminence, when it began to wave and falter. Then it stopped, still facing the shot. Then at last the English troops rushed from the post from which no enemy had been able to dislodge them, and the guard turned and fled. No more firing was heard at Brussels. The pursuit rolled miles away. Darkness came down on the field and city, and Amelia was praying for George, who was lying on his face, dead, with a bullet through his heart. End of chapter. Chapter 33 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 33, in which Miss Crawley's relations are very anxious about her. The kind reader must please to remember, while the army is marching from Flanders and, after its heroic actions there, is advancing to take the fortifications on the frontiers of France previous to an occupation of that country, that there are a number of persons living peaceably in England who have to do with history at present in hand, and must come in for their share of the chronicle. During the time of these battles and dangers, old Miss Crawley was living at Brighton, very moderately moved by the great events that were going on. The great events rendered the newspapers rather interesting, to be sure, and Briggs read out the Gazette, in which Rawdon Crawley's gallantry was mentioned with honour, and his promotion was presently recorded. "What a pity that young man has taken such an irretrievable step in the world," his aunt said. "With his rank and distinction he might have married a brewer's daughter with 250,000, like Miss Grains, or have looked to ally himself with the best families in England. He would have had my money some day or other, or his children would, for I'm not in a hurry to go, Miss Briggs, although you may be in a hurry to be rid of me. And instead of that he is a doomed pauper with a dancing girl for a wife." "Will my dear Miss Crawley not cast an eye of compassion upon the heroic soldier whose name is inscribed in the annals of his country's glory?" said Miss Briggs, who was greatly excited by the Waterloo proceedings, and loved speaking romantically when there was an occasion. "Has not the Captain, or the Colonel, as I may now style him, done deeds which make the name of Crawley illustrious?" "Briggs, you are a fool," said Miss Crawley. "Colonel Crawley has dragged the name of Crawley through the mud, Miss Briggs. Marry a drawing master's daughter, indeed! Marry a dame de compagnie, for she was no better, Briggs. No, she was just what you are, only younger, and a great deal prettier and cleverer. Were you an accomplice of that abandoned wretch, I wonder, of whose vile arts he became a victim, and of whom you used to be such an admirer? Yes, I dare say you were an accomplice, but you will find yourself disappointed in my will, I can tell you, and you will have the goodness to write to Mr. Waxy, and say that I desire to see him immediately." Miss Crawley was now in the habit of writing to Mr. Waxy, her solicitor,
almost every day in the week, for her arrangements respecting her property were all revoked, and her perplexity was great as to the future disposition of her money. The spinster had, however, rallied considerably, as was proved by the increased vigour and frequency of her sarcasms upon Miss Briggs, all which attacks the poor companion bore with meekness, with cowardice, with a resignation that was half generous and half hypocritical, with the slavish submission, in a word, that women of her disposition and station are compelled to show. Who has not seen how women bully women? What tortures have men to endure, comparable to those daily repeated shafts of scorn and cruelty with which poor women are riddled by the tyrants of their sex? Poor victims! But we are starting from our proposition, which is, that Miss Crawley was always particularly annoying and savage when she was rallying from illness. As they say, wounds tingle most when they are about to heal. While thus approaching, as all hoped, to convalescence, Miss Briggs was the only victim admitted into the presence of the invalid. Yet Miss Crawley's relatives, afar off, did not forget their beloved kinswoman, and by a number of tokens, presents, and kind, affectionate messages, strove to keep themselves alive in her recollection. In the first place, let us mention her nephew, Rawdon Crawley. A few weeks after the famous fight of Waterloo, and after the Gazette had made known to her the promotion and gallantry of that distinguished officer, the Dieppe packet brought over to Miss Crawley at Brighton a box containing presents and a dutiful letter from the Colonel, her nephew. In the box were a pair of French epaulettes, a cross of the Legion of Honour, and the hilt of a sword, relics from the field of battle. And the letter described with a good deal of humour how the latter belonged to a commanding officer of the Guard, who, having sworn that "the Guard died but never surrendered," was taken prisoner the next minute by a private soldier, who broke the Frenchman's sword with the butt of his musket, when Rawdon made himself master of the shattered weapon. As for the cross and epaulettes, they came from a colonel of French cavalry, who had fallen under the aide-de-camp's arm in the battle, and Rawdon Crawley did not know what better to do with the spoils than to send them to his kindest and most affectionate old friend. Should he continue to write to her from Paris, whither the army was marching? He might be able to give her interesting news from the capital, and of some of Miss Crawley's old friends of the emigration, to whom she had shown so much kindness during their distress. The spinster caused Briggs to write back to the Colonel a gracious and complimentary letter, encouraging him to continue his correspondence. His first letter was so excessively lively and amusing that she should look with pleasure for its successors. "Of course I know," she explained to Miss Briggs, "that Rawdon could not write such a good letter any more than you could, my poor Briggs, and that it is that clever little wretch of a Rebecca who dictates every word to him. But that is no reason why my nephew should not amuse me, and so I wish to let him understand that I am in high good humour." I wonder whether she knew that it was not only Becky who wrote the letters, but that Mrs. Rawdon actually took and sent home the trophies which she brought for a few francs from one of the innumerable pedlars who immediately began to deal in relics of the war. The novelist, who knows everything, knows this also. Be this, however, as it may, Miss Crawley's gracious reply greatly encouraged our young friends, Rawdon and his lady, who hoped for the best from their aunt's evidently pacified humour, and they took care to entertain her with many delightful letters from Paris, whither, as Rawdon said, they had the good luck to go in the track of the conquering army. To the rector's lady, who went off to tend her husband's broken collarbone at the rectory at Queen's Crawley, the spinster's communications were by no means so gracious. Mrs. Bute, that brisk, managing, lively, imperious woman, had committed the most fatal of all errors with regards to her sister-in-law. She had not merely oppressed her and her household, she had bored Miss Crawley. And if poor Miss Briggs had been a woman of any spirit, she might have been made happy by the commission which her principal gave her, to write a letter to Mrs. Bute Crawley, saying that Miss Crawley's health was greatly improved since Mrs. Bute had left her, and begging the latter on no account to put herself to trouble or quit her family for Miss Crawley's sake. The triumph over a lady who had been very haughty and cruel in her behaviour to Miss Briggs would have rejoiced most women, but the truth is Briggs was a woman of no spirit at all, and the moment her enemy was discomfited, she began to feel compassion in her favour. How silly I was, Mrs. Bute thought, and with reason, ever to hint that I was coming as I did in that foolish letter, when we sent Miss Crawley the guinea fowls. I ought to have gone without a word to the poor dear doting old creature, and taken her out of the hands of that Nenny Briggs and that harpy of a femme de chambre. Oh, Bute, Bute, why did you break your collarbone? Why, indeed? We have seen how Mrs. Bute, having the game in her hands, had really played her cards too well. She had ruled over Miss Crawley's household utterly and completely, to be utterly and completely routed when a favourable opportunity for rebellion came. She and her household, however, considered that she had been the victim of horrible selfishness and treason, and that her sacrifices in Miss Crawley's behalf had met with the most savage ingratitude. Rawdon's promotion, and the honourable mention made of his name in the Gazette, filled this good Christian lady also with alarm. Would his aunt relent towards him now that he was a lieutenant colonel and a C.B.? And would that odious Rebecca once more get into favour? The rector's wife wrote a sermon for her husband about the vanity of military glory and the prosperity of the wicked, which the worthy parson read in his best voice and without understanding one syllable of it. He had Pitt Crawley for one of his auditors. Pitt, who had come with his two half-sisters to church, which the old baronet could now by no means be brought to frequent. Since the departure of Becky Sharp, that old wretch had given himself up entirely to his bad courses, to the great scandal of the county and the mute horror of his son. The ribbons in Miss Horrocks's cap became more splendid than ever. The polite families fled the hall and its owner in terror. Sir Pitt went about tippling at his tenants' houses, and drank rum and water with the farmers at Mudbury and the neighbouring places on market days. He drove the family coach and four to Southampton with Miss Horrocks inside, and the county people expected every week, as his son did in speechless agony, that his marriage with her would be announced in the provincial paper. It was indeed a rude burthen for Mr. Crawley to bear. His eloquence was palsied at the missionary meetings and other religious assemblies in the neighbourhood, where he had been in the habit of presiding and of speaking for hours. For he felt, when he rose, that the audience said, "That is the son of the old reprobate Sir Pitt, who is very likely drinking at the public house at this very moment." And once, when he was speaking of the benighted condition of the King of Timbuktu, and the number of his wives who were likewise in darkness, some gipsy miscreant from the crowd asked, "How many is there at Queen's Crawley, young square toes?" to the surprise of the platform and the ruin of Mr. Pitt's speech. And the two daughters of the house of Queen's Crawley would have been allowed to run utterly wild, for Sir Pitt swore that no governess should ever enter into his doors again, had not Mr. Crawley, by threatening the old gentleman, forced the latter to send them to school. Meanwhile, as we have said, whatever individual differences there might be between them all, Miss Crawley's dear nephews and nieces were unanimous in loving her and sending her tokens of affection. Thus Mrs. Bute sent guinea fowls and some remarkably fine cauliflowers, and a pretty purse or pincushion worked by her darling girls, who begged to keep a little place in the recollection of their dear aunt, while Mr. Pitt sent peaches and grapes and venison from the Hall. The Southampton coach used to carry these tokens of affection to Miss Crawley at Brighton. It used sometimes to convey Mr. Pitt thither too, for his differences with Sir Pitt caused Mr. Crawley to absent himself a good deal from home now, and besides he had an attraction at Brighton in the person of the Lady Jane Sheepshanks, whose engagement to Mr. Crawley has been formerly mentioned in this history. Her ladyship and her sisters lived at Brighton with their mamma, the Countess Southdown, that strong-minded woman so favourably known in the serious world. A few words ought to be said regarding her ladyship and her noble family, who are bound by ties of present and future relationship to the house of Crawley. Respecting the chief of the Southdown family, Clement William, 4th Earl of Southdown, little need be told, except that his lordship came into Parliament as Lord Wolsey under the auspices of Mr. Wilberforce, and for a time was a credit to his political sponsor, and decidedly a serious young man. But words cannot describe the feelings of his admirable mother when she learned, very shortly after her noble husband's demise, that her son was a member of several worldly clubs, had lost largely at play at Watier's and the Cocoa Tree, that he had raised money on post-obits and encumbered the family estate, that he drove four in hand and patronised the Ring, and that he actually had an opera box where he entertained the most dangerous bachelor company. His name was only mentioned with groans in the dowager's circle. The Lady Emily was her brother's senior by many years, and took considerable rank in the serious world, as author of some of the delightful tracts before mentioned, and of many hymns and spiritual pieces. A mature spinster, and having but faint ideas of marriage, her love for the blacks occupied almost all her feelings. It is to her, I believe, we owe that beautiful poem, "Lead us to some sunny isle, yonder in the western deep, where the skies for ever smile, and the blacks for ever weep," etc. She had correspondences with clerical gentlemen in most of our East and West India possessions, and was secretly attached to the Reverend Silas Hornblower, who was tattooed in the South Sea Islands. As for the Lady Jane, on whom, as it has been said, Mr. Pitt Crawley's affection had been placed, she was gentle, blushing, silent, and timid. In spite of his falling away, she wept for her brother, and was quite ashamed of loving him still. Even yet she used to send him little hurried, smuggled notes, and pop them into the post in private. The one dreadful secret which weighed upon her life was that she and the old housekeeper had been to pay Southdown a furtive visit at his chambers in the Albany, and found him, oh, the naughty, dear, abandoned wretch, smoking a cigar with a bottle of curaçao before him. She admired her sister, she adored her mother, she thought Mr. Crawley the most delightful and accomplished of men, after Southdown, that fallen angel, and her mamma and sister, who were ladies of the most superior sort, managed everything for her, and regarded her with that amiable pity of which your really superior woman always has such a share to give away. Her mamma ordered her dresses, her books, her bonnets, and her ideas for her. She was made to take pony riding, or piano exercise, or any other sort of bodily medicament, according as my Lady Southdown saw meet, and her ladyship would have kept her daughter in pinafores up to her present age of 26, but that they were thrown off when Lady Jane was presented to Queen Charlotte. When these ladies first came to their house at Brighton, it was to them alone that Mr. Crawley paid his personal visits, contenting himself by leaving a card at his aunt's house and making a modest inquiry of Mr. Bowles or his assistant footman with respect to the health of the invalid. When he met Miss Briggs coming home from the library with a cargo of novels under her arm, Mr. Crawley blushed in a manner quite unusual to him as he stepped forward and shook Miss Crawley's companion by the hand. He introduced Miss Briggs to the lady with whom he happened to be walking, the Lady Jane Sheepshanks, saying, "Lady Jane, permit me to introduce to you my aunt's kindest friend and most affectionate companion, Miss Briggs, whom you know under another title as authoress of the delightful Lyrics of the Heart, of which you are so fond." Lady Jane blushed too as she held out a kind little hand to Miss Briggs, and said something very civil and incoherent about mamma, and proposing to call on Miss Crawley, and being glad to be made known to the friends and relatives of Mr. Crawley, and with soft dove-like eyes saluted Miss Briggs as they separated, while Pitt Crawley treated her to a profound courtly bow, such as he had used to Her Highness the Duchess of Pumpernickel when he was attaché at that court. The artful diplomatist and disciple of the Machiavellian Binkie! It was he who had given Lady Jane that copy of poor Briggs's early poems, which he remembered to have seen at Queen's Crawley, with a dedication from the poetess to his father's late wife, and he brought the volume with him to Brighton, reading it in the Southampton coach and marking it with his own pencil before he presented it to the gentle Lady Jane. It was he, too, who laid before Lady Southdown the great advantages which might occur from an intimacy between her family and Miss Crawley, advantages both worldly and spiritual, he said, for Miss Crawley was now quite alone. The monstrous dissipation and alliance of his brother Rawdon had estranged her affections from that reprobate young man. The greedy tyranny and avarice of Mrs. Bute Crawley had caused the old lady to revolt against the exorbitant pretensions of that part of the family, and though he himself had held off all his life from cultivating Miss Crawley's friendship, with perhaps an improper pride, he thought now that every becoming means should be taken, both to save her soul from perdition and to secure her fortune to himself, as the head of the house of Crawley. The strong-minded Lady Southdown quite agreed in both proposals of her son-in-law, and was for converting Miss Crawley off-hand. At her own home, both at Southdown and at Trottermore Castle, this tall and awful missionary of the truth rode about the country in her barouche with outriders, launched packets of tracts among the cottagers and tenants, and would order Gaffer Jones to be converted as she would order Goody Hicks to take a James's powder, without appeal, resistance, or benefit of clergy. My Lord Southdown, her late husband, an epileptic and simple-minded nobleman, was in the habit of approving of everything which his Matilda did and thought, so that whatever changes her own belief might undergo, and it accommodated itself to a prodigious variety of opinion taken from all sorts of doctors among the dissenters, she had not the least scruple in ordering all her tenants and inferiors to follow and believe after her. Thus, whether she received the Reverend Saunders McNitre, the Scotch divine, or the Reverend Luke Walters, the mild Wesleyan, or the Reverend Giles Jowls, the illuminated cobbler, who dubbed himself Reverend as Napoleon crowned himself Emperor, the household, children, tenantry of my Lady Southdown were expected to go down on their knees with her ladyship, and say amen to the prayers of either doctor. During these exercises, old Southdown, on account of his invalid condition, was allowed to sit in his own room and have negus and the paper read to him. Lady Jane was the old Earl's favourite daughter, and tended him and loved him sincerely. As for Lady Emily, the authoress of the Washerwoman of Finchley Common, her denunciations of future punishment, at this period, for her opinions modified afterwards, were so awful that they used to frighten the timid old gentleman her father, and the physicians declared his fits always occurred after one of her ladyship's sermons. "I will certainly call," said Lady Southdown then, in reply to the exhortation of her daughter's prétendu, Mr. Pitt Crawley. "Who is Miss Crawley's medical man?" Mr. Crawley mentioned the name of Mr. Creamer. "A most dangerous and ignorant practitioner, my dear Pitt. I have providentially been the means of removing him from several houses, though in one or two instances I did not arrive in time. I could not save poor dear General Glanders, who was dying under the hands of that ignorant man, dying. He rallied a little under the Podgers pills which I administered to him, but alas, it was too late. His death was delightful, however, and his change was only for the better. Creamer, my dear Pitt, must leave your aunt." Pitt expressed his perfect acquiescence. He, too, had been carried along by the energy of his noble kinswoman and future mother-in-law. He had been made to accept Saunders McNitre, Luke Waters, Giles Jowls, Podgers pills, Rogers pills, Pokey's elixir, every one of her ladyship's remedies, spiritual or temporal. He never left her house without carrying respectfully away with him piles of her quack theology and medicine. Oh, my dear brethren and fellow sojourners in Vanity Fair, which among you does not know and suffer under such benevolent despots? It is in vain you say to them, "Dear madam, I took Podgers' specific at your orders last year, and believe in it. Why? Why am I to recant and accept the Rogers articles now?" There is no help for it. The faithful proselytizer, if she cannot convince by argument, bursts into tears, and the refusant finds himself, at the end of the contest, taking down the bolus and saying, "Well, well, Rogers be it." "And as for her spiritual state," continued the lady, "that of course must be looked to immediately. With Creamer about her, she may go off any day. And in what a condition, my dear Pitt, in what a dreadful condition! I will send the Reverend Mr. Irons to her instantly. Jane, write a line to the Reverend Bartholomew Irons in the third person, and say that I desire the pleasure of his company this evening at tea at 6:30. He is an awakening man. He ought to see Miss Crawley before she rests this night. And Emily, my love, get ready a packet of books for Miss Crawley. Put up A Voice from the Flames, A Trumpet Warning to Jericho, and The Flesh Pots Broken, or The Converted Cannibal. And The Washerwoman of Finchley Common, mamma, said Lady Emily. It is as well to begin soothingly at first. Stop, my dear ladies, said Pitt, the diplomatist. With every deference to the opinion of my beloved and respected Lady Southdown, I think it would be quite unadvisable to commence so early upon serious topics with Miss Crawley. Remember her delicate condition, and how very little accustomed she has hitherto been to considerations connected with her immortal welfare. Can we begin too early, Pitt? Said Lady Emily, rising with 6 little books already in her hand. If you begin abruptly, you will frighten her altogether. I know my aunt's worldly nature so well as to be sure that any abrupt attempt at conversion will be the very worst means that can be employed for the welfare of that unfortunate lady. You will only frighten and annoy her. She will very likely fling the books away, and refuse all acquaintance with the givers. You are as worldly as Miss Crawley, Pitt, said Lady Emily, tossing out of the room, her books in her hand. And I need not tell you, my dear Lady Southdown, Pitt continued, in a low voice and without heeding the interruption, how fatal a little want of gentleness and caution may be to any hopes which we may entertain with regard to the worldly possessions of my aunt. Remember, she has £70,000. Think of her age and her highly nervous and delicate condition. I know that she has destroyed the will which was made in my brother's, Colonel Crawley's, favour. It is by soothing that wounded spirit that we must lead it into the right path, and not by frightening it. And so I think you will agree with me that... Of course, Lady Southdown remarked. Jane, my love, you need not send that note to Mr. Irons. If her health is such that discussions fatigue her, we will wait her amendment. I will call upon Miss Crawley to-morrow. And if I might suggest, my sweet lady, Pitt said in a bland tone, it would be as well not to take our precious Emily, who is too enthusiastic, but rather that you should be accompanied by our sweet and dear Lady Jane. Most certainly, Emily would ruin everything, Lady Southdown said, and this time agreed to forego her usual practice, which was, as we have said, before she bore down personally upon any individual whom she proposed to subjugate, to fire in a quantity of tracts upon the menaced party, as a charge of the French was always preceded by a furious cannonade. Lady Southdown, we say, for the sake of the invalid's health, or for the sake of her soul's ultimate welfare, or for the sake of her money, agreed to temporise. The next day the great Southdown female family carriage, with the Earl's coronet and the lozenge, upon which the 3 lambs trottant argent upon the field vert of the Southdowns were quartered with sable on a bend, or 3 snuff-mulls Jules, the cognisance of the house of Binkie, drove up in state to Miss Crawley's door, and the tall serious footman handed in to Mr. Bowles her ladyship's cards for Miss Crawley, and one likewise for Miss Briggs. By way of compromise, Lady Emily sent in a packet in the evening for the latter lady, containing copies of The Washerwoman and other mild and favourite tracts for Miss B.'s own perusal, and a few for the servants' hall, viz., Crumbs from the Pantry, The Frying Pan and the Fire, and the Chapter 34 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 34. James Crawley's pipe is put out. The amiable behaviour of Mr. Crawley and Lady Jane's kind reception of her highly flattered Miss Briggs, who was able to speak a good word for the latter after the cards of the Southdown family had been presented to Miss Crawley. A countess's card left personally too, for her, Briggs, was not a little pleasing to the poor friendless companion. "What could Lady Southdown mean by leaving a card upon you, I wonder, Miss Briggs?" said the republican Miss Crawley, upon which the companion meekly said that she hoped there could be no harm in a lady of rank taking notice of a poor gentlewoman. And she put away this card in her workbox amongst her most cherished personal treasures. Furthermore, Miss Briggs explained how she had met Mr. Crawley walking with his cousin and long affianced bride the day before, and she told how kind and gentle-looking the lady was, and what a plain, not to say common, dress she had, all the articles of which, from the bonnet down to the boots, she described and estimated with female accuracy. Miss Crawley allowed Briggs to prattle on without interrupting her too much. As she got well, she was pining for society. Mr. Creamer, her medical man, would not hear of her returning to her old haunts and dissipation in London. The old spinster was too glad to find any companionship at Brighton, and not only were the cards acknowledged the very next day, but Pitt Crawley was graciously invited to come and see his aunt. He came, bringing with him Lady Southdown and her daughter. The Dowager did not say a word about the state of Miss Crawley's soul, but talked with much discretion about the weather, about the war and the downfall of the Monsieur Bonaparte, and above all about doctors, quacks, and the particular merits of Dr. Podgers, whom she then patronised. During their interview Pitt Crawley made a great stroke, and one which showed that, had his diplomatic career not been blighted by early neglect, he might have risen to a high rank in his profession. When the Countess Dowager of Southdown fell foul of the Corsican upstart, as the fashion was in those days, and showed that he was a monster stained with every conceivable crime, a coward and a tyrant not fit to live, one whose fall was predicted, etc., Pitt Crawley suddenly took up the cudgels in favour of the man of destiny. He described the First Consul as he saw him at Paris at the Peace of Amiens, when he, Pitt Crawley, had the gratification of making the acquaintance of the great and good Mr. Fox, a statesman whom, however much he might differ with him, it was impossible not to admire fervently, a statesman who had always had the highest opinion of the Emperor Napoleon, and he spoke in terms of the strongest indignation of the faithless conduct of the Allies towards this dethroned monarch, who, after giving himself generously up to their mercy, was consigned to an ignoble and cruel banishment, while a bigoted popish rabble was tyrannising over France in his stead. This orthodox horror of Romish superstition saved Pitt Crawley in Lady Southdown's opinion, whilst his admiration for Fox and Napoleon raised him immeasurably in Miss Crawley's eyes. Her friendship with that defunct British statesman was mentioned when we first introduced her in this history. A true Whig, Miss Crawley had been in opposition all through the war, and though, to be sure, the downfall of the Emperor did not very much agitate the old lady, or his ill treatment tend to shorten her life or natural rest, Yet Pitt spoke to her heart when he lauded both her idols, and by that single speech made immense progress in her favour. "And what do you think, my dear?" Miss Crawley said to the young lady, for whom she had taken a liking at first sight, as she always did for pretty and modest young people, though it must be owned her affections cooled as rapidly as they rose. Lady Jane blushed very much, and said that she did not understand politics, which she left to wiser heads than hers. But though Mamma was no doubt correct, Mr. Crawley had spoken beautifully. And when the ladies were retiring at the conclusion of their visit, Miss Crawley hoped Lady Southdown would be so kind as to send her Lady Jane sometimes, if she could be spared to come down and console a poor sick lonely old woman. This promise was graciously accorded, and they separated upon great terms of amity. "Don't let Lady Southdown come again, Pitt," said the old lady. "She is stupid and pompous, like all your mother's family, whom I never could endure. But bring that nice good-natured little Jane as often as ever you please." Pitt promised that he would do so. He did not tell the Countess of Southdown what opinion his aunt had formed of her ladyship, who, on the contrary, thought that she had made a most delightful and majestic impression on Miss Crawley. And so, nothing loath to comfort a sick lady, and perhaps not sorry in her heart to be freed now and again from the dreary spouting of the Reverend Bartholomew Irons, and the serious toadies who gathered round the footstool of the pompous Countess her mamma, Lady Jane became a pretty constant visitor to Miss Crawley, accompanied her in her drives, and solaced many of her evenings. She was so naturally good and soft that even Firkin was not jealous of her, and the gentle Briggs thought her friend was less cruel to her when kind Lady Jane was by. Towards her ladyship, Miss Crawley's manners were charming. The old spinster told her 1,000 anecdotes about her youth, talking to her in a very different strain from that in which she had been accustomed to converse with the godless little Rebecca, for there was that in Lady Jane's innocence which rendered light talking impertinence before her, and Miss Crawley was too much of a gentlewoman to offend such purity. The young lady herself had never received kindness except from this old spinster and her brother and father, and she repaid Miss Crawley's engouement by artless sweetness and friendship. In the autumn evenings, when Rebecca was flaunting at Paris, the gayest among the gay conquerors there, and our Amelia, our dear wounded Amelia, where was she? Lady Jane would be sitting in Miss Crawley's drawing-room, singing sweetly to her in the twilight her little simple songs and hymns, while the sun was setting and the sea was roaring on the beach. The old spinster used to wake up when these ditties ceased, and ask for more. As for Briggs, and the quantity of tears of happiness which she now shed as she pretended to knit, and looked out at the splendid ocean darkling before the windows, and the lamps of heaven beginning more brightly to shine, who, I say, can measure the happiness and sensibility of Briggs? Pitt, meanwhile, in the dining-room, with a pamphlet on the Corn Laws or a missionary register by his side, took that kind of recreation which suits romantic and unromantic men after dinner. He sipped Madeira, built castles in the air, thought himself a fine fellow, felt himself much more in love with Jane than he had been any time these 7 years, during which their liaison had lasted without the slightest impatience on Pitt's part, and slept a good deal. When the time for coffee came, Mr. Bowles used to enter in a noisy manner and summon Squire Pitt, who would be found in the dark, very busy with his pamphlet.
"I wish, my love, I could get someone to play piquet with me,"
Miss Crawley said one night when this functionary made his appearance with the candles and the coffee.
"Poor Briggs can no more play than an owl, she is so stupid."
The spinster always took an opportunity of abusing Briggs before the servants.
"And I think I should sleep better if I had my game."
At this Lady Jane blushed to the tips of her little ears and down to the ends of her pretty fingers, and when Mr. Bowles had quitted the room and the door was quite shut, she said, "Miss Crawley, I can play a little. I used to play a little with poor dear papa."
"Come and kiss me. Come and kiss me this instant, you dear good little soul,"
cried Miss Crawley in an ecstasy. And in this picturesque and friendly occupation Mr. Pitt found the old lady and the young one when he came upstairs with his pamphlet in his hand. How she did blush all the evening, the poor Lady Jane! It must not be imagined that Mr. Pitt Crawley's artifices escaped the attention of his dear relations at the Rectory at Queen's Crawley. Hampshire and Sussex lie very close together, and Mrs. Bute had friends in the latter county who took care to inform her of all, and a great deal more than all, that passed at Miss Crawley's house at Brighton. Pitt was there more and more. He did not come for months together to the Hall, where his abominable old father abandoned himself completely to rum and water and the odious society of the Horrocks family. Pitt's success rendered the Rector's family furious, and Mrs. Bute regretted more, though she confessed less, than ever her monstrous fault in so insulting Miss Briggs, and in being so haughty and parsimonious to Bowles and Firkin, that she had not a single person left in Miss Crawley's household to give her information of what took place there.
"It was all Bute's collarbone," she persisted in saying. "If that had not broke, I never would have left her. I'm a martyr to duty and to your odious unclerical habit of hunting, Bute." "Hunting? Nonsense. It was you that frightened her, Barbara," the divine interposed. "You're a clever woman, but you got a devil of a temper, and you're a screw with your money, Barbara." "You'd have been screwed in gaol, Bute, if I had not kept your money." "I know I would, my dear," said the Rector good-naturedly. "You are a clever woman, but you manage too well, you know." And the pious man consoled himself with a big glass of port. "What the deuce can she find in that spooney of a Pitt Crawley?" he continued. "The fellow has not pluck enough to say bo to a goose. I remember when Rawdon, who is a man and be hanged to him, used to flog him round the stables as if he were a whipping top, and Pitt would go howling home to his ma. Why, either of my boys would whop him with one hand. Jim says he's remembered at Oxford as Miss Crawley still, the spooney. I say, Barbara," his reverence continued after a pause. "What?" said Barbara, who was biting her nails and drumming the table. "I say, why not send Jim over to Brighton to see if he can do anything with the old lady? He's very near getting his degree, you know. He's only been plucked twice, so was I, but he's had the advantages of Oxford and his university education. He knows some of the best chaps there. He pulls stroke in the Boniface boat. He's a handsome feller. Damn it, ma'am, let's put him on the old woman, eh? And tell him to thrash Pitt if he says anything.
"Jim might go down and see her, certainly," the housewife said, adding with a sigh, "if we could but get one of the girls into the house. But she could never endure them, because they're not pretty." Those unfortunate and well-educated women made themselves heard from the neighbouring drawing-room, where they were thrumming away with hard fingers an elaborate music piece on the pianoforte, as their mother spoke, and indeed they were at music, or at backboard, or at geography, or at history the whole day long. But what avail all these accomplishments in Vanity Fair to girls who are short, poor, plain, and have a bad complexion? Mrs. Bute could think of nobody but the curate to take one of them off her hands, and Jim, coming in from the stable at this minute through the parlour window, with a short pipe stuck in his oilskin cap, he and his father fell to talking about odds on the St. Leger, and the colloquy between the rector and his wife ended. Mrs. Bute did not augur much good to the cause from the sending of her son James as an ambassador, and saw him depart in rather a despairing mood. Nor did the young fellow himself, when told what his mission was to be, expect much pleasure or benefit from it, but he was consoled by the thought that possibly the old lady would give him some handsome remembrance of her, which would pay a few of his most pressing bills at the commencement of the ensuing Oxford term, and so took his place by the coach from Southampton, and was safely landed at Brighton on the same evening, with his portmanteau, his favourite bulldog Towser, and an immense basket of farm and garden produce from the dear rectory folks to the dear Miss Crawley. Considering it was too late to disturb the invalid lady on the first night of his arrival, he put up at an inn, and did not wait upon Miss Crawley until a late hour in the noon of the next day. James Crawley, when his aunt had last beheld him, was a gawky lad, at that uncomfortable age when the voice varies between an unearthly treble and a preternatural bass, when the face not uncommonly blooms out with appearances for which Rowland's Calidore is said to act as a cure, when boys are seen to shave furtively with their sisters' scissors, and the sight of other young women produces intolerable sensations of terror in them, when the great hands and ankles protrude a long way from garments which have grown too tight for them, when their presence after dinner is at once frightful to the ladies, who are whispering in the twilight in the drawing-room, and inexpressibly odious to the gentlemen over the mahogany, who are restrained from freedom of intercourse and delightful interchange of wit by the presence of that gawky innocence, when, at the conclusion of the second glass, Papa says, "Jack, my boy, go out and see if the evening holds up," and the youth, willing to be free, yet hurt at not being yet a man, quits the incomplete banquet. James, then a hobbadyhoy, was now become a young man, having had the benefits of a university education, and acquired the inestimable polish which is gained by living in a fast set at a small college, and contracting debts, and being rusticated, and being plucked. He was a handsome lad, however, when he came to present himself to his aunt at Brighton, and good looks were always a title to the fickle old lady's favour. Nor did his blushes and awkwardness take away from it. She was pleased with these healthy tokens of the young gentleman's ingenuousness. He said he had come down for a couple of days to see a man of his college, and pay my respects to you, ma'am, and my fathers and mothers, who hope you are well. Pitt was in the room with Miss Crawley when the lad was announced, and looked very blank when his name was mentioned. The old lady had plenty of humour, and enjoyed her correct nephew's perplexity. She asked after all the people at the rectory with great interest, and said she was thinking of paying them a visit. She praised the lad to his face, and said he was very well grown and very much improved, and that it was a pity his sisters had not some of his good looks. And finding, on inquiry, that he had taken up his quarters at an hotel, would not hear of his stopping there, but bade Mr. Bowles send for Mr. James Crawley's things instantly. "And hark ye, Bowles," she added with great graciousness, "you will have the goodness to pay Mr. James's bill. She flung Pitt a look of arch triumph, which caused that diplomatist almost to choke with envy. Much as he had ingratiated himself with his aunt, she had never yet invited him to stay under her roof, and here was a young whippersnapper who at first sight was made welcome there. "I beg your pardon, sir," says Bowles, advancing with a profound bow. "What hotel, sir, shall Thomas fetch the luggage from?" "Oh, damn," said young James, starting up as if in some alarm. "I'll go." "What?" said Miss Crawley. "The Tom Cribb's Arms," said James, blushing deeply. Miss Crawley burst out laughing at this title. Mr. Bowles gave one abrupt guffaw as a confidential servant of the family, but choked the rest of the volley. The diplomatist only smiled. I didn't know any better," said James, looking down. "I've never been here before. It was the coachman told me." The young story-teller. The fact is that on the Southampton coach the day previous, James Crawley had met the Tutbury Pet, who was coming to Brighton to make a match with the Rottingdean Fibber, and enchanted by the Pet's conversation, had passed the evening in company with that scientific man and his friends at the inn in question. "I'd best go and settle the score," James continued. "Couldn't think of asking you, ma'am," he added generously. This delicacy made his aunt laugh the more. "Go and settle the bill, Bowles," she said with a wave of her hand, "and bring it to me." Poor lady, she did not know what she had done. There's a little dog," said James, looking frightfully guilty. "I'd best go for him. He bites footmen's calves." All the party cried out with laughing at this description, even Briggs and Lady Jane, who was sitting mute during the interview between Miss Crawley and her nephew, and Bowles, without a word, quitted the room. Still, by way of punishing her elder nephew, Miss Crawley persisted in being gracious to the young Oxonian. There were no limits to her kindness or her compliments when they once began. She told Pitt he might come to dinner, and insisted that James should accompany her in her drive, and paraded him solemnly up and down the cliff on the back seat of the barouche. During all this excursion she condescended to say civil things to him. She quoted Italian and French poetry to the poor bewildered lad, and persisted that he was a fine scholar, and was perfectly sure he would gain a gold medal and be a senior wrangler. "Haw, haw," laughed James, encouraged by these compliments. "Senior wrangler, indeed. That's at the other shop." "What is the other shop, my dear child?" said the lady. "Senior wranglers at Cambridge, not Oxford," said the scholar, with a knowing air, and would probably have been more confidential, but that suddenly there appeared on the cliff in a tax cart, drawn by a bang-up pony, dressed in white flannel coats with mother-of-pearl buttons, his friends, the Tutbury Pet and the Rottingdean Fibber, with 3 other gentlemen of their acquaintance, who all saluted poor James there in the carriage as he sat. This incident damped the ingenuous youth's spirits, and no word of yea or nay could he be induced to utter during the rest of the drive. On his return he found his room prepared and his portmanteau ready, and might have remarked that Mr. Bowles's countenance, when the latter conducted him to his apartments, wore a look of gravity, wonder, and compassion. But the thought of Mr. Bowles did not enter his head. He was deploring the dreadful predicament in which he found himself, in a house full of old women, jabbering French and Italian, and talking poetry to him. "Regularly up a tree, by Jingo!" exclaimed the modest boy, who could not face the gentlest of her sex, not even Briggs, when she began to talk to him. whereas put him at Iffley Lock, and he could outslang the boldest bargeman. At dinner, James appeared choking in a white neckcloth, and had the honour of handing my Lady Jane downstairs, while Briggs and Mr. Crawley followed afterwards, conducting the old lady with her apparatus of bundles and shawls and cushions. Half of Briggs's time at dinner was spent in superintending the invalid's comfort, and in cutting up chicken for her fat spaniel. James did not talk much, but he made a point of asking all the ladies to drink wine, and accepted Mr. Crawley's challenge, and consumed the greater part of a bottle of champagne, which Mr. Bowles was ordered to produce in his honour. The ladies having withdrawn, and the two cousins being left together, Pitt, the ex-diplomatist, became very communicative and friendly. He asked after James's career at college, what his prospects in life were, hoped heartily he would get on, and in a word was frank and amiable. James's tongue unloosed with the port, and he told his cousin his life, his prospects, his debts, his troubles at the Little Go, and his rows with the proctors, filling rapidly from the bottles before him, and flying from port to Madeira with joyous activity. "The chief pleasure which my aunt has," said Mr. Crawley, filling his glass, "is that people should do as they like in her house. This is Liberty Hall, James, and you can't do Miss Crawley a greater kindness than to do as you please and ask for what you will. I know you have all sneered at me in the country for being a Tory. Miss Crawley is liberal enough to suit any fancy. She is a Republican in principle, and despises everything like rank or title." "Why are you going to marry an earl's daughter?" said James. "My dear friend, remember it is not poor Lady Jane's fault that she is well born," Pitt replied with a courtly air. "She cannot help being a lady. Besides, I am a Tory, you know." "Oh, as for that," said Jim, "there's nothing like old blood. No, damn me, nothing like it. I'm none of your radicals. I know what it is to be a gentleman, damn me. See the chaps in a boat race. Look at the fellers in a fight. Aye, look at the dog-killing rats. Which is it wins? The good-blooded ones. Get some more port, Bowles, old boy, whilst I buzz this bottle here. What was I a-saying?" "I think you were speaking of dogs killing rats," Pitt remarked mildly, handing his cousin the decanter to buzz. "Killing rats, was I? Well, Pitt, are you a sporting man? Do you want to see a dog as can kill a rat? If you do, come down with me to Tom Corduroy's in Castle Street Mews, and I'll show you such a bull terrier as—" "Pff, gammon!" cried James, bursting out laughing at his own absurdity. "You don't care about a dog or rat. It's all nonsense. I'm blessed if I think you know the difference between a dog and a duck." "No. By the way," Pitt continued with increased blandness, "it was about blood you were talking, and the personal advantages which people derive from patrician birth. Ah, here's the fresh bottle." "Blood's the word," said James, gulping the ruby fluid down. "Nothing like blood, sir, in horses, dogs, and men. Why, only last term, just before I was rusticated, that is, I mean, just before I had the measles, there was me and Ringwood of Christchurch, Bob Ringwood, Lord Cinquebar's son, having our beer at the Bell at Blenheim, when the Banbury bargeman offered to fight either of us for a bowl of punch. I couldn't. My arm was in a sling, couldn't even take the drag down. A brute of a mare of mine had fell with me only 2 days before, out with the Abingdon, and I thought my arm was broke. Well, sir, I couldn't finish him, but Bob had his coat off at once. He stood up to the Banbury man for 3 minutes, and polished him off in 4 rounds easy. Gad, how he did drop, sir, and what was it? Blood, sir, all blood. You don't drink, James, the ex-attaché continued. In my time at Oxford, the men passed round the bottle a little quicker than you young fellows seem to do. Calm, calm, said James, putting his hand to his nose and winking at his cousin with a pair of vinous eyes. No jokes, old boy, no trying it on me. You want to trot me out, but it's no go. In vino veritas, old boy, Mars, Bacchus, Apollo Virorum, eh? I wish my aunt would send down some of this to the governor. It's a precious good tap. You had better ask her, Machiavel continued, or make the best of your time now. What says the bard? Nunc vino pellite curas, cras ingens iterabibus equor. And the Bacchanalian, quoting the above with a House of Commons air, tossed off nearly a thimbleful of wine with an immense flourish of his glass. At the Rectory, when the bottle of port wine was opened after dinner, the young ladies had each a glass from a bottle of currant wine. Mrs. Bute took 1 glass of port. Honest James had a couple commonly, but as his father grew very sulky if he made further inroads on the bottle, the good lad generally refrained from trying for more, and subsided either into the currant wine or to some private gin and water in the stables, which he enjoyed in the company of the coachman and his pipe. At Oxford the quantity of wine was unlimited, but the quality was inferior. But when quantity and quality united, as at his aunt's house, James showed that he could appreciate them indeed, and hardly needed any of his cousin's encouragement in draining off the 2nd bottle supplied by Mr. Bowles. When the time for coffee came, however, and for a return to the ladies, of whom he stood in awe, the young gentleman's agreeable frankness left him, and he relapsed into his usual surly timidity, contenting himself by saying yes and no, by scowling at Lady Jane, and by upsetting 1 cup of coffee during the evening. If he did not speak, he yawned in a pitiable manner, and his presence threw a damp upon the modest proceedings of the evening, for Miss Crawley and Lady Jane at their piquet, and Miss Briggs at her work, felt that his eyes were wildly fixed on them, and were uneasy under that maudlin look. "He seems a very silent, awkward, bashful lad," said Miss Crawley to Mr. Pitt. "He is more communicative in men's society than with ladies," Machiavel dryly replied, perhaps rather disappointed that the port wine had not made Jim speak more. He had spent the early part of the next morning in writing home to his mother a most flourishing account of his reception by Miss Crawley. But he little knew what evils the day was bringing for him, and how short his reign of favour was destined to be. A circumstance which Jim had forgotten, a trivial but fatal circumstance, had taken place at the Cribb's Arms on the night before he had come to his aunt's house. It was no other than this. Jim, who was always of a generous disposition, and when in his cups especially hospitable, had in the course of the night treated the Tutbury champion and the Rottingdean man and their friends twice or thrice to the refreshment of gin and water, so that no less than 18 glasses of that fluid at 8d. per glass were charged in Mr. James Crawley's bill. It was not the amount of 8d, but the quantity of gin which told fatally against poor James's character when his aunt's butler, Mr. Bowles, went down at his mistress's request to pay the young gentleman's bill. The landlord, fearing lest the account should be refused altogether, swore solemnly that the young gent had consumed personally every farthing's worth of the liquor, and Bowles paid the bill finally, and showed it on his return home to Mrs. Firkin, who was shocked at the frightful prodigality of gin, and took the bill to Miss Briggs as accountant general, who thought it her duty to mention the circumstance to her principal, Miss Crawley. Had he drunk a dozen bottles of claret, the old spinster could have pardoned him. Mr. Fox and Mr. Sheridan drank claret, gentlemen drank claret, but 18 glasses of gin consumed among boxers in an ignoble pothouse! It was an odious crime, and not to be pardoned readily. Everything went against the lad. He came home perfumed from the stables, whither he had been to pay his dog Towser a visit, and whence he was going to take his friend out for an airing, when he met Miss Crawley and her wheezy Blenheim spaniel, which Towser would have eaten up had not the Blenheim fled squealing to the protection of Miss Briggs, while the atrocious master of the bulldog stood laughing at this horrible persecution. This day, too, the unlucky boy's modesty had likewise forsaken him. He was lively and facetious at dinner. During the repast he levelled one or two jokes against Pitt Crawley. He drank as much wine as upon the previous day, and going quite unsuspiciously to the drawing-room, began to entertain the ladies there with some choice Oxford stories. He described the different pugilistic qualities of Molyneux and Dutch Sam, offered playfully to give Lady Jane the odds upon the Tutbury Pet against the Rottingdean man, or take them as her ladyship chose, and crowned the pleasantry by proposing to back himself against his cousin Pitt Crawley, either with or without the gloves. "And that's a fair offer, my buck," he said with a loud laugh, slapping Pitt on the shoulder. "And my father told me to make it too, and he'll go halves in the bet." So saying, the engaging youth nodded knowingly at poor Miss Briggs, and pointed his thumb over his shoulder at Pitt Crawley in a jocular and exulting manner. Pitt was not pleased altogether, perhaps, but still not unhappy in the main. Poor Jim had his laugh out, and staggered across the room with his aunt's candle when the old lady moved to retire, and offered to salute her with the blandest tipsy smile. And he took his own leave and went upstairs to his bedroom, perfectly satisfied with himself, and with a pleased notion that his aunt's money would be left to him in preference to his father and all the rest of the family. Once up in the bedroom, one would have thought he could not make matters worse, and yet this unlucky boy did. The moon was shining very pleasantly out on the sea, and Jim, attracted to the window by the romantic appearance of the ocean and the heavens, thought he would further enjoy them while smoking. Nobody would smell the tobacco, he thought, if he cunningly opened the window and kept his head and pipe in the fresh air. This he did, but being in an excited state, poor Jim had forgotten that his door was open all this time, so that the breeze blowing inwards, and a fine through draught being established, the clouds of tobacco were carried downstairs, and arrived with quite undiminished fragrance to Miss Crawley and Miss Briggs. The pipe of tobacco finished the business, and the Bute Crawleys never knew how many £1,000 it cost them. Firkin rushed downstairs to Bowles, who was reading out the fire and the frying pan to his aide-de-camp in a loud and ghostly voice. The dreadful secret was told to him by Firkin with so frightened a look that for the first moment Mr. Bowles and his young man thought that robbers were in the house. the legs of whom had probably been discovered by the woman under Miss Crawley's bed. When made aware of the fact, however, to rush upstairs at 3 steps at a time to enter the unconscious James's apartment, calling out "Mr. James" in a voice stifled with alarm, and to cry, "For God's sake, sir, stop that there pipe," was the work of a minute with Mr. Bowles. "Oh, Mr. James, what have you done?" he said in a voice of the deepest pathos, as he threw the implement out of the window. "What have you done, sir? Missus can't abide 'em." "Missus needn't smoke," said James, with a frantic misplaced laugh, and thought the whole matter an excellent joke. But his feelings were very different in the morning, when Mr. Bowles's young man, who operated upon Mr. James's boots, and brought him his hot water to shave that beard which he was so anxiously expecting, handed a note in to Mr. James in bed in the handwriting of Miss Briggs. "Dear Sir," it said, "Miss Crawley has passed an exceedingly disturbed night, owing to the shocking manner in which the house has been polluted by tobacco. Miss Crawley bids me say she regrets that she is too unwell to see you before you go, and above all that she ever induced you to remove from the ale-house, where she is sure you will be much more comfortable during the rest of your stay at Brighton." And herewith honest James's career as a candidate for his aunt's favour ended. He had, in fact, and without knowing it, done what he menaced to do. He had fought his cousin Pitt with the gloves. Where, meanwhile, was he who had been once first favourite for this race for money? Becky and Rawdon, as we have seen, were come together after Waterloo, and were passing the winter of 1815 at Paris in great splendour and gaiety. Rebecca was a good economist, and the price poor Jos Sedley had paid for her 2 horses was in itself sufficient to keep their little establishment afloat for a year at the least. There was no occasion to turn into money. "My pistols, the same which I shot Captain Marker," or the gold dressing case, or the cloak lined with sable. Becky had it made into a pelisse for herself, in which she rode in the Bois de Boulogne to the admiration of all, and you should have seen the scene between her and her delighted husband, whom she rejoined after the army had entered Cambray, and when she unsewed herself and let out of her dress all those watches, knick-knacks, banknotes, cheques, and valuables, which she had secreted in the wadding previous to her meditated flight from Brussels. Tufto was charmed, and Rawdon roared with delighted laughter, and swore that she was better than any play he ever saw, by Jove. And the way in which she jockeyed Jos, and which she described with infinite fun, carried up his delight to a pitch of quite insane enthusiasm. He believed in his wife as much as the French soldiers in Napoleon. Her success in Paris was remarkable. All the French ladies voted her charming. She spoke their language admirably. She adopted at once their grace, their liveliness, their manner. Her husband was stupid, certainly. All English are stupid, and besides, a dull husband at Paris is always a point in a lady's favour. He was the heir of the rich and spirituelle Miss Crawley, whose house had been open to so many of the French noblesse during the emigration. They received the Colonel's wife in their own hotels. "Why," wrote a great lady to Miss Crawley, who had brought her lace and trinkets at the Duchess's own price, and given her many a dinner during the pinching times after the Revolution, "why does not our dear Miss come to her nephew and niece, and her attached friends in Paris? All the world raffles of the charming mistress and her espègle beauty." Yes, we see in her the grace, the charm, the wit of our dear friend Miss Crawley. The King took notice of her yesterday at the Tuileries, and we are all jealous of the attention which Monsieur pays her. If you could have seen the spite of a certain stupid Milady Bareacres, whose eagle beak and toque and feathers may be seen peering over the heads of all assemblies, when Madame, the Duchess of Angoulême, the august daughter and companion of kings, desired especially to be presented to Miss Crawley as your dear daughter and protégée, and thanked her in the name of all France for all your benevolence towards our unfortunates during the exile. She is of all the societies, of all the balls, of the balls, yes, of the dances, no. And yet how interesting and pretty this fair creature looks, surrounded by the homage of the men, and so soon to be a mother. To hear her speak of you, her protectress, her mother, would bring tears to the eyes of ogres. How she loves you! How we all love our admirable, our respectable Miss Crawley. It is to be feared that this letter of the Parisian great lady did not by any means advance Mrs. Becky's interest with her admirable, her respectable relative. On the contrary, the fury of the old spinster was beyond bounds when she found what was Rebecca's situation, and how audaciously she had made use of Miss Crawley's name to get an entree into Parisian society. Too much shaken in mind and body to compose a letter in the French language, in reply to that of her correspondent, she dictated to Briggs a furious answer in her own native tongue, repudiating Mrs. Rawdon Crawley altogether, and warning the public to beware of her as a most artful and dangerous person. But as Madame the Duchess of X had only been 20 years in England, she did not understand a single word of the language, and contented herself by informing Mrs. Rawdon Crawley at their next meeting that she had received a charming letter from that chère Miss, and that it was full of benevolent things for Mrs. Crawley, who began seriously to have hopes that the spinster would relent. Meanwhile she was the gayest and most admired of Englishwomen, and had a little European Congress on her reception night. Prussians and Cossacks, Spanish and English, all the world was at Paris during this famous winter. To have seen the stars and cordons in Rebecca's humble saloon would have made all Baker Street pale with envy. Famous warriors rode by her carriage in the Bois, or crowded her modest little box at the Opera. Rawdon was in the highest spirits. There were no duns in Paris as yet. There were parties every day at Very's or Beauvilliers. Play was plentiful and his luck good. Tufto, perhaps, was sulky. Mrs. Tufto had come over to Paris at her own invitation, and besides this contretemps, there were a score of generals now round Becky's chair, and she might take her choice of a dozen bouquets when she went to the play. Lady Bareacres and the chiefs of the English society, stupid and irreproachable females, writhed with anguish at the success of the little upstart Becky, whose poisoned jokes quivered and rankled in their chaste breasts. But she had all the men on her side. She fought the women with indomitable courage, and they could not talk scandal in any tongue but their own. So in fetes, pleasures, and prosperity, the winter of 1815-16 passed away with Mrs. Rawdon Crawley, who accommodated herself to polite life as if her ancestors had been people of fashion for centuries past, and who, from her wit, talent, and energy, indeed merited a place of honour in Vanity Fair. In the early spring of 1816, Galignani's journal contained the following announcement in an interesting corner of the paper. On the 26th of March, the lady of Lieutenant Colonel Crawley, of the Life Guards Green, of a son and heir. This event was copied into the London papers, out of which Miss Briggs read the statement to Miss Crawley at breakfast at Brighton. The intelligence, expected as it might have been, caused a crisis in the affairs of the Crawley family. The spinster's rage rose to its height, and sending instantly for Pitt, her nephew, and for the Lady Southdown from Brunswick Square, she requested an immediate celebration of the marriage which had so long been pending between the two families, and she announced that it was her intention to allow the young couple 1,000 a year during her lifetime, at the expiration of which the bulk of her property would be settled upon her nephew and her dear niece, Lady Jane Crawley. Waxy came down to ratify the deeds. Lord Southdown gave away his sister. She was married by a bishop, and not by the Reverend Bartholomew Irons, to the disappointment of the irregular prelate. When they were married, Pitt would have liked to take a hymeneal tour with his bride, as became people of their condition, but the affection of the old lady towards Lady Jane had grown so strong that she fairly owned she could not part with her favourite. Pitt and his wife came therefore and lived with Miss Crawley, and greatly to the annoyance of poor Pitt, who conceived himself a most injured character, being subject to the humours of his aunt on one side and of his mother-in-law on the other, Lady Southdown, from her neighbouring house, reigned over the whole family, Pitt, Lady Jane, Miss Crawley, Briggs, Bowles, Firkin, and all. She pitilessly dosed them with her tracts and her medicine. She dismissed Creamer, she installed Rogers, and soon stripped Miss Crawley of even the semblance of authority. The poor soul grew so timid that she actually left off bullying Briggs any more, and clung to her niece, more fond and terrified every day. Peace to thee, kind and selfish, vain and generous old heathen. We shall see thee no more. Let us hope that Lady Jane supported her kindly, and led her with a gentle hand out of the busy struggle of Vanity Fair. Chapter 35 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 35. Widow and Mother. The news of the great fights of Quatre Bras and Waterloo reached England at the same time. The Gazette first published the result of the two battles, at which glorious intelligence all England thrilled with triumph and fear. Particulars then followed, and after the announcement of the victories came the list of the wounded and the slain. Who can tell the dread with which that catalogue was opened and read? Fancy, at every village and homestead almost through the three kingdoms, the great news coming of the battles in Flanders, and the feelings of exultation and gratitude, bereavement and sickening dismay, when the lists of the regimental losses were gone through, and it became known whether the dear friend and relative had escaped or fallen. Anybody who will take the trouble of looking back to a file of the newspapers of the time must even now feel at second hand this breathless pause of expectation. The lists of casualties are carried on from day to day. You stop in the midst, as in a story which is to be continued in our next. Think what the feelings must have been as those papers followed each other fresh from the press. And if such an interest could be felt in our country, and about a battle where but 20,000 of our people were engaged, think of the condition of Europe for 20 years before, where people were fighting not by the thousands but by millions, each one of whom, as he struck his enemy, wounded horribly some other innocent heart far away. The news which that famous Gazette brought to the Osbornes gave a dreadful shock to the family and its chief. The girls indulged unrestrained in their grief. The gloom-stricken old father was still more borne down by his fate and sorrow. He strove to think that a judgment was on the boy for his disobedience. He dared not own that the severity of the sentence frightened him, and that its fulfilment had come too soon upon his curses. Sometimes a shuddering terror struck him, as if he had been the author of the doom which he had called down on his son. There was a chance before of reconciliation. The boy's wife might have died, or he might have come back and said, "Father, I have sinned," but there was no hope now. He stood on the other side of the gulf impassable, haunting his parent with sad eyes. He remembered them once before so, in a fever, when everyone thought the lad was dying, and he lay on his bed speechless and gazing with a dreadful gloom. Good God, how the father clung to the doctor then, and with what a sickening anxiety he followed him. What a weight of grief was off his mind when, after the crisis of the fever, the lad recovered and looked at his father once more with eyes that recognised him. But now there was no help or cure or chance of reconcilement. Above all, there were no humble words to soothe vanity outraged and furious, or bring to its natural flow the poisoned, angry blood. And it is hard to say which pang it was that tore the proud father's heart most keenly, that his son should have gone out of the reach of his forgiveness, or that the apology which his own pride expected should have escaped him. Whatever his sensations might have been, however, the stern old man would have no confidant. He never mentioned his son's name to his daughters, but ordered the elder to place all the females of the establishment in mourning, and desired that the male servants should be similarly attired in deep black. All parties and entertainments, of course, were to be put off. No communications were made to his future son-in-law, whose marriage day had been fixed, but there was enough in Mr. Osborne's appearance to prevent Mr. Bullock from making any inquiries, or in any way pressing forward that ceremony. He and the ladies whispered about it under their voices in the drawing-room sometimes, whither the father never came. He remained constantly in his own study, the whole front part of the house being closed, until some time after the completion of the general mourning. About 3 weeks after the 18th of June, Mr. Osborne's acquaintance, Sir William Dobbin, called at Mr. Osborne's house in Russell Square, with a very pale and agitated face, and insisted upon seeing that gentleman. Ushered into his room, and after a few words, which neither the speaker nor the host understood, the former produced from an enclosure a letter, sealed with a large red seal. "My son, Major Dobbin," the alderman said with some hesitation, dispatched me a letter by an officer of the th who arrived in town to-day. My son's letter contains one for you, Osborne." The alderman placed the letter on the table, and Osborne stared at him for a moment or two in silence. His looks frightened the ambassador, who, after looking guiltily for a little time at the grief-stricken man, hurried away without another word. The letter was in George's well-known bold handwriting. It was that one which he had written before daybreak on the 16th of June, and just before he took leave of Amelia. The great red seal was emblazoned with the sham coat of arms which Osborne had assumed from the peerage, with "Pax in Bello" for a motto, that of the ducal house with which the vain old man tried to fancy himself connected. The hand that signed it would never hold pen or sword more. The very seal that sealed it had been robbed from George's dead body as it lay on the field of battle. The father knew nothing of this, but sat and looked at the letter in terrified vacancy. He almost fell when he went to open it. Have you ever had a difference with a dear friend? How his letters, written in the period of love and confidence, sicken and rebuke you! What a dreary morning it is to dwell upon those vehement protests of dead affection! What lying epitaphs they make over the corpse of love! What dark, cruel comments upon life and vanities! Most of us have got or written drawers full of them. They are closet skeletons which we keep and shun. Osborne trembled long before the letter from his dead son. The poor boy's letter did not say much. He had been too proud to acknowledge the tenderness which his heart felt. He only said that on the eve of a great battle he wished to bid his father farewell, and solemnly to implore his good offices for the wife, it might be for the child, whom he left behind him. He owned with contrition that his irregularities and his extravagance had already wasted a large part of his mother's little fortune. He thanked his father for his former generous conduct, and he promised him that if he fell on the field or survived it, he would act in a manner worthy of the name of George Osborne. His English habit, pride, awkwardness, perhaps, had prevented him from saying more. His father could not see the kiss George had placed on the superscription of his letter. Mr. Osborne dropped it with the bitterest, deadliest pang of balked affection and revenge. His son was still beloved and unforgiven. About 2 months afterwards, however, as the young ladies of the family went to church with their father, they remarked how he took a different seat from that which he usually occupied when he chose to attend divine worship, and that from his cushion opposite he looked up at the wall over their heads. This caused the young women likewise to gaze in the direction towards which their father's gloomy eyes pointed, and they saw an elaborate monument upon the wall, where Britannia was represented weeping over an urn, and a broken sword and a couchant lion indicated that the piece of sculpture had been erected in honour of a deceased warrior. The sculptors of those days had stocks of such funereal emblems in hand, as you may see still on the walls of St. Paul's, which are covered with hundreds of these braggart heathen allegories. There was a constant demand for them during the first 15 years of the present century. Under the memorial in question were emblazoned the well-known and pompous Osborne arms, and the inscription said that the monument was "Sacred to the memory of George Osborne, Junior, Esquire, late a captain in His Majesty's th Regiment of Foot, who fell on the 18th of June, 1815, aged 28 years, while fighting for his king and country in the glorious victory of Waterloo. Dulce et decorum est, pro patria mori. The sight of that stone agitated the nerves of the sisters so much that Miss Maria was compelled to leave the church. The congregation made way respectfully for those sobbing girls, clothed in deep black, and pitied the stern old father seated opposite the memorial of the dead soldier. "Will he forgive Mrs. George?" the girls said to themselves as soon as their ebullition of grief was over. Much conversation passed too among the acquaintances of the Osborne family, who knew of the rupture between the son and father caused by the former's marriage, as to the chance of a reconciliation with the young widow. There were bets among the gentlemen, both about Russell Square and in the city. If the sisters had any anxiety regarding the possible recognition of Amelia as a daughter of the family, it was increased presently, and towards the end of the autumn, by their father's announcement that he was going abroad. He did not say whither, but they knew at once that his steps would be turned towards Belgium, and were aware that George's widow was still in Brussels. They had pretty accurate news indeed of poor Amelia from Lady Dobbin and her daughters. Our honest captain had been promoted in consequence of the death of the second major of the regiment on the field, and the brave O'Dowd, who had distinguished himself greatly here, as upon all occasions where he had a chance to show his coolness and valour, was a colonel and companion of the Bath. Very many of the brave th, who had suffered severely upon both days of action, were still at Brussels in the autumn, recovering of their wounds. The city was a vast military hospital for months after the great battles, and as men and officers began to rally from their hurts, the gardens and places of public resort swarmed with maimed warriors, old and young, who, just rescued out of death, fell to gambling and gaiety and love-making, as people of Vanity Fair will do. Mr. Osborne found out some of the th easily. He knew their uniform quite well, and had been used to follow all the promotions and exchanges in the regiment, and loved to talk about it and its officers as if he had been one of their number. On the day after his arrival at Brussels, and as he issued from his hotel, which faced the park, he saw a soldier there in the well-known facings, reposing on a stone bench in the garden, and went and sat down, trembling, by the wounded convalescent man. "Were you in Captain Osborne's company?" he said, and added after a pause, "He was my son, sir." The man was not of the captain's company, but he lifted up his unwounded arm and touched his cap, sadly and respectfully, to the haggard, broken-spirited gentleman who questioned him. "The whole army didn't contain a finer or a better officer," the soldier said. "The sergeant of the captain's company, Captain Raymond had it now, was in town though, and was just well of a shot in the shoulder. His honour might see him if he liked, who could tell him anything he wanted to know about the th actions. But his honour had seen Major Dobbin, no doubt, the brave captain's great friend, and Mrs. Osborne, who was here too, and had been very bad, he heard everybody say. They say she was out of her mind like for 6 weeks or more. But your honour knows all about that, and asking your pardon," the man added. Osborne put a guinea into the soldier's hand, and told him he should have another if he would bring the sergeant to the Hotel du Parc, a promise which very soon brought the desired officer to Mr. Osborne's presence. and the first soldier went away, and after telling a comrade or two how Captain Osborne's father was arrived, and what a free-handed, generous gentleman he was, they went and made good cheer with drink and feasting, as long as the guineas lasted which had come from the proud purse of the mourning old father. In the sergeant's company, who was also just convalescent, Osborne made the journey of Waterloo and Quatre Bras, a journey which thousands of his countrymen were then taking. He took the sergeant with him in his carriage, and went through both fields under his guidance. He saw the point of the road where the regiment marched into action on the 16th, and the slope down which they drove the French cavalry who were pressing on the retreating Belgians. There was the spot where the noble captain cut down the French officer who was grappling with the young ensign for the colours, the colour sergeants having been shot down. Along this road they retreated on the next day, and here was the bank at which the regiment bivouacked under the rain of the night of the 17th. Further on was the position which they took and held during the day, forming time after time to receive the charge of the enemy's horsemen, and lying down under the shelter of the bank from the furious French cannonade. And it was at this declivity, when at evening the whole English line received the order to advance, as the enemy fell back after his last charge, that the captain, hurraying and rushing down the hill, waving his sword, received a shot and fell dead. "It was Major Dobbin who took back the captain's body to Brussels," the sergeant said in a low voice, "and had him buried, as your honour knows." The peasants and relic hunters about the place were screaming round the pair, as the soldier told his story, offering for sale all sorts of mementos of the fight, crosses and epaulettes, and shattered cuirasses and eagles. Osborne gave a sumptuous reward to the sergeant when he parted with him, after having visited the scene of his son's last exploits. His burial place he had already seen. Indeed, he had driven thither immediately after his arrival at Brussels. George's body lay in the pretty burial ground of Laeken, near the city, in which place, having once visited it on a party of pleasure, he had lightly expressed a wish to have his grave made. And there the young officer was laid by his friend, in the unconsecrated corner of the garden, separated by a little hedge from the temples and towers and plantations of flowers and shrubs, under which the Roman Catholic dead repose. It seemed a humiliation to old Osborne to think that his son, an English gentleman, a captain in the famous British army, should not be found worthy to lie in ground where mere foreigners were buried. Which of us is there can tell how much vanity lurks in our warmest regard for others, and how selfish our love is? Old Osborne did not speculate much upon the mingled nature of his feelings, and how his instinct and selfishness were combating together. He firmly believed that everything he did was right, that he ought on all occasions to have his own way, and like the sting of a wasp or serpent, his hatred rushed out armed and poisonous against anything like opposition. He was proud of his hatred as of everything else. Always to be right, always to trample forward, and never to doubt. Are not these the great qualities with which dullness takes the lead in the world? As after the drive to Waterloo, Mr. Osborne's carriage was nearing the gates of the city at sunset, they met another open barouche, in which were a couple of ladies and a gentleman, and by the side of which an officer was riding. Osborne gave a start back, and the sergeant, seated with him, cast a look of surprise at his neighbour, as he touched his cap to the officer, who mechanically returned his salute. It was Amelia, with the lame young ensign by her side, and opposite to her faithful friend Mrs. O'Dowd. It was Amelia, but how changed from the fresh and comely girl Osborne knew. Her face was white and thin, her pretty brown hair was parted under a widow's cap, the poor child. Her eyes were fixed and looking nowhere. They stared blank in the face of Osborne as the carriages crossed each other, but she did not know him, nor did he recognise her until, looking up, he saw Dobbin riding by her, and then he knew who it was. He hated her. He did not know how much until he saw her there. When her carriage had passed on, he turned and stared at the sergeant with a curse and defiance in his eye cast at his companion, who could not help looking at him, as much as to say, "How dare you look at me, damn you? I do hate her. It is she who has tumbled my hopes and all my pride down. Tell the scoundrel to drive on quick," he shouted with an oath to the lackey on the box. A minute afterwards a horse came clattering over the pavement beside Osborne's carriage, and Dobbin rode up. His thoughts had been elsewhere as the carriages passed each other, and it was not until he had ridden some paces forward that he remembered it was Osborne who had just passed him. Then he turned to examine if the sight of her father-in-law had made any impression on Amelia, but the poor girl did not know who had passed. Then William, who daily used to accompany her in his drives, taking out his watch, made some excuse about an engagement which he suddenly recollected, and so rode off. She did not remark that either, but sat looking before her over the homely landscape towards the woods in the distance, by which George marched away. "Mr. Osborne, Mr. Osborne," cried Dobbin, as he rode up and held out his hand. Osborne made no motion to take it, but shouted out once more, and with another curse, to his servant to drive on. Dobbin laid his hand on the carriage side. "I will see you, sir," he said. "I have a message for you." "From that woman?" said Osborne fiercely. "No," replied the other, "from your son." At which Osborne fell back into the corner of his carriage, and Dobbin, allowing it to pass on, rode close behind it, and so through the town until they reached Mr. Osborne's hotel, and without a word. There he followed Osborne up to his apartments. George had often been in the rooms. They were the lodgings which the Crawleys had occupied during their stay in Brussels. "Pray, have you any commands for me, Captain Dobbin? Or, I beg your pardon, I should say Major Dobbin, since better men than you are dead and you step into their shoes," said Mr. Osborne, in that sarcastic tone which he sometimes was pleased to assume. "Better men are dead," Dobbin replied. "I want to speak to you about one." "Make it short, sir," said the other with an oath, scowling at his visitor. "I am here as his closest friend," the Major resumed, "and the executor of his will. He made it before he went into action. Are you aware how small his means are, and of the straitened circumstances of his widow?" "I don't know his widow, sir," Osborne said. "Let her go back to her father." But the gentleman whom he addressed was determined to remain in good temper, and went on without heeding the interruption. "Do you know, sir, Mrs. Osborne's condition? Her life and her reason almost have been shaken by the blow which has fallen on her. It is very doubtful whether she will rally. There is a chance left for her, however, and it is about this I came to speak to you. She will be a mother soon. Will you visit the parent's offence upon the child's head, or will you forgive the child for poor George's sake?" Osborne broke out into a rhapsody of self-praise and imprecations, by the first excusing himself to his own conscience for his conduct, by the second exaggerating the undutifulness of George. No father in all England could have behaved more generously to a son who had rebelled against him wickedly. He had died without even so much as confessing he was wrong. Let him take the consequences of his undutifulness and folly. As for himself, Mr. Osborne, he was a man of his word. He had sworn never to speak to that woman, or to recognise her as his son's wife. "And that's what you may tell her," he concluded with an oath, "and that's what I will stick to the last day of my life." There was no hope from that quarter then. The widow must live on her slender pittance, or on such aid as Jos could give her. "I might tell her, and she would not heed it," thought Dobbin sadly. For the poor girl's thoughts were not here at all since her catastrophe, and stupefied under the pressure of her sorrow, good and evil were alike indifferent to her. So indeed were even friendship and kindness. She received them both uncomplainingly, and having accepted them, relapsed into her grief. Suppose some 12 months after the above conversation took place to have passed in the life of our poor Amelia. She has spent the first portion of that time in a sorrow so profound and pitiable that we who have been watching and describing some of the emotions of that weak and tender heart must draw back in the presence of the cruel grief under which it is bleeding. Tread silently round the hapless couch of the poor prostrate soul. Shut gently the door of the dark chamber wherein she suffers, as those kind people did who nursed her through the first months of her pain, and never left her until heaven had sent her consolation. A day came of almost terrified delight and wonder, when the poor widowed girl pressed a child upon her breast, a child with the eyes of George who was gone, a little boy as beautiful as a cherub. What a miracle it was to hear its first cry! How she laughed and wept over it! How love and hope and prayer woke again in her bosom as the baby nestled there. She was safe. The doctors who attended her and had feared for her life or for her brain had waited anxiously for this crisis before they could pronounce that either was secure. It was worth the long months of doubt and dread which the persons who had constantly been with her had passed, to see her eyes once more beaming tenderly upon them. Our friend Dobbin was one of them. It was he who brought her back to England and to her mother's house, when Mrs. O'Dowd, receiving a peremptory summons from her colonel, had been forced to quit her patient. To see Dobbin holding the infant, and to hear Amelia's laugh of triumph as she watched him, would have done any man good who had a sense of humour. William was the godfather of the child, and exerted his ingenuity in the purchase of cups, spoons, pap boats, and corals for this little Christian. How his mother nursed him and dressed him and lived upon him! How she drove away all nurses, and would scarce allow any hand but her own to touch him! how she considered that the greatest favour she could confer upon his godfather, Major Dobbin, was to allow the Major occasionally to dandle him, need not be told here. The child was her being. Her existence was a maternal caress. She enveloped the feeble and unconscious creature with love and worship. It was her life which the baby drank in from her bosom. Of nights, and when alone, she had stealthy and intense raptures of motherly love, such as God's marvellous care has awarded to the female instinct. Joys how far higher and lower than reason, blind, beautiful devotions, which only women's hearts know. It was William Dobbin's task to muse upon these movements of Amelia's and to watch her heart. And if his love made him divine almost all the feelings which agitated it, alas, he could see with a fatal perspicuity that there was no place there for him. And so, gently, he bore his fate, knowing it and content to bear it. I suppose Amelia's father and mother saw through the intentions of the Major and were not ill disposed to encourage him, for Dobbin visited their house daily and stayed for hours with them, or with Amelia, or with the honest landlord, Mr. Clapp, and his family. He brought, on one pretext or another, presents to everybody and almost every day, and went with the landlord's little girl, who was rather a favourite with Amelia, by the name of Major Sugarplums. It was this little child who commonly acted as mistress of the ceremonies to introduce him to Mrs. Osborne. She laughed one day when Major Sugarplum's cab drove up to Fulham, and he descended from it, bringing out a wooden horse, a drum, a trumpet, and other warlike toys for little Georgy, who was scarcely 6 months old, and for whom the articles in question were entirely premature. The child was asleep. "Hush, hush," said Amelia, annoyed perhaps at the creaking of the Major's boots, and she held out her hand, smiling because William could not take it until he had rid himself of his cargo of toys. "Go downstairs, little Mary," said he presently to the child. "I want to speak to Mrs. Osborne." She looked up rather astonished, and laid down the infant on its bed. "I am come to say good-bye, Amelia," said he, taking the slender little white hand gently. "Good-bye? And where are you going?" she said with a smile. "Send the letters to the agents," he said. "They will forward them, for you will write to me, won't you? I shall be away a long time." "I'll write to you about Georgy," she said. "Dear William, how good you have been to him and to me. Look at him. Isn't he like an angel?" The little pink hands of the child closed mechanically round the honest soldier's finger, and Amelia looked up in his face with bright maternal pleasure. The cruellest looks could not have wounded him more than that glance of hopeless kindness. He bent over the child and mother. He could not speak for a moment, and it was only with all his strength that he could force himself to say a God bless you. "God bless you," said Amelia, and held up her face and kissed him. "Hush, don't wake Georgy," she added, as William Dobbin went to the door with heavy steps. She did not hear the noise of his cab wheels as he drove away. She was looking at the child, who was laughing in his sleep. Chapter 36 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 36. How to Live Well on Nothing a Year. I suppose there is no man in this Vanity Fair of ours so little observant as not to think sometimes about the worldly affairs of his acquaintances, or so extremely charitable as not to wonder how his neighbour Jones or his neighbour Smith can make both ends meet at the end of the year. With the utmost regard for the family, for instance, for I dine with them twice or thrice in the season, I cannot but own that the appearance of the Jenkinses in the park, in the large barouche with the grenadier footman, will surprise and mystify me to my dying day. For though I know the equipage is only jobbed, and all the Jenkins people are on board wages, yet those 3 men and the carriage must represent an expense of 600 a year at the very least. And then there are the splendid dinners, the 2 boys at Eton, the prize governess and masters for the girls, the trip abroad or to Eastbourne or Worthing in the autumn, the annual ball with a supper from Gunter's, who, by the way, supplies most of the first-rate dinners which J gives, as I know very well, having been invited to one of them to fill a vacant place, when I saw at once that these repasts are very superior to the common run of entertainments, for which the humbler sort of J's acquaintances get cards. Who, I say, with the most good-natured feelings in the world, can help wondering how the Jenkinses make out matters? What is Jenkins? We all know, Commissioner of the Tape and Sealing Wax Office, with £1,200 a year for a salary. Had his wife a private fortune? Pooh, Miss Flint, one of 11 children of a small squire in Buckinghamshire. All she ever gets from her family is a turkey at Christmas, in exchange for which she has to board 2 or 3 of her sisters in the off-season, and lodge and feed her brothers when they come to town. How does Jenkins balance his income? I say, as every friend of his must say, how is it that he has not been outlawed long since, and that he ever came back, as he did, to the surprise of everybody, last year from Boulogne? I, here, is used to personify the world in general, the Mrs. Grundy of each respected reader's private circle, every one of whom can point to some families of his acquaintance who live nobody knows how. Many a glass of wine have we all of us drunk, I have very little doubt, hob and nobbing with the hospitable giver, and wondering how the deuce he paid for it. Some 3 or 4 years after his stay in Paris, when Rawdon Crawley and his wife were established in a very small, comfortable house in Curzon Street, Mayfair, there was scarcely one of the numerous friends whom they entertained at dinner that did not ask the above question regarding them. The novelist, it has been said before, knows everything, and as I am in a situation to be able to tell the public how Crawley and his wife lived without any income, may I entreat the public newspapers which are in the habit of extracting portions of the various periodical works now published, not to reprint the following exact narrative and calculations, of which I ought, as the discoverer, and at some expense too, to have the benefit. My son, I would say, were I blessed with a child, you may by deep inquiry and constant intercourse with him learn how a man lives comfortably on nothing a year. But it is best not to be intimate with gentlemen of this profession, and to take the calculations at second hand, as you do logarithms, for to work them yourself, depend upon it, will cost you something considerable. On nothing per annum, then, and during the course of some 2 or 3 years, of which we can afford to give but a very brief history, Crawley and his wife lived very happily and comfortably at Paris. It was in this period that he quitted the Guards and sold out of the army. When we find him again, his mustachios and the title of colonel on his card are the only relics of his military profession. It has been mentioned that Rebecca, soon after her arrival in Paris, took a very smart and leading position in the society of that capital, and was welcomed at some of the most distinguished houses of the restored French nobility. The English men of fashion in Paris courted her too, to the disgust of the ladies their wives, who could not bear the parvenue. For some months the salons of the Faubourg Saint-Germain, in which her place was secured, and the splendours of the new court, where she was received with much distinction, delighted and perhaps a little intoxicated Mrs. Crawley, who may have been disposed during this period of elation to slight the people, honest young military men mostly, who formed her husband's chief society. But the Colonel yawned sadly among the duchesses and the great ladies of the court. The old women who played écarté made such a noise about a 5-franc piece that it was not worth Colonel Crawley's while to sit down at a card table. The wit of their conversation he could not appreciate, being ignorant of their language. And what good could his wife get, he urged, by making curtsies every night to a whole circle of princesses? He left Rebecca presently to frequent these parties alone, resuming his own simple pursuits and amusements amongst the amiable friends of his own choice. The truth is, when we say of a gentleman that he lives elegantly on nothing a year, we use the word nothing to signify something unknown, meaning simply that we don't know how the gentleman in question defrays the expenses of his establishment. Now our friend the Colonel had a great aptitude for all games of chance, and exercising himself, as he continually did, with the cards, the dice-box, or the cue, it is natural to suppose that he attained a much greater skill in the use of these articles than men can possess who only occasionally handle them. To use a cue at billiards well is like using a pencil, or a German flute, or a small sword. You cannot master any one of these implements at first, and it is only by repeated study and perseverance, joined to a natural taste, that a man can excel in the handling of either. Now Crawley, from being only a brilliant amateur, had grown to be a consummate master of billiards. Like a great general, his genius used to rise with the danger, and when the luck had been unfavourable to him for a whole game, and the bets were consequently against him, he would, with consummate skill and boldness, make some prodigious hits which would restore the battle, and come in a victor at the end, to the astonishment of everybody. Of everybody, that is, who was a stranger to his play. Those who were accustomed to see it were cautious how they staked their money against a man of such sudden resources and brilliant and overpowering skill. At games of cards he was equally skilful, for though he would constantly lose money at the commencement of an evening, playing so carelessly and making such blunders that newcomers were often inclined to think meanly of his talent, yet when roused to action and awakened to caution by repeated small losses, it was remarked that Crawley's play became quite different, and that he was pretty sure of beating his enemy thoroughly before the night was over. Indeed, very few men could say that they ever had the better of him. His successes were so repeated that no wonder the envious and the vanquished spoke sometimes with bitterness regarding them. And as the French say of the Duke of Wellington, who never suffered a defeat, that only an astonishing series of lucky accidents enabled him to be an invariable winner, Yet even they allow that he cheated at Waterloo and was enabled to win the last great trick. So it was hinted at headquarters in England that some foul play must have taken place in order to account for the continuous successes of Colonel Crawley. Though Frascati's and the Salon were open at that time in Paris, the mania for play was so widely spread that the public gambling rooms did not suffice for the general ardour, and gambling went on in private houses as much as if there had been no public means for gratifying the passion. At Crawley's charming little reunions of an evening, this fatal amusement commonly was practised, much to good-natured little Miss Crawley's annoyance. She spoke about her husband's passion for dice with the deepest grief. She bewailed it to everybody who came to her house. She besought the young fellows never, never to touch a box. And when young Green of the Rifles lost a very considerable sum of money, Rebecca passed a whole night in tears, as the servant told the unfortunate young gentleman, and actually went on her knees to her husband to beseech him to remit the debt and burn the acknowledgment. How could he? He had lost just as much himself to Blackstone of the Hussars and Count Punter of the Hanoverian Cavalry. Green might have any decent time, but pay? Of course he must pay. To talk of burning IOUs was child's play. Other officers, chiefly young, for the young fellows gathered round Mrs. Crawley, came from her parties with long faces, having dropped more or less money at her fatal card tables. Her house began to have an unfortunate reputation. The old hands warned the less experienced of their danger. Colonel O'Dowd of the th Regiment, one of those occupying in Paris, warned Lieutenant Spooney of that corps. A loud and violent fracas took place between the infantry colonel and his lady, who were dining at the Café de Paris, and Colonel and Mrs. Crawley, who were also taking their meal there. The ladies engaged on both sides. Mrs. O'Dowd snapped her fingers in Mrs. Crawley's face and called her husband "no better than a blackleg." Colonel Crawley challenged Colonel O'Dowd, C.B. The Commander-in-Chief, hearing of the dispute, sent for Colonel Crawley, who was getting ready the same pistols which he shot Captain Marker, and had such a conversation with him that no duel took place. If Rebecca had not gone on her knees to General Tufto, Crawley would have been sent back to England. And he did not play, except with civilians, for some weeks after. But in spite of Rawdon's undoubted skill and constant successes, it became evident to Rebecca, considering these things, that their position was but a precarious one, and that, even though they paid scarcely anybody, their little capital would end one day by dwindling into zero. Gambling, she would say, dear, is good to help your income, but not as income itself. Some day people may be tired of play, and then where are we? Rawdon acquiesced in the justice of her opinion, and in truth he had remarked that after a few nights of his little suppers, etc., gentlemen were tired of play with him, and in spite of Rebecca's charms did not present themselves very eagerly. Easy and pleasant as their life at Paris was, it was after all only an idle dalliance and amiable trifling, and Rebecca saw that she must push Rawdon's fortune in their own country. She must get him a place or appointment at home or in the colonies, and she determined to make a move upon England as soon as the way could be cleared for her. As a first step, she had made Crawley sell out of the Guards and go on half pay. His function as aide-de-camp to General Tufto had ceased previously. Rebecca laughed in all companies at that officer, at his toupee, which he mounted on coming to Paris, at his waistband, at his false teeth, at his pretensions to be a lady killer above all, and his absurd vanity in fancying every woman who he came near was in love with him. It was to Mrs. Brent, the beetle-browed wife of Mr. Commissary Brent, to whom the General transferred his attentions now. His bouquets, his dinners at the restaurateurs, his opera boxes, and his knick-knacks. Poor Mrs. Tufto was no more happy than before, and had still to pass long evenings alone with her daughters, knowing that her General was gone off, scented and curled, to stand behind Mrs. Brent's chair at the play. Becky had a dozen admirers in his place, to be sure, and could cut her rival to pieces with her wit. But, as we have said, she was growing tired of this idle social life. Opera boxes and restaurateur dinners palled upon her. Nosegays could not be laid by as a provision for future years, and she could not live upon knick-knacks, laced handkerchiefs, and kid gloves. She felt the frivolity of pleasure and longed for more substantial benefits. At this juncture news arrived which was spread among the many creditors of the Colonel at Paris, and which caused them great satisfaction. Miss Crawley, the rich aunt from whom he expected his immense inheritance, was dying. The Colonel must haste to her bedside. Mrs. Crawley and her child would remain behind until he came to reclaim them. He departed for Calais, and having reached that place in safety, it might have been supposed that he went to Dover. But instead he took the diligence to Dunkirk, and thence travelled to Brussels, for which place he had a former predilection. The fact is, he owed more money at London than at Paris, and he preferred the quiet little Belgian city to either of the more noisy capitals. Her aunt was dead. Mrs. Crawley ordered the most intense mourning for herself and little Rawdon. The Colonel was busy arranging the affairs of the inheritance. They could take the premiere now instead of the little entresol of the hotel which they occupied. Mrs. Crawley and the landlord had a consultation about the new hangings, an amicable wrangle about the carpets, and a final adjustment of everything except the bill. She went off in one of his carriages, her French bonne with her, her child by her side, the admirable landlord and landlady smiling farewell to her from the gate. General Tufto was furious when he heard she was gone, and Mrs. Brent furious with him for being furious. Lieutenant Spooney was cut to the heart, and the landlord got ready his best apartments previous to the return of the fascinating little woman and her husband. He serraed the trunks which she left in his charge with the greatest care. They had been especially recommended to him by Madame Crawley. They were not, however, found to be particularly valuable when opened some time later. But before she went to join her husband in the Belgic capital, Mrs. Crawley made an expedition into England, leaving behind her little son upon the continent under the care of her French maid. The parting between Rebecca and little Rawdon did not cause either party much pain. She had not, to say truth, seen much of the young gentleman since his birth. After the amiable fashion of French mothers, she had placed him out at nurse in a village in the neighbourhood of Paris, where little Rawdon passed the first months of his life, not unhappily, with a numerous family of foster brothers in wooden shoes. His father would ride over many a time to see him there, and the elder Rawdon's paternal heart glowed to see him, rosy and dirty, shouting lustily, and happy in the making of mud pies under the superintendence of the gardener's wife, his nurse. Rebecca did not much care to go and see their son and heir. Once he spoilt a new dove-coloured pelisse of hers. He preferred his nurse's caresses to his mamma's, and when finally he quitted that jolly nurse and almost parent, he cried loudly for hours. He was only consoled by his mother's promise that he should return to his nurse the next day. Indeed, the nurse herself, who probably would have been pained at the parting too, was told that the child would immediately be restored to her, and for some time awaited quite anxiously his return. In fact, our friends may be said to have been among the first of that brood of hardy English adventurers who have subsequently invaded the continent and swindled in all the capitals of Europe. The respect in those happy days of 1817-18 was very great for the wealth and honour of Britons. They had not then learned, as I am told, to haggle for bargains with the pertinacity which now distinguishes them. The great cities of Europe had not been as yet open to the enterprise of our rascals, and whereas there is now hardly a town of France or Italy in which you shall not see some noble countryman of our own, with that happy swagger and insolence of demeanour which we carry everywhere, swindling in landlords, passing fictitious cheques upon credulous bankers, robbing coachmakers of their carriages, goldsmiths of their trinkets, easy travellers of their money at cards, even public libraries of their books. 30 years ago you needed but to be a milord anglais travelling in a private carriage, and credit was at your hand wherever you chose to seek it, and gentlemen, instead of cheating, were cheated. It was not for some weeks after the Crawleys' departure that the landlord of the hotel which they occupied during their residence at Paris found out the losses which he had sustained. Not until Madame Marabout, the milliner, made repeated visits with her little bill for articles supplied to Madame Crawley, not until Monsieur Didelot from Boule d'Or in the Palais Royal had asked half a dozen times whether cette charmante milady, who had bought watches and bracelets of him, was de retour. It is a fact that even the poor gardener's wife, who had nursed Madame's child, was never paid after the first 6 months for that supply of the milk of human kindness with which she had furnished the lusty and healthy little Rawdon. No, not even the nurse was paid. The Crawleys were in too great a hurry to remember their trifling debt to her. As for the landlord of the hotel, his curses against the English nation were violent for the rest of his natural life. He asked all travellers whether they knew a certain Colonel Law Crawley, avec sa femme, une petite dame très spirituelle. Ah, monsieur, he would add, ils m'ont affreusement vol. It was melancholy to hear his accents as he spoke of that catastrophe. Rebecca's object in her journey to London was to effect a kind of compromise with her husband's numerous creditors, and by offering them a dividend of 9d or a shilling in the pound, to secure a return for him into his own country. It does not become us to trace the steps which she took in the conduct of this most difficult negotiation, but having shown them to their satisfaction that the sum which she was empowered to offer was all her husband's available capital, and having convinced them that Colonel Crawley would prefer a perpetual retirement on the Continent to a residence in this country with his debts unsettled, having proved to them that there was no possibility of money accruing to him from other quarters, and no earthly chance of their getting a larger dividend than that which she was empowered to offer, she brought the Colonel's creditors unanimously to accept her proposals, and purchased with £1,500 of ready money more than 10 times that amount of debts. Mrs. Crawley employed no lawyer in the transaction. The matter was so simple to have or to leave, as she justly observed, that she made the lawyers of the creditors themselves do the business, and Mr. Lewis representing Mr. Davids of Red Lion Square, and Mr. Moss acting for Mr. Manasseh of Cursitor Street, chief creditors of the Colonel's, complimented his lady upon the brilliant way in which she did business, and declared that there was no professional man who could beat her. Rebecca received their congratulations with perfect modesty, ordered a bottle of sherry and a bread cake to the little dingy lodgings where she dwelt while conducting the business, to treat the enemy's lawyers, shook hands with them at parting in excellent good humour, and returned straight away to the Continent to rejoin her husband and son, and acquaint the former with the glad news of his entire liberation. As for the latter, he had been considerably neglected during his mother's absence by Mademoiselle Genevieve, her French maid, for that young woman, contracting an attachment for a soldier in the garrison of Calais, forgot her charge in the society of this militaire, and little Rawdon very narrowly escaped drowning on Calais sands at this period, where the absent Genevieve had left and lost him. And so Colonel and Mrs. Crawley came to London, and it is at their house in Curzon Street, Mayfair, that they really showed the skill which must be possessed. Chapter 37 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 37. The subject continued. In the first place, and as a matter of the greatest necessity, we are bound to describe how a house may be got for nothing a year. These mansions are to be had either unfurnished, where if you have credit with Messrs. Gillows or Bantings, you can get them splendidly monté and decorated entirely according to your own fancy, or they are to be let furnished, a less troublesome and complicated arrangement to most parties. It was so that Crawley and his wife preferred to hire their house. Before Mr. Bowles came to preside over Miss Crawley's house and cellar in Park Lane, that lady had had for a butler a Mr. Raggles, who was born on the family estate of Queen's Crawley, and indeed was a younger son of a gardener there. By good conduct, a handsome person, and calves, and a grave demeanour, Raggles rose from the knife-board to the footboard of the carriage, from the footboard to the butler's pantry. When he had been a certain number of years at the head of Miss Crawley's establishment, where he had had good wages, fat perquisites, and plenty of opportunities of saving, he announced that he was about to contract a matrimonial alliance with a late cook of Miss Crawley's, who had subsisted in an honourable manner by the exercise of a mangle and the keeping of a small greengrocer's shop in the neighbourhood. The truth is that the ceremony had been clandestinely performed some years back, although the news of Mr. Raggles' marriage was first brought to Miss Crawley by a little boy and girl of 7 and 8 years of age, whose continual presence in the kitchen had attracted the attention of Miss Briggs. Mr. Raggles then retired, and personally undertook the superintendence of the small shop and the greens. He added milk and cream, eggs and country-fed pork to his stores, contenting himself, whilst other retired butlers were vending spirits in public houses, by dealing in the simplest country produce. And having a good connection amongst the butlers in the neighbourhood, and a snug back parlour where he and Mrs. Raggles received them, his milk, cream, and eggs got to be adopted by many of the fraternity, and his profits increased every year. Year after year he quietly and modestly amassed money, and when at length that snug and complete bachelor's residence at No. 201 Curzon Street, Mayfair, lately the residence of the Honourable Frederick Deuceace, gone abroad, with its rich and appropriate furniture by the first makers, was brought to the hammer, who should go in and purchase the lease and furniture of the house but Charles Raggles? A part of the money he borrowed, it is true, and at rather a high interest, from a brother butler, but the chief part he paid down, and it was with no small pride that Mrs. Raggles found herself sleeping in a bed of carved mahogany, with silk curtains, with a prodigious cheval glass opposite to her, and a wardrobe which would contain her and Raggles and all the family. Of course they did not intend to occupy permanently an apartment so splendid. It was in order to let the house again that Raggles purchased it. As soon as a tenant was found, he subsided into the greengrocer's shop once more. But a happy thing it was for him to walk out of that tenement and into Curzon Street, and there survey his house, his own house, with geraniums in the window and a carved bronze knocker. The footman, occasionally lounging at the area railing, treating him with respect. The cook took her green stuff at his house and called him Mr. Landlord, and there was not one thing the tenants did, or one dish which they had for dinner, that Raggles might not know of, if he liked. He was a good man, good and happy. The house brought him in so handsome a yearly income that he was determined to send his children to good schools, and accordingly, regardless of expense, Charles was sent to boarding at Dr. Swishtail's, Sugar-cane Lodge, and little Matilda to Miss Peckover's, Laurentinum House, Clapham. Raggles loved and adored the Crawley family as the author of all his prosperity in life. He had a silhouette of his mistress in his back shop, and a drawing of the Porter's Lodge at Queen's Crawley, done by that spinster herself in India ink, and the only addition he made to the decorations of the Curzon Street house was a print of Queen's Crawley in Hampshire, the seat of Sir Walpole Crawley, Baronet, who was represented in a gilded car drawn by 6 white horses and passing by a lake covered with swans, and barges containing ladies in hoops, and musicians with flags and penwigs. Indeed, Raggles thought there was no such palace in all the world, and no such august family. As luck would have it, Raggles's house in Curzon Street was to let when Rawdon and his wife returned to London. The Colonel knew it and its owner quite well. The latter's connection with the Crawley family had been kept up constantly, for Raggles helped Mr. Bowles whenever Miss Crawley received friends, and the old man not only let his house to the Colonel, but officiated as his butler whenever he had company, Mrs. Raggles operating in the kitchen below and sending up dinners of which old Miss Crawley herself might have approved. This was the way, then, Crawley got his house for nothing. For though Raggles had to pay taxes and rates, and the interest of the mortgage to the brother butler, and the insurance of his life, and the charges for his children at school, and the value of the meat and drink which his own family, and for a time that of Colonel Crawley too, consumed, and though the poor wretch was utterly ruined by the transaction, his children being flung on the streets, and himself driven into the Fleet prison, Yet somebody must pay, even for gentlemen who live for nothing a year. And so it was this unlucky Raggles was made the representative of Colonel Crawley's defective capital. I wonder how many families are driven to roguery and to ruin by great practitioners in Crawley's way. How many great noblemen rob their petty tradesmen, condescend to swindle their poor retainers out of wretched little sums, and cheat for a few shillings. When we read that a noble nobleman has left for the Continent, or that another noble nobleman has an execution in his house, and that one or other owes 6 or 7 millions, the defeat seems glorious even, and we respect the victim in the vastness of his ruin. But who pities a poor barber who can't get his money for powdering the footmen's heads? Or a poor carpenter who has ruined himself by fixing up ornaments and pavilions for my lady's déjeuner? Or the poor devil of a tailor whom the steward patronises, and who has pledged all he is worth and more to get the liveries ready which my lord has done him the honour to bespeak? When the great house tumbles down, these miserable wretches fall under it unnoticed. As they say in the old legends, before a man goes to the devil himself, he sends plenty of other souls thither. Rawdon and his wife generously gave their patronage to all such of Miss Crawley's tradesmen and purveyors as chose to serve them. Some were willing enough, especially the poor ones. It was wonderful to see the pertinacity with which the washerwoman from Tooting brought the cart every Saturday, and her bills week after week. Mr. Raggles himself had to supply the greengroceries. The bill for the servant's porter at the Fortune of War public house is a curiosity in the chronicles of beer. Every servant also was owed the greater part of his wages, and thus kept up perforce an interest in the house. Nobody, in fact, was paid. Not the blacksmith who opened the lock, not the glazier who mended the pane, not the jobber who let the carriage, nor the groom who drove it, nor the butcher who provided the leg of mutton, nor the coals which roasted it, nor the cook who basted it, nor the servants who ate it. And this, I am given to understand, is not unfrequently the way in which people live elegantly on nothing a year. In a little town, such things cannot be done without remark. We know there the quantity of milk our neighbour takes, and espy the joints or the fowls which are going in for his dinner. So, probably, 200 and 202 in Curzon Street might know what was going on in the house between them, the servants communicating through the area railings. But Crawley and his wife and his friends did not know 200 and 202. When you came to 201, there was a hearty welcome, a kind smile, a good dinner, and a jolly shake of the hand from the host and hostess there, just for all the world as if they had been undisputed masters of 3,000 or 4,000 a year. And so they were, not in money, but in produce and labour. If they did not pay for the mutton, they had it. If they did not give bullion in exchange for their wine, how should we know? Never was better claret at any man's table than at honest Rawdon's, dinners more gay and neatly served. His drawing-rooms were the prettiest little modest salons conceivable. They were decorated with the greatest taste, and 1,000 knick-knacks from Paris by Rebecca. And when she sat at her piano trilling songs with a lightsome heart, the stranger voted himself in a little paradise of domestic comfort, and agreed that, if the husband was rather stupid, the wife was charming, and the dinners the pleasantest in the world. Rebecca's wit, cleverness, and flippancy made her speedily the vogue in London among a certain class. You saw demure chariots at her door, out of which stepped very great people. You beheld her carriage in the park, surrounded by dandies of note. The little box in the third tier of the opera was crowded with heads constantly changing, but it must be confessed that the ladies held aloof from her, and that their doors were shut to our little adventurer. With regard to the world of female fashion and its customs, the present writer of course can only speak at second hand. A man can no more penetrate or understand those mysteries than he can know what the ladies talk about when they go upstairs after dinner. It is only by inquiry and perseverance that one sometimes gets hints of those secrets, and by a similar diligence every person who treads the Pall Mall pavement and frequents the clubs of this metropolis knows, either through his own experience or through some acquaintance with whom he plays at billiards or shares the joint, something about the genteel world of London, and how, as there are men, such as Rawdon Crawley, whose position we mentioned before, who cut a good figure to the eyes of the ignorant world and to the apprentices in the park, who behold them consorting with the most notorious dandies there, so there are ladies who may be called men's women, being welcomed entirely by all the gentlemen, and cut or slighted by all their wives. Mrs. Firebrace is of this sort, the lady with the beautiful fair ringlets, whom you see every day in Hyde Park, surrounded by the greatest and most famous dandies of this empire. Mrs. Rockwood is another, whose parties are announced laboriously in the fashionable newspapers, and with whom you see that all sorts of ambassadors and great noblemen dine, and many more might be mentioned had they to do with the history at present in hand. But while simple folks who are out of the world, or country people with a taste for the genteel, behold these ladies in their seeming glory in public places, or envy them from afar off, persons who are better instructed could inform them that these envied ladies have no more chance of establishing themselves in society than the benighted squire's wife in Somersetshire, who reads of their doings in the Morning Post. Men living about London are aware of these awful truths. You hear how pitilessly many ladies of seeming rank and wealth are excluded from this society. The frantic efforts which they make to enter the circle, the meannesses to which they submit, the insults which they undergo, are matters of wonder to those who take human or womankind for a study, and the pursuit of fashion under difficulties would be a fine theme for any very great person who had the wit, the leisure, and the knowledge of the English language necessary for the compiling of such a history. Now the few female acquaintances whom Mrs. Crawley had known abroad not only declined to visit her when she came to this side of the Channel, but cut her severely when they met in public places. It was curious to see how the great ladies forgot her, and no doubt not altogether a pleasant study to Rebecca. When Lady Bareacres met her in the waiting room at the opera, she gathered her daughters about her as if they would be contaminated by a touch of Becky, and retreating a step or two, placed herself in front of them and stared at her little enemy. To stare Becky out of countenance required a severer glance than even the frigid old Bareacres could shoot out of her dismal eyes. When Lady de la Mole, who had ridden a score of times by Becky's side at Brussels, met Mrs. Crawley's open carriage in Hyde Park, her ladyship was quite blind and could not in the least recognise her former friend. Even Mrs. Blenkinsop the banker's wife cut her at church. Becky went regularly to church now. It was edifying to see her enter there with Rawdon by her side, carrying a couple of large gilt prayer books, and afterwards going through the ceremony with the gravest resignation. Rawdon at first felt very acutely the slights which were passed upon his wife, and was inclined to be gloomy and savage. He talked of calling out the husbands or brothers of every one of the insolent women who did not pay a proper respect to his wife, and it was only by the strongest commands and entreaties on her part that he was brought into keeping a decent behaviour. "You can't shoot me into society," she said good-naturedly. "Remember, my dear, that I was but a governess, and you poor silly old man, have the worst reputation for debt and dice and all sorts of wickedness. We shall get quite as many friends as we want by and by, and in the meanwhile you must be a good boy and obey your schoolmistress in everything she tells you to do. When we heard that your aunt had left almost everything to Pitt and his wife, do you remember what a rage you were in? You would have told all Paris if I had not made you keep your temper, and where would you have been now? In prison at Saint-Pélagie for debt, and not established in London in a handsome house with every comfort about you. You were in such a fury, you were ready to murder your brother, you wicked Cain, you. And what good would have come of remaining angry? All the rage in the world won't get us your aunt's money, and it is much better that we should be friends with your brother's family than enemies, as those foolish Butes are. When your father dies, Queen's Crawley will be a pleasant house for you and me to pass the winter in. If we are ruined, you can carve and take charge of the stable, and I can be governess to Lady Jane's children. Ruined? Fiddle-de-dee! I will get you a good place before that, or Pitt and his little boy will die, and we will be Sir Rawdon and my lady. While there is life there is hope, my dear, and I intend to make a man of you yet. Who sold your horses for you? Who paid your debts for you?" Rawdon was obliged to confess that he owed all these benefits to his wife, and to trust himself to her guidance for the future. Indeed, when Miss Crawley quitted the world, and that money for which all her relatives had been fighting so eagerly was finally left to Pitt, Bute Crawley, who found that only £5,000 had been left to him instead of the 20 upon which he calculated, was in such a fury at his disappointment that he vented it in savage abuse upon his nephew, and the quarrel, always rankling between them, ended in an utter breach of intercourse. Rawdon Crawley's conduct, on the other hand, who got but £100, was such as to astonish his brother and delight his sister-in-law, who was disposed to look kindly upon all the members of her husband's family. He wrote to his brother a very frank, manly, good-humoured letter from Paris. He was aware, he said, that by his own marriage he had forfeited his aunt's favour, and though he did not disguise his disappointment that she should have been so entirely relentless towards him, he was glad that the money was still kept in their branch of the family, and heartily congratulated his brother on his good fortune. He sent his affectionate remembrances to his sister, and hoped to have her goodwill for Mrs. Rawdon. And the letter concluded with a postscript to Pitt in the latter lady's own handwriting. She, too, begged to join in her husband's congratulations. She should ever remember Mr. Crawley's kindness to her in the early days when she was a friendless orphan, the instructress of his little sisters, in whose welfare she still took the tenderest interest. She wished him every happiness in his married life, and asking his permission to offer her remembrances to Lady Jane, of whose goodness all the world informed her, She hoped that one day she might be allowed to present her little boy to his uncle and aunt, and begged to bespeak for him their goodwill and protection. Pitt Crawley received this communication very graciously, more graciously than Miss Crawley had received some of Rebecca's previous compositions in Rawdon's handwriting. And as for Lady Jane, she was so charmed with the letter that she expected her husband would instantly divide his aunt's legacy into 2 equal portions and send off 1/2 to his brother at Paris. To her ladyship's surprise, however, Pitt declined to accommodate his brother with a cheque for £30,000, but he made Rawdon a handsome offer of his hand whenever the latter should come to England and choose to take it, and thanking Mrs. Crawley for her good opinion of himself and Lady Jane, he graciously pronounced his willingness to take any opportunity to serve her little boy. Thus an almost reconciliation was brought about between the brothers. When Rebecca came to town, Pitt and his wife were not in London. Many a time she drove by the old door in Park Lane to see whether they had taken possession of Miss Crawley's house there, but the new family did not make its appearance. It was only through Raggles that she heard of their movements, how Miss Crawley's domestics had been dismissed with decent gratuities, and how Mr. Pitt had only once made his appearance in London, when he stopped for a few days at the house, did business with his lawyers there, and sold off all Miss Crawley's French novels to a bookseller out of Bond Street. Becky had reasons of her own which caused her to long for the arrival of her new relation. When Lady Jane comes, thought she shall be my sponsor in London society, and as for the women, the women will ask me when they find the men want to see me. An article as necessary to a lady in this position as her brougham or her bouquet is her companion. I have always admired the way in which the tender creatures, who cannot exist without sympathy, hire an exceedingly plain friend of their own sex, from whom they are almost inseparable. The sight of that inevitable woman in her faded gown, seated behind her dear friend in the opera box, or occupying the back seat of the barouche, is always a wholesome and moral one to me, as jolly a reminder as that of the death's head which figured in the repasts of Egyptian bon vivants, a strange sardonic memorial of Vanity Fair. What, even battered, brazen, beautiful, conscienceless, heartless Mrs. Firebrace, whose father died of her shame, even lovely daring Mrs. Mantrap, who will ride at any fence which any man in England will take, and who drives her greys in the park, while her mother keeps a huckster's stall in Bath still. Even those who are so bold one might fancy they could face anything, dare not face the world without a female friend. They must have somebody to cling to, the affectionate creatures, and you will hardly see them in any public place without a shabby companion in a dyed silk, sitting somewhere in the shade close behind them. "Rawdon," said Becky very late one night, as a party of gentlemen were seated round her crackling drawing-room fire, for the men came to her house to finish the night, and she had ice and coffee for them, the best in London. "I must have a sheep-dog." "A what?" said Rawdon, looking up from the écarte table. "A sheep-dog," said young Lord Southdown. "My dear Mrs. Crawley, what a fancy! Why not have a Danish dog? I know of one as big as a camel leopard, by Jove. It would almost pull your brougham. Or a Persian greyhound, eh? I propose, if you please. Or a little pug that would go into one of Lord Steyne's snuff-boxes. There's a man at Bayswater got one with such a nose that you might, I mark the king and play, that you might hang your hat on it." "I mark the trick," Rawdon gravely said. He attended to his game commonly, and didn't much meddle with the conversation, except when it was about horses and betting. "What can you want with a shepherd's dog?" the lively little Southdown continued. "I mean a moral shepherd's dog," said Becky, laughing and looking up at Lord Steyne. "What the devil's that?" said his lordship. "A dog to keep the wolves off me," Rebecca continued. "A companion." "Dear little innocent lamb, you want one," said the Marquis, and his jaw thrust out, and he began to grin hideously, his little eyes leering towards Rebecca. The great Lord of Steyne was standing by the fire sipping coffee. The fire crackled and blazed pleasantly. There was a score of candles sparkling round the mantelpiece in all sorts of quaint sconces of gilt and bronze and porcelain. They lighted up Rebecca's figure to admiration, as she sat on a sofa covered with a pattern of gaudy flowers. She was in a pink dress that looked as fresh as a rose. Her dazzling white arms and shoulders were half covered with a thin hazy scarf through which they sparkled. Her hair hung in curls round her neck. One of her little feet peeped out from the fresh crisp folds of the silk, the prettiest little foot in the prettiest little sandal, in the finest silk stocking in the world. The candles lighted up Lord Steyne's shining bald head, which was fringed with red hair. He had thick bushy eyebrows, with little twinkling bloodshot eyes, surrounded by 1,000 wrinkles. His jaw was underhung, and when he laughed, 2 white buck teeth protruded themselves and glistened savagely in the midst of the grin. He had been dining with royal personages, and wore his garter and ribbon. A short man was his lordship, broad-chested and bow-legged, but proud of the fineness of his foot and ankle, and always caressing his garter knee. "And so the shepherd is not enough," said he, "to defend his lambkin?" "The shepherd is too fond of playing at cards and going to his clubs," answered Becky, laughing. "Gad, what a debauched Corydon," said my lord. "What a mouth for a pipe." "I take your 3-2," here said Rawdon at the card table. "Hark at Meliboeus," snarled the noble Marquis. "He's pastorally occupied too. He's shearing a Southdown. What an innocent mutton, eh? Damme, what a snowy fleece." Rebecca's eyes shot out gleams of scornful humour. "My lord," she said, "you are a knight of the order." He had the collar round his neck, indeed, a gift of the restored princes of Spain. Lord Steyne in early life had been notorious for his daring and his success at play. He had sat up 2 days and 2 nights with Mr. Fox at hazard. He had won money of the most august personages of the realm. He had won his marquisate, it was said, at the gaming table. But he did not like an allusion to those bygone Fridanes. Rebecca saw the scowl gathering over his heavy brow. She rose up from her sofa and went and took his coffee cup out of his hand with a little curtsy. "Yes," she said, "I must get a watchdog, but he won't bark at you." And going into the other drawing-room, she sat down to the piano and began to sing little French songs in such a charming, thrilling voice that the mollified nobleman speedily followed her into that chamber, and might be seen nodding his head and bowing time over her. Rawdon and his friend, meanwhile, played écarté until they had enough. The Colonel won, but say that he won ever so much and often, nights like these, which occurred many times in the week, his wife having all the talk and all the admiration, and he sitting silent without the circle, not comprehending a word of the jokes, the allusions, the mystical language within, must have been rather wearisome to the ex-dragoon. "How is Mrs. Crawley's husband?" Lord Steyne used to say to him by way of a good day when they met. And indeed that was now his avocation in life. He was Colonel Crawley no more. He was Mrs. Crawley's husband. About the little Rawdon, if nothing has been said all this while, it is because he is hidden upstairs in a garret somewhere, or has crawled below into the kitchen for companionship. His mother scarcely ever took notice of him. He passed the days with his French bonne, as long as that domestic remained in Mr. Crawley's family, and when the Frenchwoman went away, the little fellow, howling in the loneliness of the night, had compassion taken on him by a housemaid, who took him out of his solitary nursery into her bed in the garret hard by, and comforted him. Rebecca, my Lord Steyne, and one or two more were in the drawing-room taking tea after the opera when this shouting was heard overhead. "It's my cherub, crying for his nurse," she said. She did not offer to move to go and see the child. "Don't agitate your feelings by going to look for him," said Lord Steyne sardonically. "Ah," replied the other with a sort of blush, "he'll cry himself to sleep." And they fell to talking about the opera. Rawdon had stolen off, though, to look after his son and heir, and came back to the company when he found the honest Dolly was consoling the child. The Colonel's dressing-room was in those upper regions. He used to see the boy there in private. They had interviews together every morning when he shaved, Rawdon minor sitting on a box by his father's side and watching the operation with never-ceasing pleasure. He and the sire were great friends. The father would bring him sweetmeats from the dessert and hide them in a certain old epaulette box, where the child went to seek them, and laughed with joy on discovering the treasure. Laughed, but not too loud, for Mamma was below asleep and must not be disturbed. She did not go to rest till very late, and seldom rose till afternoon. Rawdon brought the boy plenty of picture books and crammed his nursery with toys. Its walls were covered with pictures pasted up by the father's own hand and purchased by him for ready money. When he was off duty with Mrs. Rawdon in the park, he would sit up here, passing hours with the boy, who rode on his chest, who pulled his great mustachios as if they were driving reins, and spent days with him in indefatigable gambols. The room was a low room, and once, when the child was not 5 years old, his father, who was tossing him wildly up in his arms, hit the poor little chap's skull so violently against the ceiling that he almost dropped the child, so terrified was he at the disaster. Rawdon minor had just made up his face for a tremendous howl. The severity of the blow indeed authorised that indulgence, but just as he was going to begin, the father interposed. "For God's sake, Rawdy, don't wake Mamma," he cried, and the child, looking in a very hard and piteous way at his father, bit his lips, clenched his hands, and didn't cry a bit. Rawdon told that story at the clubs, at the mess, to everybody in town. "By Gad, sir," he explained to the public in general, "what a good plucked one that boy of mine is. What a trump he is. I half sent his head through the ceiling, by Gad, and he wouldn't cry for fear of disturbing his mother." Sometimes, once or twice in a week, that lady visited the upper regions in which the child lived. She came like a vivified figure out of the Magasin des Modes, blandly smiling in the most beautiful new clothes and little gloves and boots. Wonderful scarves, laces, and jewels glittered about her. She had always a new bonnet on,
and flowers bloomed perpetually in it, or else magnificent curling ostrich feathers, soft and snowy as camellias. She nodded twice or thrice patronisingly to the little boy, who looked up from his dinner or from the pictures of soldiers he was painting. When she left the room, an odour of rose or some other magical fragrance lingered about the nursery. She was an unearthly being in his eyes, superior to his father, to all the world, to be worshipped and admired at a distance. To drive with that lady in the carriage was an awful rite. He sat up in the back seat and did not dare to speak. He gazed with all his eyes at the beautifully dressed princess opposite to him. Gentlemen on splendid prancing horses came up and smiled and talked with her. How her eyes beamed upon all of them! Her hand used to quiver and wave gracefully as they passed. When he went out with her, he had his new red dress on. His old brown holland was good enough when he stayed at home. Sometimes, when she was away, and Dolly, his maid, was making his bed, he came into his mother's room. It was as the abode of a fairy to him, a mystic chamber of splendour and delights. There in the wardrobe hung those wonderful robes, pink and blue and many-tinted. There was the jewel case, silver clasped, and the wondrous bronze hand on the dressing-table, glistening all over with 100 rings. There was the cheval glass, that miracle of art, in which he could just see his own wandering head, and the reflection of Dolly, queerly distorted, and as if up in the ceiling, plumping and patting the pillows of the bed. Oh, thou poor lonely little benighted boy! Mother is the name for God in the lips and hearts of little children, and here was one who was worshipping a stone. Now Rawdon Crawley, rascal as the Colonel was, had certain manly tendencies of affection in his heart, and could love a child and a woman still. For Rawdon minor he had a great secret tenderness then, which did not escape Rebecca, though she did not talk about it to her husband. It did not annoy her. She was too good-natured. It only increased her scorn for him. He felt somehow ashamed of this paternal softness, and hid it from his wife, only indulging in it when alone with the boy. He used to take him out of mornings, when they would go to the stables together and to the park. Little Lord Southdown, the best-natured of men, who would make you a present of the hat from his head, and whose main occupation in life was to buy knick-knacks that he might give them away afterwards, brought the little chap a pony, not much bigger than a large rat, the owner said, and on this little black Shetland pygmy, young Rawdon's great father was pleased to mount the boy, and to walk by his side in the park. It pleased him to see his old quarters, and his old fellow guardsmen at Knightsbridge. He had begun to think of his bachelorhood with something like regret. The old troopers were glad to recognise their ancient officer and dandle the little Colonel. Colonel Crawley found dining at mess and with his brother officers very pleasant. "Hang it, I ain't clever enough for her, I know it. She won't miss me," he used to say, and he was right. His wife did not miss him. Rebecca was fond of her husband. She was always perfectly good-humoured and kind to him. She did not even show her scorn much for him. Perhaps she liked him the better for being a fool. He was her upper servant and maître d'hôtel. He went on her errands, obeyed her orders without question, drove the carriage in the ring with her without repining, took her to the opera box,
solaced himself at his club during the performance, and came punctually back to fetch her when due. He would have liked her to be a little fonder of the boy, but even to that he reconciled himself. "Hang it, you know, she's so clever," he said, "and I'm not literary and that, you know." For, as we have said before, it requires no great wisdom to be able to win at cards and billiards, and Rawdon made no pretensions to any other sort of skill. When the companion came, his domestic duties became very light. His wife encouraged him to dine abroad. She would let him off duty at the opera. "Don't stay and stupefy yourself at home tonight, my dear," she would say. "Some men are coming who will only bore you. I would not ask them, but you know it's for your good. And now I have a sheepdog, I need not be afraid to be alone." A sheepdog! A companion! Becky Sharp with a companion! Isn't it good fun? Thought Mrs. Crawley to herself. The notion tickled hugely her sense of humour. One Sunday morning, as Rawdon Crawley, his little son, and the pony were taking their accustomed walk in the park, they passed by an old acquaintance of the Colonel's, Corporal Clink of the regiment, who was in conversation with a friend, an old gentleman who held a boy in his arms about the age of little Rawdon. This other youngster had seized hold of the Waterloo medal, which the corporal wore, and was examining it with delight. "Good morning, your honour," said Clink, in reply to the "How do, Clink?" of the Colonel. "This here young gentleman is about the little Colonel's age, sir," continued the corporal. "His father was a Waterloo man too," said the old gentleman who carried the boy. "Wasn't he, Georgy?" "Yes," said Georgy. He and the little chap on the pony were looking at each other with all their might, solemnly scanning each other as children do. "In a line regiment," Clink said with a patronising air. "He was a captain in the th regiment," said the old gentleman rather pompously. "Captain George Osborne, sir. Perhaps you knew him. He died the death of a hero, sir, fighting against the Corsican tyrant." Colonel Crawley blushed quite red. "I knew him very well, sir," he said, "and his wife, his dear little wife, sir. How is she?" "She is my daughter, sir," said the old gentleman, putting down the boy and taking out a card with great solemnity, which he handed to the Colonel. On it written, "Mr. Sedley, sole agent for the Black Diamond and Anti-Cinder Coal Association, Bunkers Wharf, Thames Street, and Anna Maria Cottages, Fulham Road West." Little Georgy went up and looked at the Shetland pony. "Should you like to have a ride?" said Rawdon minor from the saddle. "Yes," said Georgy. The Colonel, who had been looking at him with some interest, took up the child and put him on the pony behind Rawdon minor. "Take hold of him, Georgy," he said. "Take my little boy round the waist. His name is Rawdon." And both the children began to laugh. "You won't see a prettier pair, I think, this summer's day, sir," said the good-natured corporal. And the Colonel, the corporal, and old Mr. Sedley with his umbrella walked by the side of the children. Chapter 38 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 38. A Family in a Very Small Way. We must suppose little George Osborne has ridden from Knightsbridge towards Fulham, and will stop and make inquiries at that village regarding some friends whom we have left there. How is Mrs. Amelia after the storm of Waterloo? Is she living and thriving, What has come of Major Dobbin, whose cab was always hankering about her premises? And is there any news of the collector of Bogley Wollah? The facts concerning the latter are briefly these. Our worthy fat friend Joseph Sedley returned to India not long after his escape from Brussels. Either his furlough was up, or he dreaded to meet any witnesses of his Waterloo flight. However it might be, he went back to his duties in Bengal very soon after Napoleon had taken up his residence at St. Helena, where Jos saw the ex-emperor. To hear Mr. Sedley talk on board ship, you would have supposed it was not the first time he and the Corsican had met, and the civilian had bearded the French general at Mount St. John. He had 1,000 anecdotes about the famous battles. He knew the position of every regiment and the loss which each had incurred. He did not deny that he had been concerned in those victories, that he had been with the army and carried dispatches for the Duke of Wellington. And he described what the Duke did and said on every conceivable moment of the day of Waterloo, with such an accurate knowledge of his Grace's sentiments and proceedings, that it was clear he must have been by the Conqueror's side throughout the day, though as a non-combatant his name was not mentioned in the public documents relative to the battle. Perhaps he actually worked himself up to believe that he had been engaged with the army. Certain it is that he made a prodigious sensation for some time at Calcutta, and was called Waterloo Sedley during the whole of his subsequent stay in Bengal. The bills which Jos had given for the purchase of those unlucky horses were paid without question by him and his agents. He never was heard to allude to the bargain, and nobody knows for a certainty what became of the horses, or how he got rid of them, or of Isidore, his Belgian servant, who sold a grey horse, very like the one which Jos rode, at Valenciennes sometime during the autumn of 1815. Jos's London agents had orders to pay £120 yearly to his parents at Fulham. It was the chief support of the old couple, for Mr. Sedley's speculations in life, subsequent to his bankruptcy, did not by any means retrieve the broken old gentleman's fortune. He tried to be a wine merchant, a coal merchant, a commission lottery agent, etc., etc. He sent round prospectuses to his friends whenever he took a new trade, and ordered a new brass plate for the door, and talked pompously about making his fortune still. But fortune never came back to the feeble and stricken old man. One by one his friends dropped off, and were weary of buying dear coals and bad wine from him, and there was only his wife in all the world who fancied, when he tottered off to the city of a morning, that he was still doing any business there. At evening he crawled slowly back, and he used to go of nights to a little club at a tavern, where he disposed of the finances of the nation. It was wonderful to hear him talk about millions and agios and discounts, and what Rothschild was doing, and Baring Brothers. He talked of such vast sums that the gentlemen of the club, the apothecary, the undertaker, the great carpenter and builder, the parish clerk, who was allowed to come stealthily, and Mr. Clapp, our old acquaintance, respected the old gentleman. "I was better off once, sir," he did not fail to tell everybody who used the room. "My son, sir, is at this minute Chief Magistrate of Ramgunge in the Presidency of Bengal, and touching his 4,000 rupees per mensem. My daughter might be a colonel's lady if she liked. I might draw upon my son, the first magistrate, sir, for £2,000 to-morrow, and Alexander would cash my bill down, sir, down on the counter, sir. But the Sedleys were always a proud family." You and I, my dear reader, may drop into this condition one day, for have not many of our friends attained it? Our luck may fail, our powers forsake us, our place on the boards be taken by better and younger minds. The chance of life roll away and leave us shattered and stranded. Then men will walk across the road when they meet you, or worse still, hold you out a couple of fingers and patronise you in a pitying way. Then you will know, as soon as your back is turned, that your friend begins with a "Poor devil! What imprudences he has committed! What chances that chap has thrown away!" Well, well, a carriage and 3,000 a year is not the summit of the reward, nor the end of God's judgment of men. If quacks prosper as often as they go to the wall, if zanies succeed and knaves arrive at fortune, and vice versa, sharing ill luck and prosperity for all the world like the ablest and most honest among us, I say, brother, the gifts and pleasures of Vanity Fair cannot be held of any great account, and that it is probable. But we are wandering out of the domain of the story. Had Mrs. Sedley been a woman of energy, she would have exerted it after her husband's ruin, and, occupying a large house, would have taken in boarders. The broken Sedley would have acted well as the boarding-house landlady's husband, the Munoz of private life, the titular lord and master, the carver, house steward, and humble husband of the occupier of the dingy throne. I have seen men of good brains and breeding, and of good hopes and vigour once, who feasted squires and kept hunters in their youth, meekly cutting up legs of mutton for rancorous old harridans, and pretending to preside over their dreary tables. But Mrs. Sedley, we say, had not spirit enough to bustle about for a few select inmates to join a cheerful musical family, such as one reads of in the Times. She was content to lie on the shore where fortune had stranded her, and you could see that the career of this old couple was over. I don't think they were unhappy. Perhaps they were a little prouder in their downfall than in their prosperity. Mrs. Sedley was always a great person for her landlady, Mrs. Clapp, when she descended and passed many hours with her in the basement or ornamented kitchen. The Irish maid Betty Flanagan's bonnets and ribbons, her sauciness, her idleness, her reckless prodigality of kitchen candles, her consumption of tea and sugar, and so forth, occupied and amused the old lady almost as much as the doings of her former household, when she had Sambo and the coachman and a groom and a footboy and a housekeeper with a regiment of female domestics. Her former household, about which the good lady talked 100 times a day. And besides Betty Flanagan, Mrs. Sedley had all the maids of all work in the street to superintend. She knew how each tenant of the cottages paid or owed his little rent. She stepped aside when Mrs. Rougemont, the actress, passed with her dubious family. She flung up her head when Mrs. Pestler, the apothecary's lady, drove by in her husband's professional one-horse chaise. She had colloquies with the greengrocer about the pen'orth of turnips which Mr. Sedley loved. She kept an eye upon the milkman's and the baker's boy, and made visitations to the butcher, who sold hundreds of oxen, very likely with less ado than was made about Mrs. Sedley's loin of mutton. And she counted the potatoes under the joint on Sundays, on which days, dressed in her best, she went to church twice and read Blair's sermons in the evening. On that day, for business prevented him on weekdays from taking such a pleasure, it was old Sedley's delight to take out his little grandson Georgy to the neighbouring parks or Kensington Gardens to see the soldiers or to feed the ducks. Georgy loved the redcoats, and his grandpapa told him how his father had been a famous soldier, and introduced him to many sergeants and others with Waterloo medals on their breasts, to whom the old grandfather pompously presented the child as the son of Captain Osborne of the th, who died gloriously on the glorious 18th. He has been known to treat some of these non-commissioned gentlemen to a glass of porter, and indeed in their first Sunday walks was disposed to spoil little Georgy, sadly gorging the boy with apples and Parliament, to the detriment of his health, until Amelia declared that George should never go out with his grandpapa unless the latter promised solemnly and on his honour not to give the child any cakes, lollipops, or stall produce whatever. Between Mrs. Sedley and her daughter there was a sort of coolness about this boy, and a secret jealousy. For one evening in George's very early days, Amelia, who had been seated at work in their little parlour, scarcely remarking that the old lady had quitted the room, ran upstairs instinctively to the nursery at the cries of the child, who had been asleep until that moment, and there found Mrs. Sedley in the act of surreptitiously administering Daffy's elixir to that infant. Amelia, the gentlest and sweetest of everyday mortals, when she found this meddling with her maternal authority, thrilled and trembled all over with anger. Her cheeks, ordinarily pale, now flushed up until they were as red as they used to be when she was a child of 12 years old. She seized the baby out of her mother's arms and then grasped at the bottle, leaving the old lady gaping at her, furious, and holding the guilty teaspoon. Amelia flung the bottle crashing into the fireplace. "I will not have the baby poisoned, mamma," cried Emmy, rocking the infant about violently with both her arms around him, and turning with flashing eyes at her mother. "Poisoned, Amelia?" said the old lady. "This language to me? He shall not have any medicine but that which Mr. Pestler sends for him. He told me that Daffy's elixir was poison." "Very good. You think I'm a murderess, then?" replied Mrs. Sedley. "This is the language you use to your mother. I have met with misfortunes. I have sunk low in life. I have kept my carriage, and now walk on foot. But I did not know I was a murderess before, and thank you for the news." "Mamma," said the poor girl, who was always ready for tears, "you shouldn't be hard upon me. I didn't mean... I mean, I did not wish to say you would do any wrong to this dear child, only..." "Oh no, my love, only that I was a murderess, in which case I had better go to the Old Bailey, though I didn't poison you when you were a child, but gave you the best of education, and the most expensive masters money could procure. Yes, I've nursed 5 children, and buried 3, and the one I loved, the best of all, and tended through croup, and teething, and measles, and whooping cough, and brought up with foreign masters regardless of expense, and with accomplishments at Minerva House, which I never had when I was a girl, when I was too glad to honour my father and mother, that I might live long in the land, and to be useful, and not to mope all day in my room and act the fine lady, says I'm a murderess. Ah, Mrs. Osborne, may you never nourish a viper in your bosom. That's my prayer." "Mamma, mamma," cried the bewildered girl, and the child in her arms set up a frantic chorus of shouts. "A murderess, indeed! Go down on your knees and pray to God to cleanse your wicked, ungrateful heart, Amelia, and may He forgive you as I do." And Mrs. Sedley tossed out of the room, hissing out the word "poison" once more, and so ending her charitable benediction. Till the termination of her natural life, This breach between Mrs. Sedley and her daughter was never thoroughly mended. The quarrel gave the elder lady numberless advantages, which she did not fail to turn to account with female ingenuity and perseverance. For instance, she scarcely spoke to Amelia for many weeks afterwards. She warned the domestics not to touch the child, as Mrs. Osborne might be offended. She asked her daughter to see and satisfy herself that there was no poison prepared in the little daily messes that were concocted for Georgy. When neighbours asked after the boy's health, she referred them pointedly to Mrs. Osborne. She never ventured to ask whether the baby was well or not. She would not touch the child, although he was her grandson, her own precious darling, for she was not used to children, and might kill it. And whenever Mr. Pestler came upon his healing inquisition, she received the doctor with such a sarcastic and scornful demeanour as made the surgeon declare that not Lady Thistlewood herself, whom he had the honour of attending professionally, could give herself greater airs than old Mrs. Sedley, from whom he never took a fee. And very likely Emmy was jealous too, upon her own part, as what mother is not, of those who would manage her children for her, or become candidates for the first place in their affections. It is certain that when anybody nursed the child, she was uneasy, and that she would no more allow Mrs. Clapp or the domestic to dress or tend him than she would have let him wash her husband's miniature, which hung up over her little bed. The same little bed from which the poor girl had gone to his, and to which she retired now for many long, silent, tearful, but happy years. In this room was all Amelia's heart and treasure. Here it was that she tended her boy and watched him through the many ills of childhood with a constant passion of love. The elder George returned in him somehow, only improved, and as if come back from heaven. In 100 little tones, looks, and movements, the child was so like his father that the widow's heart thrilled as she held him to it, and he would often ask the cause of her tears. It was because of his likeness to his father, she did not scruple to tell him. She talked constantly to him about his dead father, and spoke of her love for George to the innocent and wondering child, much more than she had ever done to George himself, or to any confidant of her youth. To her parents she never talked about this matter, shrinking from baring her heart to them. Little Georgy very likely could understand no better than they, but into his ears she poured her sentimental secrets unreservedly, and into his only. The very joy of this woman was a sort of grief, or so tender at least that its expression was tears. Her sensibilities were so weak and tremulous that perhaps they ought not to be talked about in a book. I was told by Dr. Pestler, now a most flourishing ladies' physician, with a sumptuous dark green carriage, a prospect of speedy knighthood, and a house in Manchester Square, that her grief at weaning the child was a sight that would have unmanned a Herod. He was very soft-hearted many years ago, and his wife was mortally jealous of Mrs. Amelia, then and long afterwards. Perhaps the doctor's lady had good reason for her jealousy. Most women shared it, of those who formed the small circle of Amelia's acquaintance, and were quite angry at the enthusiasm with which the other sex regarded her, for almost all men who came near her loved her, though no doubt they would be at a loss to tell you why. She was not brilliant, nor witty, nor wise overmuch, nor extraordinarily handsome, but wherever she went she touched and charmed every one of the male sex, as invariably as she awakened the scorn and incredulity of her own sisterhood. I think it was her weakness which was her principal charm, a kind of sweet submission and softness which seemed to appeal to each man she met for his sympathy and protection. We have seen how in the regiment, though she spoke but to few of George's comrades there, all the swords of the young fellows at the mess table would have leapt from their scabbards to fight round her. And so it was in the little narrow lodging-house and circle at Fulham. She interested and pleased everybody. If she had been Mrs. Mango herself, of the great house of Mango, Plantain and Company, Crutched Friars, and the magnificent proprietress of the Pineries, Fulham, who gave summer dejeuners frequented by dukes and earls, and drove about the parish with a magnificent yellow livery and bay horses, such as the royal stables at Kensington themselves could not turn out. I say, had she been Mrs. Mango herself, or her son's wife, Lady Mary Mango, daughter of the Earl of Castle Mouldy, who condescended to marry the head of the firm, the tradesmen of the neighbourhood could not pay her more honour than they invariably showed to the gentle young widow when she passed by their doors or made her humble purchases at their shops. Thus it was not only Mr. Pestler, the medical man, but Mr. Linton, the young assistant, who doctored the servant-maids and small tradesmen, and might be seen any day reading the Times in the surgery, who openly declared himself the slave of Mrs. Osborne. He was a personable young gentleman, more welcome at Mrs. Sedley's lodgings than his principal, and if anything went wrong with Georgy, he would drop in twice or thrice in the day to see the little chap, and without so much as the thought of a fee. He would abstract lozenges, tamarinds, and other produce from the surgery drawers for little Georgy's benefit, and compounded draughts and mixtures for him of miraculous sweetness, so that it was quite a pleasure to the child to be ailing. He and Pestler, his chief, sat up 2 whole nights by the boy in that momentous and awful week when Georgy had the measles, and when you would have thought from his mother's terror that there had never been measles in the world before. Would they have done as much for other people? Did they sit up for the folks at the Pineries, when Ralph Plantagenet and Gwendolen and Guinevere Mango had the same juvenile complaint? Did they sit up for little Mary Clapp, the landlord's daughter, who actually caught the disease of little Georgy? Truth compels one to say, no. They slept quite undisturbed, at least as far as she was concerned, pronounced hers to be a slight case which would almost cure itself, sent her in a draught or two, and threw in bark when the child rallied, with perfect indifference and just for form's sake. Again, there was the little French chevalier opposite, who gave lessons in his native tongue at various schools in the neighbourhood, and who might be heard in his apartment of nights playing tremulous old gavottes and minuets on a wheezy old fiddle. Whenever this powdered and courteous old man, who never missed a Sunday at the convent chapel at Hammersmith, and who was in all respects, thoughts, conduct, and bearing utterly unlike the bearded savages of his nation, who curse perfidious Albion and scowl at you from over their cigars in the quadrant arcades of the present day, whenever the old Chevalier de Talon Rouge spoke of Mistress Osborne, he would first finish his pinch of snuff, flick away the remaining particles of dust with a graceful wave of his hand, gather up his fingers again into a bunch, and bringing them up to his mouth, blow them open with a kiss, exclaiming, "Ah, la divine creature!" He vowed and protested that when Amelia walked in the Brompton lanes, flowers grew in profusion under her feet. He called little Georgy Cupid, and asked him news of Venus, his mamma, and told the astonished Betty Flanagan that she was one of the Graces and the favourite attendant of the Reine des Amours. Instances might be multiplied of this easily gained and unconscious popularity. Did not Mr. Binny, the mild and genteel curate of the district chapel, which the family attended, call assiduously upon the widow, dandle the little boy on his knee, and offer to teach him Latin, to the anger of the elderly virgin his sister, who kept house for him? "There is nothing in her, Beilby," the latter lady would say. "When she comes to tea here, she does not speak a word during the whole evening. She is but a poor lackadaisical creature, and it is my belief has no heart at all. It is only her pretty face which all you gentlemen admire so. Miss Grits, who has £5,000 and expectations besides, has twice as much character, and is 1,000 times more agreeable to my taste. And if she were good-looking, I know that you would think her perfection." Very likely Miss Binny was right to a great extent. It is the pretty face which creates sympathy in the hearts of men, those wicked rogues. A woman may possess the wisdom and chastity of Minerva, and we give no heed to her if she has a plain face. What folly will not a pair of bright eyes make pardonable? What dullness may not red lips and sweet accents render pleasant? And so, with their usual sense of justice, ladies argue that because a woman is handsome, therefore she is a fool. Oh, ladies, ladies, there are some of you who are neither handsome nor wise. These are but trivial incidents to recount in the life of our heroine. Her tale does not deal in wonders, as the gentle reader has already, no doubt, perceived, and if a journal had been kept of her proceedings during the 7 years after the birth of her son, there would be found few incidents more remarkable in it than that of the measles recorded in the foregoing page. Yes, one day, and greatly to her wonder, the Reverend Mr. Binny, just mentioned, asked her to change her name of Osborne for his own, when with deep blushes and tears in her eyes and voice she thanked him for his regard for her, expressed gratitude for his attentions to her and to her poor little boy, but said that she never, never could think of any but the husband whom she had lost. On the 25th of April and the 18th of June, the days of marriage and widowhood, she kept her room entirely, consecrating them, and we do not know how many hours of solitary night thought, her little boy sleeping in his crib by her bedside, to the memory of that departed friend. During the day she was more active. She had to teach George to read and to write, and a little to draw. She read books in order that she might tell him stories from them. As his eyes opened and his mind expanded under the influence of the outward nature round about him, she taught the child, to the best of her humble power, to acknowledge the Maker of all, and every night and morning he and she, in that awful and touching communion which I think must bring a thrill to the heart of every man who witnesses or who remembers it, the mother and the little boy prayed to our Father together, the mother pleading with all her gentle heart, the child lisping after her as she spoke. And each time they prayed to God to bless dear Papa, as if he were alive and in the room with them. To wash and dress this young gentleman, to take him for a run of the mornings before breakfast and the retreat of grandpapa for business, to make for him the most wonderful and ingenious dresses, for which end the thrifty widow cut up and altered every available little bit of finery which she possessed out of her wardrobe during her marriage. For Mrs. Osborne herself greatly to her mother's vexation, who preferred fine clothes, especially since her misfortunes, always wore a black gown and a straw bonnet with a black ribbon, occupied her many hours of the day. Others she had to spare at the service of her mother and her old father. She had taken the pains to learn and used to play cribbage with this gentleman on the nights when he did not go to his club. She sang for him when he was so minded, and it was a good sign, for he invariably fell into a comfortable sleep during the music. She wrote out his numerous memorials, letters, prospectuses, and projects. It was in her handwriting that most of the old gentleman's former acquaintances were informed that he had become an agent for the Black Diamond and Anti-Cinder Coal Company, and could supply his friends and the public with the best coals at X shillings per cauldron. All he did was to sign the circulars with his flourish and signature, and direct them in a shaky, clerk-like hand. One of these papers was sent to Major Dobbin, th Regiment, care of Messrs. Cox and Greenwood. But the Major, being in Madras at the time, had no particular call for coals. He knew, though, the hand which had written the prospectus. Good God, what would he not have given to hold it in his own? A second prospectus came out, informing the Major that J. Sedley and Company, having established agencies at Oporto, Bordeaux, and St. Mary's, were enabled to offer to their friends and the public generally the finest and most celebrated growths of ports, sherries, and claret wines at reasonable prices and under extraordinary advantages. Acting upon this hint, Dobbin furiously canvassed the governor, the commander-in-chief, the judges, the regiments, and everybody whom he knew in the presidency, and sent home to Sedley and Company orders for wine which perfectly astonished Mr. Sedley and Mr. Clapp, who was the co. in the business. But no more orders came after that first burst of good fortune, on which poor old Sedley was about to build a house in the city, a regiment of clerks, a doctor himself, and correspondents all over the world. The old gentleman's former taste in wine had gone. The curses of the mess room assailed Major Dobbin for the vile drinks he had been the means of introducing there, and he bought back a great quantity of the wine and sold it at public outcry, at an enormous loss to himself. As for Jos, who was by this time promoted to a seat at the Revenue Board at Calcutta, he was wild with rage when the post brought him out a bundle of these bacchanalian prospectuses, with a private note from his father telling Jos that his senior counted upon him in this enterprise, and had consigned a quantity of select wines to him, as per invoice, drawing bills upon him for the amount of the same. Jos, who would no more have it supposed that his father, Jos Sedley's father of the Board of Revenue, was a wine merchant asking for orders, than that he was Jack Ketch, refused the bills with scorn, wrote back contumeliously to the old gentleman, bidding him to mind his own affairs, and the protested paper coming back, Sedley and Company had to take it up, with the profits which they had made out of the Madras venture, and with a little portion of Emmy's savings. Besides her pension of £50 a year, there had been £500, as her husband's executor stated, left in the agent's hands at the time of Osborne's demise, which sum, as George's guardian, Dobbin proposed to put out at 8% in an Indian house of agency. Mr. Sedley, who thought the Major had some roguish intentions of his own about the money, was strongly against this plan, and he went to the agents to protest personally against the employment of the money in question, when he learned, to his surprise, that there had been no such sum in their hands, that all the late captain's assets did not amount to £100, and that the £500 in question must be a separate sum, of which Major Dobbin knew the particulars. More than ever convinced that there was some roguery, old Sedley pursued the Major. As his daughter's nearest friend, he demanded with a high hand a statement of the late captain's accounts. Dobbin's stammering, blushing, and awkwardness added to the other's convictions that he had a rogue to deal with, and in a majestic tone he told that officer a piece of his mind, as he called it, simply stating his belief that the Major was unlawfully detaining his late son-in-law's money. Dobbin at this lost all patience, and if his accuser had not been so old and so broken, a quarrel might have ensued between them at the Slaughters' coffee-house, in a box of which place of entertainment the gentlemen had their colloquy. "Come upstairs, sir," lisped out the Major. "I insist upon your coming up the stairs, and I will show which is the injured party, poor George or I." And dragging the old gentleman up to his bedroom, he produced from his desk Osborne's accounts and a bundle of IOUs which the latter had given, who, to do him justice, was always ready to give an IOU. "He paid his bills in England," Dobbin added, "but he had not £100 in the world when he fell. I and one or two of his brother officers made up the little sum, which was all that we could spare, and you dare tell us that we are trying to cheat the widow and the orphan." Sedley was very contrite and humbled, though the fact is that William Dobbin had told a great falsehood to the old gentleman, having himself given every shilling of the money, having buried his friend, and paid all the fees and charges incident upon the calamity and removal of poor Amelia. About these expenses old Osborne had never given himself any trouble to think, nor any other relative of Amelia, nor Amelia herself, indeed. She trusted to Major Dobbin as an accountant, took his somewhat confused calculations for granted, and never once suspected how much she was in his debt. Twice or thrice in the year, according to her promise, she wrote him letters to Madras, letters all about little Georgy. How he treasured these papers! Whenever Amelia wrote, he answered, and not until then, but he sent over endless remembrances of himself to his godson and to her. He ordered and sent a box of scarfs and a grand ivory set of chessmen from China. The pawns were little green and white men with real swords and shields. The knights were on horseback. The castles were on the backs of elephants. "Mrs. Mango's own set at the Pineries was not so fine," Mr. Pestler remarked. These chessmen were the delight of Georgy's life, who printed his first letter in acknowledgment of this gift of his godpapa. He sent over preserves and pickles, which latter the young gentleman tried surreptitiously in the sideboard, and half killed himself with eating. He thought it was a judgment upon him for stealing, they were so hot. Emmy wrote a comical little account of this mishap to the Major. It pleased him to think that her spirits were rallying, and that she could be merry sometimes now. He sent over a pair of shawls, a white one for her, and a black one with palm leaves for her mother, and a pair of red scarfs as winter wrappers for old Mr. Sedley and George. The shawls were worth 50 guineas apiece at the very least, as Mrs. Sedley knew. She wore hers in state at church at Brompton, and was congratulated by her female friends upon the splendid acquisition. Emmy's, too, became prettily her modest black gown. "What a pity it is she won't think of him," Mrs. Sedley remarked to Mrs. Clapp and to all her friends of Brompton. Jos never sends us such presents, I am sure, and grudges us everything. It is evident that the Major is over head and ears in love with her, and yet whenever I so much as hint it, she turns red and begins to cry, and goes and sits upstairs with her miniature. I'm sick of that miniature. I wish we had never seen those odious, purse-proud Osbornes. Amidst such humble scenes and associates, George's early youth was past, and the boy grew up delicate, sensitive, imperious, woman-bred, domineering the gentle mother whom he loved with passionate affection. He ruled all the rest of the little world around him. As he grew, the elders were amazed at his haughty manner and his constant likeness to his father. He asked questions about everything, as inquiring youth will do. The profundity of his remarks and interrogatories astonished his old grandfather, who perfectly bored the club at the tavern with stories about the little lad's learning and genius. He suffered his grandmother with a good-humoured indifference. The small circle about him believed that the equal of the boy did not exist upon the earth. Georgy inherited his father's pride, and perhaps thought they were not wrong. When he grew to be about 6 years old, Dobbin began to write to him very much. The Major wanted to hear that Georgy was going to a school, and hoped he would acquit himself with credit there, or would he have a good tutor at home? It was time that he should begin to learn, and his godfather and guardian hinted that he hoped to be allowed to defray the charges of the boy's education, which would fall heavily upon his mother's straitened income. The Major, in a word, was always thinking about Amelia and her little boy, and by orders to his agents kept the latter provided with picture books, paint boxes, desks, and all conceivable implements of amusement and instruction. 3 days before George's 6th birthday, a gentleman in a gig, accompanied by a servant, drove up to Mr. Sedley's house and asked to see Master George Osborne. It was Mr. Woolsey, military tailor of Conduit Street, who came at the Major's order to measure the young gentleman for a suit of clothes. He had had the honour of making for the Captain, the young gentleman's father. Sometimes, too, and by the Major's desire, no doubt, his sisters, the Misses Dobbin, would call in the family carriage to take Amelia and the little boy to drive, if they were so inclined. The patronage and kindness of these ladies was very uncomfortable to Amelia, but she bore it meekly enough, for her nature was to yield, and besides, the carriage and its splendours gave little Georgy immense pleasure. The ladies begged occasionally that the child might pass a day with them, and he was always glad to go to that fine garden house at Denmark Hill where they lived, and where there were such fine grapes in the hothouses and peaches on the walls. One day they kindly came over to Amelia with news which they were sure would delight her, something very interesting about their dear William. What was it? Was he coming home? She asked, with pleasure beaming in her eyes. Oh no, not the least, but they had very good reason to believe that dear William was about to be married, and to a relation of a very dear friend of Amelia's, to Miss Glorvina O'Dowd, Sir Michael O'Dowd's sister, who had gone out to join Lady O'Dowd at Madras. A very beautiful and accomplished girl, everybody said. Amelia said, "Oh." Amelia was very, very happy indeed, but she supposed Glorvina could not be like her old acquaintance, who was most kind, but she was very happy indeed. And by some impulse, of which I cannot explain the meaning, she took George in her arms and kissed him with an extraordinary tenderness. Her eyes were quite moist when she put the child down, and she scarcely spoke a word during the whole of the drive, though she was so very happy indeed. Chapter 39 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 39. A cynical chapter. Our duty now takes us back for a brief space to some old Hampshire acquaintances of ours, whose hopes respecting the disposal of their rich kinswoman's property were so woefully disappointed. After counting upon £30,000 from his sister, it was a heavy blow to Bute Crawley to receive but 5, out of which sum, when he had paid his own debts and those of Jim, his son at college, a very small fragment remained to portion off his 4 plain daughters. Mrs. Bute never knew, or at least never acknowledged, how far her own tyrannous behaviour had tended to ruin her husband. All that woman could do, she vowed and protested she had done. Was it her fault if she did not possess those sycophantic arts which her hypocritical nephew Pitt Crawley practised? She wished him all the happiness which he merited out of his ill-gotten gains. "At least the money will remain in the family," she said charitably. "Pitt will never spend it, my dear, that is quite certain, for a greater miser does not exist in England, and he is as odious, though in a different way, as his spendthrift brother, the abandoned Rawdon." So Mrs. Bute, after the first shock of rage and disappointment, began to accommodate herself as best she could to her altered fortunes, and to save and retrench with all her might. She instructed her daughters how to bear poverty cheerfully, and invented 1,000 notable methods to conceal or evade it. She took them about to balls and public places in the neighbourhood with praiseworthy energy. Nay, she entertained her friends in a hospitable, comfortable manner at the Rectory, and much more frequently than before dear Miss Crawley's legacy had fallen in. From her outward bearing, nobody would have supposed that the family had been disappointed in their expectations, or have guessed from her frequent appearance in public how she pinched and starved at home. Her girls had more milliners' furniture than they had ever enjoyed before. They appeared perseveringly at the Winchester and Southampton assemblies. They penetrated to Cowes for the race balls and regatta gaieties there, and their carriage, with the horses taken from the plough, was at work perpetually, until it began almost to be believed that the 4 sisters had had fortunes left them by their aunt, whose name the family never mentioned in public, but with the most tender gratitude and regard. I know no sort of lying which is more frequent in Vanity Fair than this. And it may be remarked how people who practise it take credit to themselves for their hypocrisy, and fancy that they are exceedingly virtuous and praiseworthy, because they are able to deceive the world with regard to the extent of their means. Mrs. Bute certainly thought herself one of the most virtuous women in England, and the sight of her happy family was an edifying one to strangers. They were so cheerful, so loving, so well educated, so simple. Martha painted flowers exquisitely and furnished half the charity bazaars in the county. Emma was a regular county bulbul, and her verses in the Hampshire Telegraph were the glory of its Poets' Corner. Fanny and Matilda sang duets together, Mamma playing the piano, and the other two sisters sitting with their arms round each other's waists and listening affectionately. Nobody saw the poor girls drumming at the duets in private. No one saw Mamma drilling them rigidly hour after hour. In a word, Mrs. Bute put a good face against fortune and kept up appearances in the most virtuous manner. Everything that a good and respectable mother could do, Mrs. Bute did. She got over yachting men from Southampton, parsons from the Cathedral Close at Winchester, and officers from the barracks there. She tried to inveigle the young barristers at assizes, and encouraged Jim to bring home friends with whom he went out hunting with the H.H. What will not a mother do for the benefit of her beloved ones? Between such a woman and her brother-in-law, the odious baronet at the Hall, it is manifest that there could be very little in common. The rupture between Bute and his brother Sir Pitt was complete. Indeed, between Sir Pitt and the whole county, to which the old man was a scandal. His dislike for respectable society increased with age, and the lodge gates had not opened to a gentleman's carriage wheels since Pitt and Lady Jane came to pay their visit of duty after their marriage. That was an awful and unfortunate visit, never to be thought of by the family without horror. Pitt begged his wife, with a ghastly countenance, never to speak of it, and it was only through Mrs. Bute herself, who still knew everything which took place at the Hall, that the circumstances of Sir Pitt's reception of his son and daughter-in-law were ever known at all. As they drove up the avenue of the park in their neat and well-appointed carriage, Pitt remarked with dismay and wrath great gaps among the trees, his trees, which the old baronet was felling entirely without licence. The park wore an aspect of utter dreariness and ruin. The drives were ill kept, and the neat carriage splashed and floundered in muddy pools along the road. The great sweep in front of the terrace and entrance stair was black and covered with mosses. The once trim flower beds rank and weedy. Shutters were up along almost the whole line of the house. The great hall door was unbarred after much ringing of the bell. An individual in ribbons was seen flitting up the black oak stair, as Horrocks at length admitted the heir of Queen's Crawley and his bride into the halls of their fathers. He led the way into Sir Pitt's library, as it was called, the fumes of tobacco growing stronger as Pitt and Lady Jane approached that apartment. "Sir Pitt ain't very well," Horrocks remarked apologetically, and hinted that his master was afflicted with lumbago. The library looked out on the front walk and park. Sir Pitt had opened one of the windows and was bawling out thence to the postilion and Pitt's servant, who seemed to be about to take the baggage down. "Don't move none of them trunks," he cried, pointing with a pipe which he held in his hand. "It's only a morning visit, Tucker, you fool. Lor, what cracks that off hoss has in his heels! Ain't there no one at the King's Head to rub him a little? How do, Pitt? How do, my dear? Come to see the old man, eh? Gad, you've a pretty face too. You ain't like that old horse godmother, your mother. Come and give old Pitt a kiss like a good little gal." The embrace disconcerted the daughter-in-law somewhat, as the caresses of the old gentleman, unshorn and perfumed with tobacco, might well do. But she remembered that her brother Southdown had mustachios and smoked cigars, and submitted to the Baronet with a tolerable grace. "Pitt has got that," said the Baronet, after this mark of affection. "Does he read 'ee very long sermons, my dear? 100th Psalm every evening, eh, Pitt? Go and get a glass of Malmsey, and a cake for my Lady Jane, Horrocks, you great big booby, and don't stand steering there like a fat pig. I won't ask you to stop, my dear. You'll find it too stupid, and so should I too, along o' Pitt. I'm an old man now, and I like my own ways, and my pipe and backgammon of a night." "I can play at backgammon, sir," said Lady Jane, laughing. "I used to play with Papa and Miss Crawley, didn't I, Mr. Crawley?" "Lady Jane can play, sir, at the game to which you state that you are so partial," Pitt said haughtily. "But she won't stop for all that. No, no, go back to Mudbury and give Mrs. Rincer a benefit, or drive down to the Rectory and ask Beauty for a dinner. He'll be charmed to see you, you know. He's so much obliged to you for getting the old woman's money. Some of it will do to patch up the hall when I'm gone." "I perceive, sir," said Pitt with a heightened voice, "that your people will cut down the timber." "Yes, yes, very fine weather, and seasonable for the time of year," Sir Pitt answered, who had suddenly grown deaf. "But I'm getting old, Pitt. Now, Lord bless you, you ain't far from 50 yourself. But he wears well, my pretty Lady Jane, don't he? It's all godliness, sobriety, and a moral life. Look at me, I'm not very far from 80. And he laughed and took snuff and leered at her and pinched her hand. Pitt once more brought the conversation back to the timber, but the Baronet was deaf again in an instant. "I'm getting very old, and have been cruel bad this year with the lumbago. I shan't be here now for long, but I'm glad he've come, daughter-in-law. I like your face, Lady Jane. It's got none of the damned high-boned binky look in it, and I'll give 'ee something pretty, my dear, to go to court in." And he shuffled across the room to a cupboard, from which he took a little old case containing jewels of some value. "Take that," said he, "my dear. It belonged to my mother, and afterwards to the first Lady Binkie. Pretty pearls. Never gave 'em the ironmonger's daughter. No, no, take 'em, and put 'em up quick," said he, thrusting the case into his daughter's hand, and clapping the door of the cabinet to, as Horrocks entered with a salver and refreshments. "What have you been and given Pitt's wife?" said the individual in ribbons, when Pitt and Lady Jane had taken leave of the old gentleman. It was Miss Horrocks, the butler's daughter, the cause of the scandal throughout the county, the lady who reigned now almost supreme at Queen's Crawley. The rise and progress of those ribbons had been marked with dismay by the county and family. The ribbons opened an account at the Mudbury Branch Savings Bank. The ribbons drove to church, monopolising the pony chaise, which was for the use of the servants at the Hall. The domestics were dismissed at her pleasure. The Scotch gardener, who still lingered on the premises, taking a pride in his walls and hothouses, and indeed making a pretty good livelihood by the garden, which he farmed, and of which he sold the produce at Southampton, found the ribbons eating peaches on a sunshiny morning at the south wall, and had his ears boxed when he remonstrated about this attack on his property. He and his Scotch wife and his Scotch children, the only respectable inhabitants of Queen's Crawley, were forced to migrate with their goods and their chattels, and left the stately comfortable gardens to go to waste, and the flower beds to run to seed. Poor Lady Crawley's rose garden became the dreariest wilderness. Only 2 or 3 domestics shuddered in the bleak old servants' hall. The stables and offices were vacant and shut up, and half ruined. Sir Pitt lived in private, and boozed nightly with Horrocks, his butler, or house steward, as he now began to be called, and the abandoned Ribbons. The times were very much changed since the period when she drove to Mudbury in the spring cart and called the small tradesmen Sir. It may have been shame, or it may have been dislike of his neighbours, but the old cynic of Queen's Crawley hardly issued from his park gates at all now. He quarrelled with his agents and screwed his tenants by letter. His days were passed in conducting his own correspondence. The lawyers and farm bailiffs who had to do business with him could not reach him but through the Ribbons, who received them at the door of the housekeeper's room, which commanded the back entrance by which they were admitted. And so the Baronet's daily perplexities increased, and his embarrassments multiplied around him. The horror of Pitt Crawley may be imagined as these reports of his father's dotage reached the most exemplary and correct of gentlemen. He trembled daily lest he should hear that the Ribbons was proclaimed his second legal mother-in-law. After that first and last visit, his father's name was never mentioned in Pitt's polite and genteel establishment. It was the skeleton in his house, and all the family walked by it in terror and silence. The Countess Southdown kept on dropping per coach at the lodge gate the most exciting tracts which ought to frighten the hair off your head. Mrs. Bute at the parsonage nightly looked out to see if the sky was red over the elms behind which the hall stood, and the mansion was on fire. Sir G. Wapshot and Sir H. Fuddleston, old friends of the house, wouldn't sit on the bench with Sir Pitt at quarter sessions, and cut him dead in the High Street of Southampton, where the reprobate stood offering his dirty old hands to them. Nothing had any effect upon him. He put his hands into his pockets and burst out laughing as he scrambled into his carriage and four. He used to burst out laughing at Lady Southdown's tracts, and he laughed at his sons, and at the world, and at the Ribbons when she was angry, which was not seldom. Miss Horrocks was installed as housekeeper at Queen's Crawley, and ruled all the domestics there with great majesty and rigour. All the servants were instructed to address her as Mum or Madam, and there was one little maid, on her promotion, who persisted in calling her my lady, without any rebuke on the part of the housekeeper. "There has been better ladies, and there has been worser, Hester," was Miss Horrocks' reply to this compliment of her inferior. So she ruled, having supreme power over all except her father, whom, however, she treated with considerable haughtiness, warning him not to be too familiar in his behaviour to one "as was to be a baronet's lady." Indeed, she rehearsed that exalted part in life with great satisfaction to herself, and to the amusement of old Sir Pitt, who chuckled at her airs and graces, and would laugh by the hour together at her assumptions of dignity and imitations of genteel life. He swore it was as good as a play to see her in the character of a fine dame, and he made her put on one of the first Lady Crawley's court dresses, swearing, entirely to Miss Horrocks's own concurrence, that the dress became her prodigiously, and threatening to drive her off that very instant to court in a coach and four. She had the ransacking of the wardrobes of the two defunct ladies, and cut and hacked their posthumous finery so as to suit her own tastes and figure, and she would have liked to take possession of their jewels and trinkets too, but the old Baronet had locked them away in his private cabinet, nor could she coax or wheedle him out of the keys. And it is a fact that some time after she left Queen's Crawley, a copybook belonging to this lady was discovered, which showed that she had taken great pains in private to learn the art of writing in general, and especially of writing her own name as Lady Crawley, Lady Betsy Horrocks, Lady Elizabeth Crawley, etc. Though the good people of the parsonage never went to the hall and shunned the horrid old dotard, its owner, yet they kept a strict knowledge of all that happened there, and were looking out every day for the catastrophe for which Miss Horrocks was also eager. But fate intervened enviously, and prevented her from receiving the reward due to such immaculate love and virtue. One day the Baronet surprised her ladyship, as he jocularly called her, seated at that old and tuneless piano in the drawing-room, which had scarcely been touched since Becky Sharp played quadrilles upon it. Seated at the piano with the utmost gravity, and squalling, to the best of her power, in imitation of the music which she had sometimes heard. The little kitchen maid, on her promotion, was standing at her mistress's side, quite delighted during the operation, and wagging her head up and down, and crying, "Lord, mum, 'tis beautiful," just like a genteel sycophant in a real drawing-room. This incident made the old Baronet roar with laughter, as usual. He narrated the circumstance a dozen times to Horrocks in the course of the evening, and greatly to the discomfiture of Miss Horrocks. He thrummed on the table as if it had been a musical instrument, and squalled in imitation of her manner of singing. He vowed that such a beautiful voice ought to be cultivated, and declared she ought to have singing masters, in which proposals she saw nothing ridiculous. He was in great spirits that night, and drank with his friend and butler an extraordinary quantity of rum and water. At a very late hour the faithful friend and domestic conducted his master to his bedroom. Half an hour afterwards there was a great hurry and bustle in the house. Lights went about from window to window in the lonely, desolate old hall, whereof but 2 or 3 rooms were ordinarily occupied by its owner. Presently a boy on a pony went galloping off to Mudbury, to the doctor's house there, and in another hour, by which fact we ascertain how carefully the excellent Mrs. Bute Crawley had always kept up an understanding with the great house, the lady in her clogs and calash, the Reverend Bute Crawley, and James Crawley, her son, had walked over from the Rectory through the park, and had entered the mansion by the open hall door. They passed through the hall and into the small oak parlour, on the table of which stood the 3 tumblers and the empty rum bottle which had served for Sir Pitt's carouse, and through that apartment into Sir Pitt's study, where they found Miss Horrocks of the guilty ribbons, with a wild air, trying at the presses and escritoires with a bunch of keys. She dropped them with a scream of terror as little Mrs. Bute's eyes flashed out at her from under the black calash. "Look at that, James and Mr. Crawley," cried Mrs. Bute, pointing at the scared figure of the black-eyed, guilty wench. "He gave 'em me, he gave 'em me," she cried. "Gave them you abandoned creature," screamed Mrs. Bute. "Bear witness, Mr. Crawley, we found this good-for-nothing woman in the act of stealing your brother's property, and she will be hanged, as I always said she would." Betsy Horrocks, quite daunted, flung herself down on her knees, bursting into tears. But those who know a really good woman are aware that she is not in a hurry to forgive, and that the humiliation of an enemy is a triumph to her soul. "Ring the bell, James," Mrs. Bute said. "Go on ringing it till the people come." The 3 or 4 domestics resident in the deserted old house came presently at that jangling and continued summons. "Put that woman in the strong room," she said. "We caught her in the act of robbing Sir Pitt. Mr. Crawley, you'll make out her committal, and Beddoes, you'll drive her over in the spring cart in the morning to Southampton Gaol." "My dear," imposed the magistrate and rector, "she's only—" "Are there no handcuffs?" Mrs. Bute continued, stamping in her clogs. "There used to be handcuffs. Where's the creature's abominable father?" "He did give 'em me," still cried poor Betsy. "Didn't he, Hester? You saw Sir Pitt, you know you did, gave 'em me ever so long ago, the day after Mudbury Fair. Not that I want 'em. Take 'em, if you think they ain't mine." And here the unhappy wretch pulled out from her pocket a large pair of paste shoe buckles, which had excited her admiration, and which she had just appropriated out of one of the bookcases in the study, where they had lain. "Law, Betsy, how could you go for to tell such a wicked story?" said Hester, the little kitchen maid, late on her promotion. "And to Madam Crawley, so good and kind, and his reverence," with a curtsy. "And you may search all my boxes, mum, I'm sure, and here's my keys, as I'm an honest girl, though of poor parents and workhouse bred. And if you find so much as a beggarly bit of lace or silk stocking out of all the gowns as you've had the picking of, may I never go to church again." "Give up your keys, you hardened hussy," hissed out the virtuous little lady in the calash. "And here's a candle, mum, and if you please, mum, I can show you her room, mum, and the press and the housekeeper's room, mum, where she keeps heaps and heaps of things, mum," cried out the eager little Hester with a profusion of curtsies. "Hold your tongue, if you please. I know the room which the creature occupies perfectly well. Mrs. Brown, have the goodness to come with me, and Beddoes, don't you lose sight of that woman," said Mrs. Bute, seizing the candle. "Master Crawley, you had better go upstairs and see that they are not murdering your unfortunate brother." And the calash, escorted by Mrs. Brown, walked away to the apartment which, as she said truly, she knew perfectly well. Bute went upstairs and found the doctor from Mudbury with the frightened Horrocks over his master in a chair. They were trying to bleed Sir Pitt Crawley. With the early morning, an express was sent off to Mr. Pitt Crawley by the rector's lady, who assumed the command of everything, and had watched the old baronet through the night. He had been brought back to a sort of life. He could not speak, but seemed to recognise people. Mrs. Bute kept resolutely by his bedside. She never seemed to want to sleep, that little woman, and did not close her fiery black eyes once, though the doctor snored in the armchair. Horrocks made some wild efforts to assert his authority and assist his master, but Mrs. Bute called him a tipsy old wretch, and bade him never show his face again in that house, or he should be transported like his abominable daughter. Terrified by her manner, he slunk down to the oak parlour, where Mr. James was, who, having tried the bottle standing there and found no liquor in it, ordered Mr. Horrocks to get another bottle of rum, which he fetched, with clean glasses, and to which the Rector and his son sat down, ordering Horrocks to put down the keys at that instant, and never to show his face again. Cowed by this behaviour, Horrocks gave up the keys, and he and his daughter slunk off silently through the night.